Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was rescued by an unlikely Death Eater. Here is short summary. Captured by Voldemort after being abandoned by the Dursleys, Harry's fate seems sealed. Until an unexpected savior among the Death Eaters risks everything to protect him. Secrets unravel, alliances shift, and the line between enemy and ally blurs forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The night was dark and still, and Harry lay somewhere between sleep and wakefulness when he heard a sound from outside, a sharp crack that lasted only a split second. Then another, and a third apparition. They were coming. Dragging himself upwards, Harry caught his breath and tried to swing his legs over the edge of the bed, but he was too weak. His head hurt, and swam with dizziness. A flash of excruciating pain swept over him, centered in his gut and flowing over his back, and it was all he could do to not vomit all over himself. But if he was going to be taken from here, he needed his wand, and the invisibility cloak, both hidden under a loose floorboard under his bed. He couldn't leave them behind. Gulping down some air, he slid to the edge of the bed, then off it, falling with a soft bump, which almost covered the sound of the front door opening downstairs. No other sounds came from the stairs or hallway, while Harry struggled with the loose board. He finally got his wand out, and was just reaching for the cloak when he heard the bolts slide back from the locks in the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so quickly it must have been from a spell. Harry closed his eyes, awash with gratitude, and pushed himself back up straight, leaning back against the side of the bed. As the door eased open, Harry forced back the pain in his head and body enough so he could smile at his rescuers, but when he looked at who came through the door, he could not suppress the horrified gasp at the black cloak and white skull mask. Death Eaters. Without thinking, he aimed his wand at the first one through the door and said, "Expelliarmus," though the words came out as a rasping whisper from his unused throat. The Death Eater's wand went flying just the same, and smacked Harry in the arm, as his reflexes were pretty much shot. A hysterical laugh from the hallway sent shivers up his spine. He knew that laugh. Its owner shoved the first Death Eater roughly out of the way, and blocked Harry's next curse easily. "Aw. Whittle baby Potter looks all surprised," Bellatrix gloated. "Isn't he cute?" She blocked his next curse with a snarl, then leveled her wand at him. Crucio. Harry didn't have enough breath in him to scream, but his back arched and his limbs flailed. He tasted blood in his mouth. Fire raced along every nerve, needle sharp and unending. Shards of glass rode his veins. Tears leaked from his eyes as he scrabbled at the floor with fingers and toes. "Stop, please, make it stop." All he could hear was her laughter and his own rasping breaths. "Enough," another voice said, and the spell ended. Tremors ran through his body, but mercifully, he could breathe at last. The sores on his back had opened, and the floor under him was slick with blood and serum. He coughed wetly, and his chest hurt. Perhaps some ribs were broken. "You spoil all my fun," Bellatrix whined. "The Dark Lord's prize is not here for your amusement," someone responded. Even through his pain and with eyes tightly closed, Harry would have recognized that voice anywhere. Snape. His heart fell into his stomach. Hand still trembling, he lifted his wand again and pointed it at the doorway. "Stoop." Bellatrix laughed again, and spat, "Protega," and the curse rebounded on him. He was too weak to dodge it, and found himself flat on his back. His wand was still clutched in one hand, not that it made any difference, when Snape moved into his line of vision and crouched beside him to pry it out of his fingers. "Stupid, Potter," Snape muttered under his breath. "Very stupid." His fingers rose to Harry's mouth with something in them. Harry's eyes widened, and he tried to shake his head, but he couldn't. He couldn't move at all. Everything hurt. His breath came in short pants while he tried to keep from vomiting. "Hold still," Snape growled, and Harry felt something cool against his lips. A vial. A potion. Snape was trying to poison him. "For pain," Snape whispered, but Harry didn't believe him until the fluid was forced down his throat, and the tremors in his arms eased a little, and he could finally draw a full breath. "Another," Snape said. He held another vial to Harry's lips, and Harry did not pull away this time. Snape's hand snaked behind his neck and held his head steady as the second potion slid down his raw throat. The edges of his vision tinged with black, and Snape's almost soundless voice echoed in his mind as the black encroached further. "Go to sleep, Harry." Harry fought it. How cold he not? Bellatrix was right there. She would kill him, or torture him, or do other freaky things. But the potion was too strong, and he was too tired. With a soft gurgle of a sigh, he slept, even as he realized Snape had called him by his given name for the first time in memory. Harry woke shivering, lying on the cold ground, and it took a few minutes to open his eyes. His lids were stuck closed, crusted together, and stung when he peeled them open, though there was little light to see by. Everything was blurry. He had lost his glasses somewhere, but what he could see made him wish he was still unconscious. The cell was small, not much larger than his own prone form, with gray stone walls, no windows and only one door. Hanging on the walls, in various states of repair, were devices obviously used for torture, whips and flails and knives of all sorts, like something out of a movie about the Inquisition. But they must have been just for show, he thought. Voldemort and his Death Eaters liked to use magic to play their games, to torture and eventually kill their prisoners. Through his curse scar, he'd watched enough of their meetings and the treatment of their prisoners to know. But Muggles would recognize the instruments, and it would make them afraid. He had to admit to being scared himself, of torture by magic or Muggle devices or whatever. Though he knew he deserved to die, and that he had to fulfill the damned prophecy, he honestly didn't want to. His breaths were still coming hard, each one seeming to pierce his chest. Ribs, he remembered, probably broken. He could still taste blood in his mouth, and he wanted to spit it out, but in truth, he was too tired to turn his head. And he ached everywhere, especially at the point of his scar. Voldemort must be nearby. So he swallowed the blood, and rested his head, waiting for the show to start. He didn't have to wait long. When footsteps echoed outside his cell, he roused himself enough to roll onto his back and used his elbows to edge back towards the wall. The door opened inward and a cloaked figure stood framed in the space. He couldn't tell who it was at first, just squinted at them and remained silent. "Looking a bit peaky, Potter," a smooth, cultured voice said. Lucius Malfoy took one step into the cell and looked around it with disdain. His white hair hung loose, and Harry was just as glad he could not see the elder Malfoy's eyes. They always gave him the creeps. "A pity, really, that your relatives left us so little to work with." Harry gathered the rest of his strength and levered himself to a sitting position. The wall was cold and damp against his back, but he barely noticed. One hand pressed to his aching diaphragm, he squinted at Malfoy again. "Like I care," he rasped. "You will, Potter," the Death Eater bit out, "when the Dark Lord makes you scream." "Done that," Harry told him, and had to stop to take a wheezing breath. "Don't care." That seemed to take the wind out of Malfoy's sails, and Harry rewarded himself by letting his eyes drift closed. He must have dozed, for when he opened them again, the door to his cell was shut and Malfoy was gone. Good. One Death Eater down, only 17,000 to go. The next visitor to his cell was not so accommodating. Harry was roused from sleep when the door scraped open and he heard a high-pitched giggle that could belong to only one person, someone he hated more than anyone else in the world. "Is Whittlepotty Fewing sad again?" Bellatrix crooned. Harry tried to ignore her, but she crept into the cell like a darkling shadow. He blinked up at her when she poked his leg with the toe of her boot. As if about to convey a great secret, she leaned toward him, close enough that Harry could smell her breath, and whispered, "Where did they go?" Head lolling against the wall, Harry ran a dry tongue over his chapped lips and turned his face away. "They were all gone," Bellatrix chanted in a mocking sing-song. "All gone. Gone from home, leaving baby all alone." She grabbed his chin and wrenched his face back to look at her. Her eyes sparkled with madness, and when she lowered her face to put them nose to nose, Harry thought bizarrely for a moment that she was going to key asterisk him. His stomach churned at the very idea. Instead, she went back to her crooning tone, "They must have loved you viewy much, baby Potter, to empty their house of everything except you." Startled, despite his private vow not to listen to anything Bellatrix said, ever, Harry's mouth opened of its own volition. "What?" Bellatrix shrieked a laugh, spraying Harry with spittle. She patted his cheek, like he was a good boy. "Oh, they didn't even tell you, your relatives, they moved out and left you behind to rot. Your house was empty." "No," he whispered. "They wouldn't have moved away without him." He knew they hated him, had always hated him, hated magic and anything to do with it, but they wouldn't have done that. "Yes." Bellatrix screeched. She flew around the cell like a creature possessed, arms outstretched as if she was a bird, laughing her mad laugh. Harry closed his eyes again, willing her to leave. The Dursleys had moved away and left him for dead. It was true, had to be. They had voided the wards on the house, the ones Dumbledore was so protective of. How had the Death Eaters found him? Otherwise, how had they gotten in? "No, no, no," Bellatrix said softly. She was back in front of him, crouched on her heels and swaying slightly to music only she could hear. Her fingertips slid down his cheek, almost gently, and he flinched. No more sleeping for the baby. When she reached for him, he batted her hand away, but it was useless. He knew that, yet he had to try. She hauled him to his feet as if he weighed nothing at all, and maybe he didn't. How long had the Dursleys been gone from 4 Privet Drive anyway? It took a few moments for him to catch his balance, and even then, he was so weak, she had to support him. With a hand on his arm, Bellatrix shoved him roughly for the door. He stumbled, and she half dragged him into the corridor. There, 2 more Death Eaters, these wearing masks, waited. "The Dark Lord wants him now," one of them said. Bellatrix pushed Harry at the pair, and one of them caught him before he fell. The man sighed in annoyance, but turned smartly and, with the other masked person, Frog marched Harry down the hallway. They had to help him up some stairs and practically carried him the last 100 feet to a set of ornate double doors. Though he'd barely put in any of the work of the journey, Harry's breaths were short and sounded wet. Behind them, Bellatrix kept up her soft singing, and it made the hair on Harry's neck rise to hear it. "He's wai-teeing," she sang, to no one, or everyone, for his special treat. The Death Eater who'd spoken earlier nodded, rapped heavily on the right-hand door, and opened it without waiting for a response. Harry was propelled before them, into the middle of a huge room full of Death Eaters. The pain in Harry's scar flared to an excruciating level, just as he caught sight of Voldemort, waiting on a throne at the far end of the room, like a king accepting supplicants. Harry had fallen to his knees, and the Death Eaters dragged him forward. He clutched at his head, clenching his jaws around a scream. The crowd parted before them, making their trip to the throne rather quicker than it might have been. But Harry knew only pain, holding his head to keep it from splitting open. He barely noted when the 2 Death Eaters dropped him unceremoniously on the floor at the feet of Lord Voldemort. The Order of the Phoenix was in chaos. Only days after Hogwarts had let out for the summer, a series of events had virtually everyone of the old crowd existing on no sleep and minimal time to even eat. A breakout at Azkaban, engineered by Voldemort, no doubt, had freed all the prisoners who had been captured at the Ministry only weeks before. The Dementors, usurped by Voldemort and no longer guarding the prison, had been responsible for no fewer than 7 separate attacks on Muggles and Muggleborns across southern England in the first 2 weeks of July. The Order was doing all it could to assist the Ministry, which had its hands full keeping the creatures at bay, and cleaning up after them. They also tried hard to keep the Muggles from looking too closely, or worrying too much, about these odd, faceless attacks that left its victims catatonic or dead but with virtually no physical wounds. Despite all their efforts, the public panicked anyway. Holidays meant for late summer were rebooked for, as soon as possible, as long as they were out of the country, and thousands of people flocked to points north. Once concentrated, however, it was only a matter of time before Voldemort and his Death Eaters focused their attention there, and by mid-July, Muggle and Wizarding papers alike were reporting attacks in the Borders, the Lakes and the Dales. Dumbledore sat in his office, taking a well-deserved 5 minutes to himself, and stared at his old, gnarled hands. Things had gone from bad to worse so quickly, and he'd just received the worst news by far. Slowly, he removed his glasses and rubbed at the ache that always seemed to linger between his eyebrows these days. Eyes closed, he ordered his thoughts. The Muggles entrusted with Harry's care had been among those who'd fled their homes, though they would have been far, far safer remaining in Surrey. With all that had happened the last couple weeks, Dumbledore had pulled off some of the Watchers from Privet Drive, a decision he had soon come to regret. Not until Arabella Figfire called him 3 days ago, to let him know that the house was completely empty, had he realized there was a problem. At first, he'd assumed that Harry had gone with the Dursleys, though that in itself was unsafe, but when Tonks, Moody and Shacklebolt went to check out Fig's report, they found signs of a struggle in the boy's room, as well as blood on the bed and floor, some of it fresh. Due to the state of the rest of the house, it was clear that the boy had been left behind by his relatives some time ago. Then he had been taken, quite probably by force, by someone else. Without knowing where the boy was, they had no means to rescue him. To make matters worse, he had been unable to contact Severus Snape for several days. Added together, he had to assume that Voldemort had the boy. If that was the case, there was little he could do but hope, and he had not much of that left. Sliding his glasses back onto the edge of his nose, Dumbledore rose and went to his fireplace. Time to tell the rest of the Order what a fool he had been. Hundreds of miles away, in a large hall of one of Voldemort's holdings, Harry lay on the floor where the Death Eaters had dropped him. He forced back the searing pain in his forehead, trapped it behind a wall that looked an awful lot like a cupboard door, shut the door and locked it firmly. Though his head still pounded like he was being kicked repeatedly by a dozen hippogriffs, he was no longer blinded by the pain. His stomach roiled, though, and if he had had anything to eat recently, he would have thrown it up immediately. Taking quick, panting breaths, he glanced up as Voldemort rose from his throne. The man peered down at him, but his oddly smooth, snake-like face was blurry enough to Harry's eyes that he couldn't see the man's expression. Just as well, he thought. Like I need to see more nuttiness now. Above him, Voldemort shook his head. Poor boy, he said, and his voice sounded almost sad. My Bella tells me the nasty muggles left you alone to die. Harry clenched his jaw and said nothing, but struggled to get his feet under him, hating to feel so exposed. He managed, after some frantic movement, to lean on his side. Is it true, then? The sibilant voice asked. Did they beat you and starve you and make you cry? Or did the tender care of my faithful bring you to such a state? Still stubbornly refusing to answer, Harry pressed his hand to his chest again, just trying to breathe, and wondering where this was going. He'd figured to be dead by now, in truth. Severus, Voldemort hissed softly, and one of the black-clad figures, head bowed, stepped closer to where Harry lay. I detect the remnants of the Cruciatus about the boy, though muted. I know you have cause to hate him. Is this your doing? My lord. Snape's voice was tempered, deferential. Harry was quite sure he'd never heard such a tone from that man. I did give the brat a potion to ease the tremors. I did not know if he would survive the portkey, else. Well done, Voldemort told him. But tell me, then, who cast the curse, when I recall my explicit instructions were to do him no harm. He wasn't even looking at Snape anymore, but toward the Death Eaters who had brought him forward, and to Bellatrix Lestrange, beside them. My lord, she cried, and threw herself down next to Harry, prostrate before Voldemort. She pressed her forehead to the floor as she groveled at his feet. Her voice, though, was almost a growl. I was only defending myself. He may look frail, but with his wand. I couldn't let him get away with insulting you. Tisk, tisk, my Bella. When I give orders, I expect them to be obeyed. You have disappointed me. Bellatrix gasped, but did not raise her head. I beg forgiveness, my lord. I am yours to command. Ah, yes, I do so love to hear you beg, sweet Bella, Voldemort said softly. With a flick of his hand and a murmured Crucio, he had her writhing. In moments, she was screaming and begging and drumming her heels on the cold stone floor. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. The pain in his forehead was a manageable ache now, and Harry reveled in the minuscule feeling of hope the loss of that pain gave him. As for sounds next to him, even though it was Bellatrix receiving punishment for hurting him, he couldn't feel any satisfaction from it. He knew too well the pain of that curse, and though he'd once tried to cast it, he could not imagine ever doing so again. Bellatrix's screams trailed off as the curse was lifted, and she choked on her breath. Harry opened his eyes in time to see Voldemort descend from his short dais and prod her in the side with one unshod toe, much like she had done to Harry in his cell. The reversal of their positions was so unexpected, he had to stifle a sudden laugh. Voldemort turned keen eyes on him. Something amuses you? He asked, sounding anything but amused. Harry shook his head, but lifted his gaze to meet the man's. "Just get on with it," he whispered, as much sound as he could manage. "Oh, we shall," Voldemort promised. "But first, I would like you to answer some of my questions." "You should." "No. Better," Harry told him between gasping breaths. "Won't tell you anything." "You misunderstand me, dear Harry." He sounded almost friendly, and Harry squinted up at him, having a very bad feeling about the sudden change in tone. "I don't imagine a boy such as yourself has anything worthwhile to tell me about a senile old man's machinations and attempts to thwart me. No, I want to hear about you." Sliding his glasses back onto the edge of his nose, Dumbledore rose and went to his fireplace. Time to tell the rest of the Order what a fool he had been. After he made his announcement, Dumbledore held himself still, at the head of the table in the kitchen of 12 Grimmauld Place, and waited for the inevitable explosion. He didn't have to wait long. Only seconds, really. "How could you?" Remus Lupin was on his feet, eyes already halfway to yellow. A bad sign, that. Molly Weasley was next. Her strident voice, used to chastising errant boys, cut across Lupin's like a hot knife through a chocolate frog. You left him all alone, Albus, and unprotected with those horrid muggles, when there are dozens of people in this room who would have taken him in. I cannot believe." Now, Molly," her husband Arthur began, his tone conciliatory, even though he slanted a look of deep disappointment at Dumbledore. "I'm sure we'll find him, right as rain." Alistair Moody snorted into his glass of fire whiskey and shook his head. "While it's all too good we've not seen signs of a body," he started, only to be interrupted by a gasp from Molly. Moody shot her a look and continued, "Since if he was dead, that old bastard would have let the whole world know by now. No, he's still alive, and whilst he is, we've a decent change of recovery. But the longer he's gone, the less chance he has of coming back whole." Lupin was still on his feet, trembling with rage, looking like he'd been woken from a sound sleep, with heavy bags under his eyes and wrinkled clothes. He was obviously still recovering from the last full moon, just 2 nights ago. But his deceptively rumpled appearance hid a great protective streak, especially when it came to Harry. "What do you propose we do, then?" he snarled. "Look for him, in all the places we know of from the old days," put in Daedalus Diggle. He turned his hat around in his hands and nodded at the others, as if his statement were obvious. "The old days. But that's dozens of places," Molly objected. "Close to 100, certainly." "I didn't say it would be easy," Daedalus said with a shrug. "We don't have the manpower for a search of that scope," Moody said quietly, and Dumbledore was glad it was Alistair who said it and not him, then chastised himself for cowardice in the face of combined Lupin and Weasley wrath. All faces swiveled toward Moody. "The Dementors," he reminded them, "are still at large and wreaking havoc. Attacks on Muggles are getting worse by the day, more frequent, and—" "We get it," Lupin whispered. He sank back into his seat and buried his face in his hands. "Harry has no chance of rescue at all." "Not true," Dumbledore said and paused until he had everyone's attention. "There is still Severus." After a few moments of Harry peering up at Voldemort and gasping for breath, the Dark Lord turned away with a negligent flick of his hand. "Seated, he is healed of his injuries. All of them. I will not have my conversation interrupted by this incessant wheezing." Harry stared after the pale, gaunt man as he took up his throne once more, wondering if he was dreaming. Was he still at number 4 Privet Drive? Still in the midst of a fever-drenched delusion? What could possess Voldemort to heal him? Unless he only wished to have a worthy opponent, like he'd claimed to want, the night Cedric Diggory died. He'd given Harry back his wand and freed him from the gravestone, just so he could show his followers that he could beat Harry Potter, that what happened years ago in Godric's Hollow was a fluke. That must be it, Harry decided, even as several Death Eaters scooped him from the floor and escorted him from the hall. Voldemort just wanted to prove himself the most powerful wizard in the world, and he couldn't do that by executing someone already on death's door. Harry was still faint with hunger, and the grating of his ribs against each other as he was forced down the corridor again, coupled with his pounding head, made the hallways spin around him like a carousel, but faster. Too fast. Mere steps from their destination, Harry's body contracted with a violent spasm, trying to expel whatever it could from his stomach. But there was nothing in it except for blood, which sprayed bright red on the floor and walls and even the door as he retched again and again. the world quickly swirled to black. Back in the great hall of Topsam Manor, Severus Snape watched with dread as the boy who lived was helped from the room. He knew what the Dark Lord was doing, of course, and he wasn't sure he could do anything to prevent it. He had wanted to go with Potter, to make sure the Dark Lord's orders were properly carried out, but he had to maintain his bloody cover. And no matter how much the wizarding world foolishly relied on the continued existence of a not quite 16-year-old boy, he could not be seen voluntarily helping him. Not by anyone here, at any rate. To say he had been distressed by the condition they had found the boy in, at his relative's home, was an understatement of giant proportion. A whole shift in his worldview had occurred between one breath and the next. Far from the spoiled snotling he'd expected to find, surrounded by the largesse of a doting family, this boy had been starved and abandoned, left to die in filth and decay. And when Potter still managed to raise his wand and disarm not, with a mere whisper of an incantation, Severus had wanted to shout his relief. The boy, despite appearances, had not broken. Of course, Severus could not cheer, would not, even if he had known how, but he had done the next best thing and set Bellatrix Lestrange up for punishment. Never had he wanted to hurt someone more than at the moment she brought her wand to bear on the boy. The Cruciatus had audibly snapped several of his bones, even as he suffered its agony in near silence, with no breath to scream. And still, he had tried to stupefy Lestrange when it was over. Oh, the boy had heart. Alas, he had likely aspirated blood in the ordeal, putting further strain on his damaged lungs. With the other infections, it would be a miracle if he ever regained true health again. Now, in the great hall, Lord Voldemort had his followers come to him, one by one to key * the hem of his robe, to grovel at his feet and thank him desperately for the favor of his attention. When it was Severus' turn, he played his part, even allowed the push of the Dark Lord's mind into his own. He showed the Dark Lord his memory of Bellatrix's perfidy again. Perhaps Voldemort would punish her some more. And he showed memories of Hogwarts, and the brat's annoying, defiant arrogance that had always made Severus so angry, as well as a taste of confusion about what Voldemort was planning to do with the boy. The Dark Lord would accept these memories as proof of Severus' loyalty, but in truth, Severus had little confusion about what these plans were. The Dark Lord would try and turn Potter against his puppeteers, would attempt to subvert Dumbledore's hold on Potter's loyalty. Take by cunning what he could not have by force, in true Slytherin fashion. If Lord Voldemort insinuated the right things, peppered his lies with just enough of the truth about Dumbledore's scheming and manipulations, and reminded the boy just often enough of who had actually saved him from death this summer. Well, Severus wasn't as concerned for Potter's physical well-being as he was for the boy's soul. For the sake of the light, and in honor of the boy who would not break, even when he clearly should have, Severus had to protect Potter from such shadow, or die trying. 3 days passed before Harry saw Voldemort again. 3 days of pain relief potions, healing potions and assorted medical charms. 3 days of light food, to ease his stomach back to rights. Broth alone, then bread soaked in broth, then a thin oatmeal porridge which grew progressively thicker, so that by the 3rd day, he was offered a lunch of watered tea, plain boiled potatoes and mashed peas. Though he had one or more caretakers with him around the clock, no sign of Snape, though, or Bellatrix either, for which he was grateful, Harry refused to let them help him eat. The more he could do for himself the better, and he would not let this lot use his infirmity against him. Once he was better, he would have to duel Voldemort. He knew that, and wanted to just get it over with. The Death Eaters had ensconced him in a bedroom nothing like the one on Privet Drive. This one had a high double bed, that he unfortunately needed assistance getting into, hung with sheer blue curtains, with generous down pillows and sheets so soft it was like sleeping on a cloud. And sleep is what he did, mostly, for 3 days, when he wasn't eating or covered in blankets and propped in one of the chairs by the small fireplace. The room never seemed warm enough to him, even though it was the middle of summer. Harry had been given clothes, too. Robes, shirts, woolen trousers and sweaters, along with an assortment of underthings, but he was constantly chilled and had a cough that would not go away despite the ministrations of his personal nurses. A door in one wall led to the ensuite bath, and Harry had soaked a long time in the sunken marble tub, soothing his aching bones. He'd scrubbed himself raw with a soft flannel and lightly scented soap, after refusing to let anyone help him there, either. That had provoked the first argument with the death nurses, and one Voldemort had apparently decided in his favor. At least, Harry assumed so. He'd refused to let Nott and Avery into the bathroom with him and gotten so frustrated with their heavy-handed attempts to force him that he'd lashed out with magic. Everything glass in the bedroom, from mirrors to lamps to the one tall window, had exploded, showering everyone but Harry with stinging slivers. Avery had stormed out, and come back minutes later, pale and shaking, with word that Potter is to take his own damned bath. A small victory, perhaps, but one that Harry cherished. The display of uncontrolled magic had cost him, though, setting back his recovery by at least an additional day. Another victory came when Harry finally dressed himself completely without assistance or being reduced to wheezing. That was the morning of the 4th day. After breakfast, apple sauce and dry toast dunked in tea, Harry was sitting in the chair before the fire. A heavy quilt covered his legs. He looked around when the door opened to admit Voldemort, flanked by 2 more of his Death Eaters, these masked, unlike his nurses. Voldemort motioned for his 2 death nurses to leave. Nott bowed and hurried out, followed by Rookwood. The 2 new guards stayed by the door as the thin form of Lord Voldemort, swathed head to toe in lengths of black cloth, moved closer. Harry could feel the power flowing off the man, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead pulsed with sudden fire, almost taking his breath away. He clapped a hand to his forehead and bent over at the waist. Voldemort remained silent, watching Harry as he gathered the pain into a tight bundle and shut it in the special cupboard in his mind. Taking a slow breath once he was able to see again, Harry looked up at his captor. "Forgive me if I don't get up," he said quietly, and unflinchingly held the red-tinged snake-like gaze. "I am told you are recuperating well," Voldemort replied. "Have I been misinformed?" "No," Harry said. "I'm getting better." He rushed on before he lost courage. "How long have I got?" Voldemort frowned, a turning down of thin lips and a wrinkling of his nearly white, hairless brow. "For what?" "Until you've decided I've recovered enough to kill me. That's why you're doing this, isn't it? So you can fight me when I'm a proper opponent and not a weakling." The shadow of a smile touched the man's lips, and he inclined his head minutely. "If it pleases you to think so." What the hell kind of answer was that? Harry stared at Voldemort some more, ignoring the ache in his temple, and considered the last time they'd met. Voldemort had been anything but polite then. He possessed Harry, tried to kill him for the umpteenth time. He'd been ruthless and cold and cruel. Harry reminded himself that nothing had changed, that this was the same man who'd killed his parents, who'd caused Cedric to die, and Sirius. In the end, he sighed and looked away rather than respond. He was too tired for this. A low, breathy chuckle made him shiver, but he did not look at Voldemort again, just tucked his quilt more snuggly around his legs. A moment later, the dark wizard had settled into the other chair and crossed one leg over the other, as if just stopping by for a friendly, casual chat between 2 old friends. "I want you to tell me, young Harry," he began in that soft, sibilant voice, "how much you know about the night your parents died." "I want you to tell me, young Harry," he began in that soft, sibilant voice, "how much you know about the night your parents died." Harry's head snapped up, wide green eyes met Voldemort's red ones. A sudden rage swept through him. His hands trembled with it. He buried them in the quilts draped over his legs as he tried to form coherent thought. He dared speak of that night? Now? Here, of all places? Gaze never leaving the pale, snake-like face, Harry took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Why do you have to ask?" His voice rose, and he forced it back to some semblance of civility. He was in Voldemort's territory, here on his sufferance, and he needed to keep that in mind. "You were there. As were you. Despite this, neither of us knows the full truth." Voldemort tilted his head as if he were a snake and Harry a fretful bird. "We spoke somewhat about that night, on the occasion of my rebirthing, you recall." As if he could forget. Cedric's blank, dead eyes, the Cruciatus, his mother advising him on how best to escape, once her ghost had been freed from Voldemort's wand by the Priori Incantatem. He recalled some of what Voldemort had said that night, about the protection his mother had given him by dying, but he would not admit it, not to this man. "I was a bit busy," Harry said instead, "screaming, I think. What with the Cruciatus and all." Voldemort waved the statement away with his hand. "That was later, to prove a point. His gaze appraised Harry shrewdly. I gave you your first taste, did I not? What? It was your first time, yes, in the throes of that unforgiving embrace. Harry couldn't help it. He was so disgusted he snorted a laugh. Then he shook his head. Was Voldemort trying to get a rise out of him? Perhaps trying to see how controlled Harry's uncontrolled magic was under stress. In a tight voice, he said, yes. Then I am impressed. Many wizards older than you, or more sure of their own courage, would have succumbed to the first wave of agony. After the second, I certainly did not expect you to rise again. And for that to be your first time. Yeah, well, I'm good at handling pain. He'd had loads of experience, even, or especially after starting at Hogwarts. It seemed like every year he got mangled somehow, by possessed Dada teachers or basilisks or dementors or Quidditch. Voldemort gave him a searching look, then his gaze sought the fire in the hearth, and he stared at it for quite some while. Let me ask you then, the night your parents died. The night you killed them, Harry pointed out. As you like. Do you know why you were left in, what is it called? Little Whinging? Yeah. Blood wards. Like you said. Voldemort nodded. But one's not used to best effect, if those whose blood bound the wards to protect you, relinquish their hold. By leaving me, you mean, leaving me alone when they fled. Isn't that what you're getting at? Harry's hands curled into fists, and his chest felt tight, like he had not enough skin to cover his ribs, making the rest stretch and pull. A long pause, then, do you like your relatives, Potter? Harry frowned. What the hell was this anyway? Why do you want to know? Never mind. I don't care. It doesn't matter anyway, as I'm never going back there. Voldemort made some kind of non-committal noise, and the red, snake-eyed gaze found his again. Harry flinched involuntarily. He had the pain of their connection through the scar fairly well under control, but sometimes the intensity of it was enough to overcome his blockade. Head starting to pound again, Harry glared. Why are you here? In this room, or in the world? The first one. I know why you're here, Harry snapped, and gestured to imply the whole of reality. You want absolute power. And immortality, Voldemort said quietly. Don't forget that. Right. So, why are you in this room with me? Do you think I'm going to get all sappy and sentimental with you and cry on your shoulder because I'm so misunderstood and my childhood was as crap as yours? Do you think I care that you had to grow up in an orphanage because your bastard of a father abandoned you and your mum died? The only thing I care about is that you killed my parents and my godfather and want to kill me. Everything else is rubbish. Harry was shaking badly by the end of his tirade. The fire in the hearth shot up so high it engulfed the stones, blackening them with soot. The pitcher of water on the small table between the chairs rattled ominously. Voldemort smiled. Ah, good. You were listening. I should not like to have to repeat myself. Are you listening to me? Harry seethed. Merlin, he wanted to strangle this man. Why are you here? Abruptly, Voldemort stood. I believe we'll save that for another time. Perhaps when you are further along in your recovery. A growl formed in Harry's throat. The only thing that kept him from launching himself at Voldemort and punching his ugly face in was that he'd started wheezing again. The fact that Voldemort knew he was unable to continue their conversation just made him angrier, which further impaired his breathing, resulting in a vicious spiral that left him coughing and sputtering and pressing his arms against his abdomen. Without another word, Voldemort departed, along with his 2 Death Eaters. The door shut behind them. Resting his rage and magic back under his tenuous control, Harry tried to take slower, measured breaths, but had little luck. Voldemort's smile bothered him a lot. It was as if he thought Harry had performed some complicated trick. And he had, hadn't he, with his yelling and the fire spouting up like that. Shame washed over him for having risen to such obvious bait. He was so stupid. His temper had gotten the best of him again, just like always, and he'd shown his enemy exactly where his weaknesses lay. But he was tired, so tired. Tired of thinking of Cedric and Sirius and his parents, all of whom died for him, because of him, and he just didn't want to hear anything else Voldemort had to say about them. Trying not to think of the triumphant look on his captor's face, he hung his head in his hands. When the tears came, for once he let them flow. Outside Potter's room, Severus Snape shrouded himself in the shadows of an alcove and watched as the Dark Lord left with 2 of his servants. As he waited for them to move out of sight, He pondered the short conversation he'd overheard, puzzling over Voldemort's words. While he could, at some later time, legitimize one of the two Death Eaters who had been in the room, and learn the whole of the conversation that way, he rather liked the eavesdropper spell, a variation on a baby monitoring charm used by many wizarding parents. He'd imperiously not into putting the charm on the room yesterday, before obliviating him, and it had worked very well. It also let him know that for the first time in days, Potter was alone. Once the Dark Lord and the two guards disappeared up the stone stairs toward the Great Hall, Severus moved quickly for the door. He could still hear Potter's wheezing breaths and had a vial of Easy Breather potion already uncorked as he unlocked the door. In moments, he had slipped inside. Potter, bundled in a chair by the fire, looked up at him, and what he saw surprised him enough that he almost retreated a step. Tears coursed down the boy's face, and his eyes were so bloodshot they gleamed almost red in the firelight. His breaths came in stuttering gasps which he was trying to control, to no avail. As the boy hid his face and hurriedly wiped it, Severus strode forward with his potion held out. Only then did Potter seem to recognize him, for Severus had left up the black hood of his robes, effectively shadowing his face. The look in the boy's eyes slid immediately towards loathing, and Severus suppressed a sigh. It was true, he detested the boy just as much as the boy did him, or had, at least, until recently. But he could be honest with himself enough to realize the enmity between them was more his doing than the boy's. And they needed to get past it, in order to get him out of here. They could not work at cross purposes, or it would be worse than death for both of them. Keeping his own expression blank, he offered the potion again. Potter still would not take it. "It's not poison," Severus hissed. "It will help you breathe." Air rattled in and out of Potter's lungs, putting the lie to his next words. "My breathings. Fine, sir. Of course it is. This will help you sleep then." Potter rolled his eyes, and Severus briefly considered slapping him. Instead, he growled, "Drink it. If I wanted to kill you, I could have done so at your uncle's house." To appease anyone listening, he added, "The Dark Lord wishes it." For another long moment, Potter peered into his eyes, and only by force of will did he not legitimize the boy on the spot to teach him a lesson about staring. But then he held out a trembling hand, and Severus gave him the potion. Potter made a face as he swallowed it down, and handed back the empty vial. "Better?" Severus asked him, though he didn't really need to. Potter's face had regained some color, and no more wet rasping sounds issued from his chest. The boy nodded, his gaze on his hands. Severus glanced over his shoulder at the door. It was inconceivable no one else was monitoring the room, so he had to go very carefully here, and hope the boy could understand what he meant from hints. He wondered if they would be able to get past their mutual animosity long enough to work this out. What could he say, to show he wanted to help the boy? Knowing he had only minutes before he was discovered, Severus said, "I want to extend my condolences to you." He steeled himself and pressed on, for the loss of Snuffles. The look of pure shock on the boy's face might have been amusing to him at any other time, but he was afraid he had just made a grievous error as Potter's face reddened immediately. You extend condolences? Now, Potter, take it easy. Your breathing is, sod my breathing. How can you, after what you put him? It's unbelievable. Potter, he yelled. Get control of yourself. There is no place for histrionics here. No place for. That's a laugh. The boy choked on a sob, hiccuping and hiding his face again. I bet you're laughing about it all the time, aren't you? About him dying, and what a prat I was to fall such a stupid trick. You hated him, and hate me, and... No. The forceful word had a note of finality to it, startling the boy into stopping his rant and peering back up at him. Severus had to stop this fit before it got totally out of hand. The boy was coming apart at the seams, and it would do him no good at all to harbor such resentment toward Severus, nor guilt for his own part in Sirius' death. He folded his arms into his cloak and shook his head. I did not hate Snuffles. Not really, and I do not laugh about that. Or anything, Potter muttered, watching Severus' face carefully. Had he made a joke? Perhaps all was not lost. Yes. Well. He took a step closer to the boy, who frowned and bit his lip. Then, after flicking a glance at the door, the boy mouthed the words, Can we escape? Severus drew a sharp breath. The boy was as subtle as a blast-ended scroot. but he nodded, still holding Potter's gaze. Something released that had been holding the boy tightly wound, and Potter sagged bonelessly against his chair, looking relieved. It seemed his resigned despair was quiescent, at least for now. "I will continue to make potions for you," he said, voice as bland as he could make it. "The Dark Lord wants you in good health." "You've said. It'll make a better point when he kills me." The boy was nibbling his lip again, which Severus realized meant he was thinking. "I'm nearly there, though. Healthy." His green eyes blazed with hope so naked it was painful to see, as if he understood that when he was healthy enough to run, they would. Severus hated to damper that hope, even a little, but for both their sakes, he had to. "I think it will be some time before you are fully healed. Before he could make any kind of plan that would not end in their demise. Your relatives did you a disservice." "Yeah, well, so did Bellatrix." Good boy, Severus thought. And thus is Voldemort reminded again. "She does seem keen on causing you pain," he murmured. Another glance at the door, and he stepped back to leave. "Thank you, sir," Potter said before he could go. Severus paused with his hand on the doorknob, hoping the boy was not a complete fool. "For the potion." It helped. Letting out a tense breath, Severus nodded acceptance and acknowledgement of their code. "I will get you another, for emergencies," he promised. And with that, he left, his mind already spinning through their options, few as they were. Letting out a tense breath, Severus nodded acceptance and acknowledgement of their code. "I will get you another, for emergencies," he promised. And with that, he left, his mind already spinning through their options, few as they were. 5 more days passed before anyone but the death nurses entered Harry's room. The monotony of the days really got to him, especially after his breathing had calmed down again, and he started to feel much better overall. He still felt chilled most of the time, but he was putting on weight again, and could usually keep warm enough not to shiver with regular clothes. A few extra layers, certainly, but without a pile of quilts. After the 5th day of little to do but pace his room, and listen to the caretaker's growls about this duty and make pointed remarks about how it was such a waste seeing to it that the boy was healed up, considering where he was headed, Harry had had enough. Nothing quite annoyed Harry as being called the boy. Uncle Vernon had called him little else, except when in a particularly vicious mood, as had his aunt, but he would not tolerate it anymore. When Not made a scathing reference to the condition they'd found Harry in at his relative's house and intimated that they should have just left him there to rot, Harry whirled on him. "Shut up. Shut up. I didn't ask for you to get me. I didn't ask to be brought here, and I certainly didn't intend to be fattened for the slaughter. So if you could just shut up about it for 5 minutes, that'd be really welcome." Not looked almost taken aback, until Avery smirked at him. Then he jumped to his feet and advanced on Harry, wand drawn. "You're the one who needs to mind his tongue, boy. Maybe I should remove it for you." "Oh, nice," Harry scoffed. "You couldn't get me when I had a wand, but I'm a perfect target for you now that I'm unarmed, huh? Coward." With a growl, Not lunged for Harry, leading with his wand, and yelled an incantation Harry had never heard before. Pain exploded in his head, in his mouth, fire-hot agony worse than anything but cruciatus. Knives attacked his face, his neck and eyes. Inside his mouth he felt a sudden hollowness. His tongue was gone. He writhed on the floor as blood poured out of him, from his mouth and ears and nose. It sluiced over his face, hot and sticky like he'd bitten into an overripe melon. He couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, and the pain went on and on. Noise erupted nearby, sounding as if it came from deep underwater. Harry was curled in a ball, arms protecting his head as shouts and spells went off around him, and he tried to push the pain into the cupboard of his mind. He swallowed mouthful after mouthful of blood and gagged on the emptiness where his tongue should be. His stomach lurched. Retching, he expelled blood and bile into a puddle his face now laid in. "Oh, Merlin. Please. Make it stop." What seemed an eternity later, a hand touched his shoulder. He flinched away, causing a new wave of agony to sear through him. He curled tighter, wishing with all his heart for the pain to just end. "Harry, let me help. I need to see." Snape's voice, still sounding as if from the depths of the lake. Screwing up his courage, he lowered his arms slightly. He tried to open his eyes, but they would not respond, and he wondered, frantically, if he would ever see again. Snape made a low hissing sound as he saw the damage, but in a moment had incanted several spells that took the worst of the pain away. Harry tried to tell him about his eyes, about his tongue, but could not form the words. All that emerged from his mouth was a pitiful grunting sound, and so he closed his mouth and wished for an end to it all. "Dear Merlin," Severus whispered as he looked at what Nott's spell had wrought. He grasped Harry's head and lifted it a little, a potion pressed to the boy's bloody lips. Half the potion slid back out again to dribble down the boy's front, but at least some managed to get in. It would help with the pain, and the spells he'd cast should grow back most of the tissue and organs. Nott had really severed the boy's tongue. In the next day or so, it would be a wearying, painful night for the boy, though. "Don't try to open your eyes," he said as he saw the boy struggle to do just that. "They're damaged, and if you expose them to light too soon, it will be permanent. Here." He conjured a bandage and wrapped it around the boy's eyes. "This should help." Harry nodded his head against Severus' arm, and Severus realized he still held the boy close. He almost pushed Harry away, but there was no one to see. Nott was dead, and Avery was stunned and petrified, and the door was closed. Still, he needed to be more careful. "Come on," he said, and stood with the boy in his arms. He was easy to carry, still damnably light for all his appetite seemed to be good. 2 long strides brought him to the bed, and he laid Harry on it, then took a moment to clean the worst of the blood away with a Scourgify or 3. The boy seemed to have fallen asleep, though his body trembled fitfully, and Severus sighed. How stupid could this one child be? Baiting a Death Eater in this place. Once done with his cleaning, he glanced over at Nott's body and grimaced. There would be a price to pay for that. Just as Avery was coming around, the door opened, and the Dark Lord entered, flanked as before by 2 of his servants. Voldemort stepped over Nott's body as if it were not there, and approached the bed. "You heard what happened, Severus?" the Dark Lord asked, and came to assist the boy. That much was obvious, and Severus dared not lie. "I did, my lord. I admit I was nearby and heard yelling. When I realized what spell Nott cast, I was afraid the brat would die of blood loss. I knew you would not like that." "No, I would not like that." The Dark Lord lifted a white, long-fingered hand and brushed it over the boy's cheek, then hovered over his bound and blinded eyes. Severus noted that Voldemort's hand never went near the accursed scar. "You did well, Severus," he said, then glanced at Avery getting to his feet, and the still body of Nott, "although I would prefer if you left the punishment of my servants to me, unless I give you leave." "Of course, my lord. As you say. Always, Severus. Let me remind you, however. Crucio." And then his world was pain, and he voiced the screams that Harry could not, and he took comfort in that, until at last it was over and he was on his hands and knees, panting for breath, and Voldemort was gone. Avery, leaning against the wall, gave him a dangerous look as he climbed unsteadily to his feet. "The Dark Lord said you were to be his caretaker now, Snape. You can stay in here all the bloody time, too," he said, "so you won't be too late to stop anyone from hurting the boy next time." Only then did he aim a sneer in the direction of Nott's body, before he pushed off the wall and opened the door. "Good luck to you." The door closed with a note of finality, and Severus was suddenly unsure if he had just been made a prisoner as well. Avery, leaning against the wall, gave him a dangerous look as he climbed unsteadily to his feet. "The Dark Lord said you were to be his caretaker now, Snape. You can stay in here all the bloody time, too," he said, "so you won't be too late to stop anyone from hurting the boy next time." Only then did he aim a sneer in the direction of Nott's body, before he pushed off the wall and opened the door. "Good luck to you." The door closed with a note of finality, and Severus was suddenly unsure if he had just been made a prisoner as well. It was fully 24 hours before the boy came around enough to make more noise than the pathetic groans and grunts that passed for speech when he had no tongue. The first words out of Severus' mouth when he knew the boy was awake were, "How stupid are you?" "Sorry," the boy whispered, against all his expectations, and subsided without further justifying himself. But Severus was not done. "Nott is dead. I killed him, for you, as it was the only way to cease that spell." A look of anguish crossed what he could see of the boy's face, and he pressed on. "The Dark Lord has determined that, although I was in the right in keeping him from killing you, that I must remain in here with you, until you are sufficiently recovered. The door is locked and warded. Thus I am as much a prisoner as you." This is what happens when you lose your temper, when you do not control your emotions. I said I'm sorry, the boy said, his voice still quiet and calmer than it should be. Sorry will not help us here. He huffed in annoyance. He didn't know what would help them anymore. He couldn't disapparate with the wards around the manor, and he couldn't even get them out of the room without the Dark Lord knowing in an instant. He wasn't altogether sure the Dark Lord had accepted his words on why he had been near the boy, or why he had stepped in. It could be that he was under more suspicion than usual. Certainly he was, from Avery. In the meantime, he was concerned that the boy had lost his will to fight. I know, sir, came another whisper from the boy. What can I do? Just rest, Severus told him. The more you rest, the faster the damage will heal. Will I be able to see again? The voice now contained an edge of fear, and Severus did not want to add to it, but neither did he want to lie to the boy. But Harry took his hesitation as an answer. Oh no. Wait now, Potter. It's more than likely you'll regain your sight, but there was a lot of damage. It may take a while. What are the chances, sir, of being permanently blind? Severus sighed and considered. No more than 20%, I would say. If I had access to my potions, I would be better able to help, but I can't summon anything into this room, and I am not allowed to send for things from my chambers. At least he still had his wand, so there was still hope he could salvage his position. Silence then, from the boy. Tomorrow, we'll remove the bandage. Today, Severus finished quietly, just rest. Harry lay on the bed, in darkness and misery, feeling more ashamed than ever before in his life. There was a profound difference, he knew, between courage and rank stupidity, and he had crossed that line when he baited Nott. And now Nott was dead, because of him, and Snape had taken the fall. It was because of Snape that Bellatrix had stopped casting the Cruciatus at him, and it was because of Snape that he'd gotten better from the treatment, or lack thereof, at the Dursleys. Hell, it was because of Snape that he'd lived past first year at Hogwarts and his first Quidditch match. And now, Snape was in trouble, his position of spy compromised, because Harry was too dumb to keep his mouth shut. They'd had a terrible time of it, getting Harry to control his thoughts and feelings, when Snape had tried to teach him occlumency. Harry had never really wanted to learn. He'd thought the connection with Voldemort would be helpful, and that he could see things that were important. It didn't help, of course, that Snape seemed to not want to explain things to him, but expected him to already know, just like he'd expected Harry to know what a Bezoar was on their first day, when it was impossible, given his Muggle upbringing. But really, it wasn't Snape's fault. Alone in the darkness of his mind, Harry's thoughts whirled, spinning so fast he could hardly make sense of them. The same issues came up again and again. Why did Voldemort not just kill him? Was it just because he didn't know the last bit of the prophecy, or was there more to it than that? Something even more sinister. And how was Harry going to escape here, now that Snape was locked in with him? His only hope had been for Snape's outside help to get him out, and now that hope was gone. And he just wasn't up for more mind games with the Dark Lord. He didn't know what Voldemort wanted, and his prospects were grim. And now he was blind. Perhaps not permanently. 80% chance of getting his sight back. How could he fight the Dark Lord if he was blind? How would he go back to Hogwarts? How could he do any magic at all? Despair closed over him like the lid of a coffin, and he fell into its darkness where it had always waited for him, quiet and unassuming and completely alone. Severus had let the boy's silence go on long enough. He received food from Avery twice a day and served it out to the two of them, making the boy eat when his obvious lethargy would have prevented it. Potatoes at 3 o'clock on the plate, he'd say, or, it's shepherd's pie, at noon, hoping the boy would show some inclination of helping himself. When Potter didn't, he let it go on for a day, and then decided it was no good to let it continue. Snap out of it, Potter, he hissed at the boy, when Potter made no move to eat the food in front of him. I haven't kept you alive all this time so you can starve yourself to death. Silence. Answer me, Potter, or are you so arrogant you think you're above pretty niceties? The boy only shook his head, with a whispered, no, sir. Annoyed now, he'd never admit to himself to being worried. He growled, if your parents could see you now, or your beloved dogfather, what would they think of their precious boy? Shut up, Potter said, but there was no feeling in it. Severus frowned. They sacrificed everything for you. Their lives, Potter. Is this how you repay them? By giving up? By cowering away from reality? Are you that weak? But none of his usual taunts got a rise out of the boy like they should have, and Potter lay on the bed, his bandaged face aimed toward the ceiling, and ignored him. They had to get out of here, now. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of his office that overlooked the grounds of Hogwarts, stared at the Forbidden Forest, and tried not to give in to despair. All the signs he'd received pointed to Harry still being held by Voldemort, and yet, still alive. The only thing he could think of was that Voldemort was trying to kill Harry by other than magical means. Starvation, perhaps, or exposure. Why else would he keep the boy so long, and with no gloating pictures in the Daily Prophet, where he practically owned the editors, or the faintest word of boasting from any of his minions? Lucius Malfoy, for one, had been uncommonly quiet these last weeks, and had disturbed Dumbledore no end. The Order was in fine fettle in containing many of the Dementor attacks, but they were spread thin, too thin to spare anyone to search for either of his two boys. It was not hearing from Severus that particularly worried him. There had been no word from him, not one. Not in almost 2 weeks. Always, Severus sent word, via Patronus message or owl or something, when he was going to be gone longer than expected. And he had been gone since the day Harry disappeared. Turning from the window, Dumbledore caught sight of the other person in his office. Minerva McGonagall. She was being terribly patient with him, considering she had her own duties to see to, and he was wasting her time by staring out of windows. But he had used the time wisely, he thought. He had come up with a plan. "Minerva," he said as he gazed at her over the half-moons of his spectacles, "how much do you know about population dynamics?" Many, many miles away, Severus Snape sat in front of a fire, in a room that was too warm, and brooded. Behind him, on a bed, the golden boy slumbered, his rasping breaths the only audible reminder of his presence. Severus was angry with the boy, and not just because of the way he had goaded Nott, or because Severus had been forced to kill to save his life, and not even because the boy's eyes just didn't seem to be healing properly. No, he was angry because the boy showed no signs of getting over his latest sulk. Oh, Severus understood. Sort of, the teenager's desire to be sulky. Hell, Severus enjoyed a good brood as much as the next person. But they couldn't afford it now. Not where they were, and not with the Dark Lord watching their every move. It was only a matter of time before. A scream broke his reverie, and Severus was on his feet in an instant. The boy was still in bed, hands clutched to his face, still covered by the bandage. No, they were at his forehead. His back was arched as if he was currently under the Cruciatus, and the scream. Merlin's ghost. Like a wounded rabbit. Severus went to his side and grabbed at the boy's arm, to keep his fingernails away from where they dug at flesh, tearing at the scar. Despite his recent infirmities, however, the boy's panic made him strong, and he ripped his arm away from Severus, back still arched so taut, Severus was actually afraid it might snap. Blood dripped from the boy's hands, and gouged skin lay under his nails, and still he clawed and screamed. Severus grabbed him again, this time at the shoulders, and pulled the boy close, turning him so he could press the boy's back against his chest, pinning his arms at his sides. "Occlude, Harry," he whispered into the boy's ear. It was unlikely anyone would hear him over the screams. "Clear your mind. Come on, now. Push him out." But the boy did not seem to hear him, or could not do it, and long minutes passed, of horrific screams that grew softer only because the boy's voice hoarsened. And then, panting breaths and near silence, signaling the end of this trial, and Severus loosened his grip. He had heard, of course, that the boy suffered nightmares, and visions of the Dark Lord, when he slept. But he had never seen it. The actuality was far worse than he thought. The boy was still trembling with the after-effects of the Cruciatus. He recognized the symptoms all too well. He'd wondered, a time or two the previous year, if that's what he was seeing when he met the boy in a dark corridor or in Dumbledore's office late at night, after one of these nightmares, but had thought it impossible. And now he knew. Very few things were impossible, he was learning, when it came to Harry Potter. The tremors would ease with time, he knew, but the process would speed if he could give the boy a potion he specifically developed for the purpose. He debated asking for permission to fetch one, but decided against it. It was possible the Dark Lord did not know the full extent of the boy's connection to him. And if he did not, getting a potion to ease the effects of that spell would clue him in. He realized after a few minutes that the boy was clinging to him, now, hands fisted in the sleeves of Severus' robes, and that he still had not spoken. Quietly, Severus said, "Vision?" The boy nodded against his chest, and drew a shuddering breath. "Was havin' another go at Bella. He's still mad." Severus suppressed a savage smile of triumph. He'd never liked the cold, crazed bitch, and for her to have fallen out of favor was all to the good. Anything else? Harry shook his head, then let out a beep. The movement obviously pained him. "Just stay still a while," Severus told him. "It will pass." "I know." The voice was so tired sounding, so resigned, that Severus was taken aback. Did any of them know, truly, what this boy had gone through? Especially over the last 5 years. He knew, vaguely, about what had happened when Potter met Quirrell in the room with the mirror, and that he had somehow fought a basilisk in the spirit of Tom Riddle, and once more come out victorious. He knew that Potter had gone against Dementors more times than any who did not live at Azkaban, and had faced Voldemort again at the Cemetery of the Dark Lord's rebirth. But he hadn't really thought about it in more than the abstract. He hadn't really considered what the impact of all that fighting and surviving had been on the boy's psyche. If the Dark Lord's plan was to show this boy kindness and thus gain his trust whilst usurping him for his own purposes, it was possible it would work. In the meantime, though, you need to get up now and wash yourself, Potter. You're a bit ripe. The boy stiffened, obviously affronted, and Severus continued, "How many days has it been since you had a proper bath?" A shrug. Back to indifference, were they? "Tell you what, Potter. Either you get up and take a bath, or I'll dunk you in there, clothes and all." The boy shot up, wresting himself away from Severus' hold. "You wouldn't." "I would. It's high time you snapped out of this lethargy. You've spent enough time wallowing." "Wallowing, yes, wallowing," he sneered. "The headmaster thinks so highly of you. What would he say if he could see you like this?" "He'd see that I'm blind, Snape, and here, and alone, just like always. Oh, for pity's sake, stop it. You're not alone. I'm here, locked in just like you." "Not like me." A flush had crept up Harry's neck and reddened his cheeks. He'd turned around on the bed, so that he was facing Severus, even though his eyes were still covered. On his knees, his hands in fists. "What do you know, anyway? You think you know me, but you have no idea what I'm like, or what's happened to me." Since Severus had just been thinking along those lines, he made a non-committal noise, which might have been interpreted as a snort of amusement, if one had it in mind to take it that way. As he expected, the boy exploded. "Laugh, sure. What does it matter to you, if everyone who ever cared about me is dead? If my relatives hate me or abandoned me to die? All that matters to you is that I look like my dead father, who was an ass to you when you were kids. I've never done anything to you like that, and yet you've always hated me. You treat me like I'm dirt, just like they do." His hand swung out to encompass the whole of the world. "What of your fan club?" Severus asked, still prodding the boy out of his malaise. The boy actually growled at him. "The same fan club who whispers about me every time that Skeeter woman prints her stories. The same ones who thought I'd petrified students and tried to kill them and who thought I was telling lies for attention. Those fans." "I meant your Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley." "Oh, them." The boy subsided once more. "Hermione's always stood by me. Always. Ron." He sighed. "Not so much." Surprised, though he really should be, he supposed. The youngest Weasley boy was rather immature. Severus pushed a bit farther. "Not as enamored of you as she is?" Potter made a snorting noise of his own, sounding disgusted. "He was jealous of me, jealous, when my name came out of that bloody cup in 4th year. Jealous that some Death Eater git was trying to kill me. I told him he could have the bloody fame and the whispers and Daily Prophet stupidity and all of it. I sure don't want it. I just wanted to be normal. Not some freak." The way he said the word made Severus frown. "Freak?" he echoed. The boy slumped, cushioning his head in his hands and hiding his face. His shoulders hitched up in a shrug and he shook his head. "Never mind." "Oh, no, you don't," Severus thought. "Not when I've gotten so close to having you back to your defiant self." "Who called you that?" he asked, taking a guess. Only one shoulder shrugged this time. Dursley's, but I don't care. No, no. Potter's face came up again, looking furious. Good, and neither do you, so leave me alone. I would like nothing better, Severus said. Alas, we are stuck together, you and I, and we shall have to make the best of it. Potter snorted again and turned away, rolling over on the bed. Whatever. I warned you. Severus used his wand to levitate the boy, who squawked with indignation as he rose off the bed. With a swish and flick, he sent the boy floating into the bathroom, and he followed, manually turning on the taps and adjusting the temperature. Wand still up. As Potter shouted protests from his position near the ceiling, Severus let the water run long enough to get a good few inches in the deep tub, and then lowered the boy into it with a splash. Sputtering, Potter swiped hair off his face. You stupid, slimy. Git. Yes, he said fiercely. Indeed. Now, you'd be better served if you removed your clothes. Or would you like me to do that for you, too? No, I'll do it. And he immediately started pulling off his soggy shirt. Satisfied, Severus moved to the door. I expect soap to be used liberally, Potter. We'll change the dressing on your eyes when you are through, but try not to get it wet, regardless. As he closed the door to the bathroom, the boy muttered, Yeah, well, shouldn't have dunked me then. Severus returned to his place before the fire and smiled. Harry griped and muttered through his whole bath, though he did use a liberal amount of soap, and he did try not to get the bandage on his eyes wet. He didn't like his chances for being able to see again, and he certainly didn't want to do anything to jeopardize them. But Snape was such a git, and mean, and sarcastic and snarky and completely unsympathetic. And he'd tried to talk Harry through his vision, and tried to ground him, help him through the pain. It hadn't worked, of course. Voldemort was too close, he thought, and his anger too harsh. And, of course, Harry was rubbish at occlumency. But Snape had tried, and he had warned Harry about washing, really. And Harry had to admit the potion's master was right about that. He was ripe. How many days had it been since his eyes were injured, since Nott died? He didn't know. It was hard to track the days when he couldn't see, and even harder, when he refused to eat, and couldn't sleep properly. He'd been falling into a black hole with smooth sides that he could not climb, and though he still did not know how to get out of it, at least he realized someone was watching him from above, and might be able to throw him a rope. Maybe. Washing his hair was hardest, with trying to keep his face dry, but he leaned back into the water, keeping his face out, to wet it, and then, after shampooing, to rinse. Probably there was some residue, but without his wand, he couldn't cast a proper spell to get it all out. Not that he was allowed to use magic on summer halls anyway, not till he was 17. A sudden thought struck him, making the constant trembles from Cruciatus worsen. He'd used magic, at the Dursleys, when the Death Eaters had come for him. If nothing else, if he lived to get out of this place, and his eyesight was restored, he had an expulsion from Hogwarts to look forward to. Or a trial like the one last year, at any rate. Rage and despair warred inside him as he finished washing, scrubbing his skin violently, teeth clenched and all his muscles tense. He rinsed off more slowly as his rage subsided, leaving him hollow inside. When he was done, he stood unsteadily in the tub and groped for a towel where he remembered them being before. The soft cloth was gentler on his skin than he had been, and soothed him, at least a little. He wrapped the towel around his waist and went back to the other room, feeling his way along the wall. Professor? Yes, Potter? Snape's voice came from near the fire, he thought, and sounded very neutral to his ears, without that same tone of condescension he heard so often and expected now. Could you? He sighed and swallowed his pride. It hurt his throat, going down. Could you help me with clean clothes, sir? Yes, Potter. He heard Snape rise and walk toward the chest of drawers. A drawer opened, and then the side of the wardrobe. Movement again, closer. Come here, Potter, Snape said. Toward the sound of my voice. I've laid your clothes out on the bed. Hesitantly, Harry obeyed, having to trust a man who hated him so readily and fervently. He took 2 steps, small ones, and then a bigger one, and his hand brushed the top of the bed. Groping again, he found the clothes. Shirt, jumper, pants, underclothes. All right then? Snape asked. As Harry nodded, he continued, Let me give you some privacy, so you may dress. Harry heard the door close to the bathroom, and hurriedly pulled on the dry clothes, wondering what had taken the snark out of the snarky man. A few minutes later, Snape had him sitting in a chair by the fire, and was changing the dressing on his eyes. He had Harry open his eyes briefly, to check for damage. Harry could discern light, but no shapes, and the light burned. He closed his eyes quick again as tears formed against the burning. Snape didn't say anything for long moments, but pried one lid up, and peered at him, then pried up the other, shielding the light from his eyes with his own body. "What is it?" Harry asked after the second lid had been replaced. "Are they getting better?" "It's slow going," Snape said. "It'll be some time before we know for certain." Harry nodded, swallowing thickly. It was his own stupidity that had brought him to this, all of it. "It would be better if I had access to my lab. I have an idea for a potion that might help." His voice was very soft, and Harry had trouble catching it, but the meaning was clear. "He won't let you brew here." The snort of amusement was clear this time. "Not for my own purposes. And not now, at any rate." A pause. "Are you feeling better?" Harry held out his arm. Tremors still ran through it, but not as bad as just after he'd woken from the vision. "Yes, sir." "Good." A hand grasped his elbow and pulled him to the bathroom, where Snape turned on the water in the sink, the tub, and then flushed the toilet. In the ensuing roar of water, a low voice whispered in his ear, "We're leaving here tonight." Minerva McGonagall crouched on the corner post of a stone wall as she watched her contacts retreat back into woods and farmland. Her eighth such meeting of the night had given her more information than any of the others, specifically regarding the nearby town of Topsam and the manor named for it, that lay on the outskirts. It was almost 2 a.m., time to check in again. Minerva arched her back and stretched, very cat-like, as the last of her sources twitched their tails, vanishing into the darkness, then transformed back into her normal, bespectacled self. A few apparitions and flow rides later, and she entered the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Albus was there, as well as Nymphadora Tonks, who was midway through her own report. No change on the south coast, and minimal difference in and around Swindon. Not enough to show any significant dark curses being thrown around. The women watched as Albus crossed several more names off the list in front of him, then shifted his gaze to Minerva, silently asking for her report. She told him about 3 of the places she'd visited since their last check-in, and watched him cross off those names, too. Then she addressed Topsam. "How sure are you?" he asked. "Fairly." She drew herself up and adjusted her tartan shawl. "According to my sources, the vibrations around Topsam Manor point to very dark magic indeed. In the last fortnight, the emanations have increased tenfold, and the numbers of native creatures inhabiting the surrounding areas has decreased dramatically. I believe that is where we will find him." Albus nodded, his gaze pensive and focused inward. "Good. Excellent work, ladies." Tonks turned from Minerva, and a stubborn expression crossed her malleable features. "I want to go on the rescue." "I, as well," Minerva put in. She would not be put off this time. But Albus shook his head, taking another drop from his never-ending supply. "I need you to mind the school," he said gently. "Albus, you can scarce afford to send anyone else. What of the attack you said was planned for Leeds? The school can mind itself for a few hours?" The headmaster was quiet so long, head bent, that she was sure he was going to refuse. But then he nodded, at last. "It's true," he said, and his bright blue eyes met Minerva's. For once, they were not twinkling. "I have no one to spare for this mission. The most I can do for you is try to remove any blocks or wards on the property, so you may gain entrance." He studied each of them in turn. "I need not remind you that not only will this be dangerous, but that if you are caught—" "We will not be caught," Minerva told him. "But, in the unlikely event that occurs, we will not expect relief from outside." Tonks nodded, beside her, and Albus spent a few minutes making each of them a portkey out of an old drop tin. The portkeys would take them, plus one other, directly to the Hogwarts infirmary. They spoke a while longer, finalizing plans, and then Albus shooed them out of his office, with his promise to inform them the very moment the manor wards were breached. Minerva and Tonks apparated from the gates of Hogwarts to the edge of the town of Topsam, and Minerva led the younger woman toward the manor, where they awaited the signal. The night was warm, and the moon a mere sliver of yellow, which set behind the distant hills, even as they waited. The first touches of false dawn lit the sky before the stone in the charmed ring on Minerva's finger flared to orange. Time to go. Just after midnight, Severus held a muted conference with the boy who lived to bloody annoy him in the bathroom, with water running in tub and basin both. The boy was pale and shaking again. Apparently, a raid planned for Leeds had not gone well for the Death Eaters. They had been interrupted by Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix, and several of their number were killed or arrested. The Dark Lord was angry. The result of his anger had required Potter to bathe again, as he'd covered himself and his bedclothes in vomit before being rendered unconscious. The lightning scar on his forehead bled freely, and burned ugly red against the boy's otherwise quite pale skin. Severus was having second thoughts about the escape, not least because he couldn't get the stubborn boy to agree to anything. Right now, he was trying to convince the fool to use the portkey Severus kept for emergencies. The problem the boy kept harping on was that it was set for only one person to use, so Severus could not be followed by someone who meant him harm. It also meant he could take no passengers. "I can find my own way, you arrogant child," Severus spat. From his seat on the edge of the tub, Potter turned his face up to the potion's master. Severus had transformed a teacup into dark glasses, and had minimized the bandages on the boy's eyes so they were hidden by the glasses. He hoped no one they met would realize just how blind he was. Anything they could use to their advantage, they would. "Who's arrogant now?" The boy growled softly. "How will you get out? I'm not leaving you behind." "As if you have a choice." The boy set his jaw and Severus barely refrained from grabbing and shaking him. "I can choose not to leave." With narrowed eyes, Severus considered the boy and his utter obviousness. While he found Potter's determination to continually play savior rather irritating, it was also good to know the boy had courage to spare, and would not duck and run at first opportunity. But Severus was not going to be the one responsible for getting him killed. He sighed and explained. "I will need to get you out beyond the wards that prevent disapparition, or the portkey won't even work. Then, you will use the portkey, and I will apparate. Unless you are suddenly capable of that now?" "No, sir." Potter's chin came up a fraction more. "But I want you to promise me you'll do it." "Do what?" "Apparate. Promise you won't stay behind and try to spy anymore." Severus gaped at the boy's audacity. What was he playing at now? It wasn't as if the arrogant whelp gave a rat's fart whether his slimy git of a potions professor lived or died. "I can't do that," he said at last. "Then he'll kill you." Potter's voice actually broke over the words, startling Severus still further. "No, he needs his potions, Potter, and his spy into the Order. He would be punished, horribly, for letting the brat get away, but he would not be killed. Probably. And if there was anything to be salvaged from this debacle, he would do his best to find it. He owed Albus that much, and more." The boy was quiet long enough that Severus thought he had acquiesced, but he was still surprised when Potter nodded. "I'll need your wand. If you're staying behind, it'll look better if I've taken your wand." "No, absolutely not. How dare he even suggest? Then I'm not going. He'll know, otherwise. How could I have overpowered you and snuck away without even a wand?" "Fine." Severus grated, finally out of patience. This boy might literally be the death of him. "Now, listen to me. The guards will be changing in less than 5 minutes. 10 minutes more, and I will unlock the door and hit them both with stupefy. We'll have very little time after that. Alarms will have sounded." It had been, all in all, a stupid plan, born of desperation, with too many ways it could go horribly awry. Still, they had made it as far as the back entrance to the manor, with Potter gripping the wand in one hand, and a fold of Severus' cloak with the other. The wand was aimed at Severus' back, as if he were holding the older wizard hostage and forcing him assist him in an escape. Though Severus was as alert as he ever was. Which was to say, very, Potter heard the others first, and jerked him to a stop, seconds before Severus saw them for himself. Seconds before a burst of red light streamed into the space he would have occupied, one step later. Damn, damn, damn. Severus spun to recapture his wand, knowing that the boy would not be able to use it very well without his sight. But the brat surprised him again and had aimed at the trio of Death Eaters who emerged from the shadows. With a shout of Expelliarmus, he disarmed one of them. Curses and counters flew back and forth, and the boy seemed to have a preternatural feel for where spells would come from, and where they would go, and he dodged and ducked to avoid each one, except when he set up a block. He hit another of the Death Eaters with a bodybind curse, and had taken aim at the third when Severus heard the thundering of more footsteps. Many more. Out! He shouted to the boy. He seized Potter's shoulder and dragged him to the door. They had just made the back steps when the Death Eaters appeared behind them, more than a dozen, from all over the manor, it seemed like. And more came at them from the shadows of the grounds. They were surrounded, with odds of 15 to 1, and the edge of the wards was over 100 yards away. Severus shoved the boy to the ground as spells converged on the space where he had been. The Death Eaters' curses ricocheted and hit manor walls, trees, and each other. Severus took a cutting curse to the leg, and his knee buckled beneath him, pain radiating from the wound. He gritted his teeth against it and grabbed the boy by the shirt collar, hauled him to his feet, and pushed him stumbling forward toward a space between Death Eaters that had opened when the curses rebounded. Rather than just running, Potter swung the wand around and aimed again. He hurled more curses, Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Petrificus taught. Amazingly, 2 of the curses found their marks, but then the boy lurched over the uneven ground and lost his footing. A bright band of yellow light slammed into him from the side. He crumpled, and lay still. Momentum made Severus trip over him, but he managed to catch hold of Potter's shirt and yank him up anyway. Though dead weight, the boy was light enough to carry, and Severus staggered forward with his burden, flinging Potter over one shoulder. He knew that it was lost, that they had lost, and he was known for a spy. Still, he had to try and get them out. Taking possession of his wand once more, he hurled another curse behind him, and one to the side, still grinding forward. If he hadn't had the boy over his shoulder, he might have been able to duck the curse that brought him down at last. But what-ifs were pointless to consider in the split second between light and darkness, between the struggle to freedom, and the knowledge that he had failed. When he fell, he thrust the boy away, even now hoping to give him those last few feet. But he failed at that as well, and he knew true despair as the high shriek of Bellatrix's laughter assaulted his ears, just before darkness claimed him. Harry woke slowly, and in pain. He could hear voices around him, but could not make out the specifics. His eyes were gummed shut again, though the bandage was gone, as were the special glasses Severus had transformed for him. His head throbbed, and when he touched his temple, his fingers came away sticky with what he assumed was half-congealed blood. The stone floor was cold against his skin, and he realized the worst, perhaps, was that he was completely naked. There were 3, no 4 others in the room. He didn't know how he knew, any more than he knew how he had been able to sense where the Death Eaters were when he and Snape had been ambushed and pursued across the grounds. He just knew, as if he could see them by the pulse of their magic, even though his eyes couldn't see them. Maybe it was because he couldn't see with his eyes. No matter. He knew Snape was here, too, still unconscious on the floor nearby. "He's awake," said the high, cold voice he was most dreading, and he focused on that one pulse of magic, felt it ripple across his body like a dark wave, trying to drag him under. The magic emanating from the wizard pressed on him from all sides, and kept him from drawing a full breath. His scar pulsed in time with the magic, a steady beat of agony. Voldemort took a step closer to him, and Harry forced himself up so he was sitting, brought his knees to his chest for some protection, and stared in the dark wizard's direction. "You have abused my hospitality, Mr. Potter," Voldemort said, and Harry shuddered at the threat in the man's voice. "I am very disappointed." Harry lifted his chin a little more, not wanting to show fear. "Yeah, well, get used to it," he said, and was gratified to hear the other 2 in the room, both Death Eaters, he assumed, gasp at his impertinence. But Voldemort did not rise to the bait. "I am even more disappointed about my potions master's defection, I must admit. I had my suspicions, but—" "Let me kill the traitor for you, my lord," offered an excited voice. "Bellatrix." Harry shuddered again, and not from the cold. "Please. I brought him down for you. I should be the one." "Silence!" Voldemort roared. "I shall decide who will have the honor of that sweet task, Bella." The man turned briefly, and Harry could sense the buildup of power in him, like a rising tide. "In the meantime, I find I must teach a lesson in manners to our little, blinded friend. Lucius, bring him to me." Harry sensed Lucius Malfoy approaching, and put his magical signature to memory, as he had with Bellatrix and Voldemort. With a soft chuckle and a whispered, You're mine, Potter. Malfoy grabbed a fistful of Harry's hair and used it to drag him forward while Harry tried to get his feet under him. A pointless exercise, as it turned out. The first Crucio had him writhing on the floor, and was a mere taste of what was to come. Snape woke at some point, Harry knew, but could do nothing to aid him, and although Harry tried, for his professor's sake, to hide the waves and crests of pain in that dark cupboard in his mind, it was a near impossible task. Finally, when Voldemort let Lucius beep him, to Bellatrix's jeering catcalls, and then took Harry himself, he broke utterly, screaming and pleading for their mercy. But they had none. Afterwards, when his voice was gone, and he was covered in blood, from wounds both internal and external, he could barely remember his name, never mind what made him think he could escape from this monster in the first place. All he knew, all he deserved, was pain. It was nearly dawn when the boy finally broke. Severus was honestly surprised he had lasted so long. Lying on his side, in a full body bind, he could not turn away, could not even close his eyes to the boy's torment. He knew when Potter realized Severus had woken, knew because of the change in his demeanor, and how he struggled all the harder to remain stoic and separate from the horrors they put him through. Part of him marveled at the very idea that Potter should want to appear brave before his greasy git of a professor, but a larger part of him grieved for what the sadistic bastards did to him. It wasn't until Lucius and the Dark Lord each took their gruesome pleasure from the boy by force that Potter resorted to begging and sobbing, telling his captors over and over again that he was sorry. Severus found himself angrier than he had ever been in his life. He had never excelled at wandless magic, though he could do a passable Lumos and Scourgify. But the unnerving cries of the boy on the floor near him, underscored by the hideous laughter of the madwoman, Bellatrix, drove him to new heights of rage. His magic boiled through him, igniting his blood, his bones, everything. The bonds holding him vanished in an eruption of light and sound, drowning everything else in a roar of thunder, and he flung himself at the boy in the ensuing chaos. He pried a tiny ring off his left pinky, and pressed the stone before jamming the ring into the curl of Potter's fist. If it was going to work, it would be in just 3 seconds. 2, 1. The boy vanished, very much to his surprise. Severus bared his teeth in a mockery of a smile and climbed to his feet to face the Dark Lord. Seconds later, he was shocked again, but undeniably pleased, to find Professor McGonagall appear suddenly in front of him and grab his arm. With a familiar tug behind his navel, the Deputy Headmistress Portkey pulled him away. The boy vanished, very much to his surprise. Severus bared his teeth in a mockery of a smile and climbed to his feet to face the Dark Lord. Seconds later, he was shocked again, but undeniably pleased, to find Professor McGonagall appear suddenly in front of him and grab his arm. With a familiar tug behind his navel, the Deputy Headmistress Portkey pulled him away. The second the Portkey let him go, Severus hit the infirmary floor running. "Where is he?" he asked McGonagall, though she could hardly know more than he, having arrived at the same time Severus did. Still, she nodded at a bed not 5 feet away, which Poppy was currently hovering over, and he got there in 2 strides, one hand out conjuring robes for himself without even thinking about it. He pulled the dark clothes over his head in one motion and then took in the boy, who incredibly still lived, lying pale and unmoving under the white sheets of the hospital bed, which were hastily drawn over his body. Only his face showed now. Probably the only part of him currently unmarked, but for the inflamed scar on his forehead. "My stars," McGonagall said, and put a hand over her mouth. She looked to Severus for answers he knew he wouldn't be able to give. What happened to him? "Nothing good," he answered shortly. He glanced at Poppy, and she ignored him in favor of running diagnostics. Just as well. Still, he summoned a chair from the other side of the room for Minerva, hardly missing his wand in the effort. Anger was great for something, after all. Nymphadora Tonks materialized in the infirmary only moments later, clutching a battered drop tin, and looking startled and disheveled. McGonagall went to her, and they conversed in low tones as Severus tried to listen in. Then, giving it up, he approached the Medi-Witch. She looked over at him, then down at his bare feet, and frowned. "Do you need anything? Are you hurt?" He shook his head. His leg would need to be seen to, but he could deal with that on his own, later. "How far have you gotten?" he asked quietly. "How many times?" she asked back. Her voice was even lower than his. She knew, then. "Twice." He swallowed. Lucius, then the Dark Lord himself. She drew a sharp breath, then nodded solemnly as she let it out, professional to the core. Just as well he's not conscious, then, for the healing I have to do. Pull the curtain round, will you? Severus complied, then staggered as adrenaline left him in a rush that made his head swim. They were safe, for the moment. Out of the awfulness of that manor house prison, and safe. He would never be able to go back to his spying, now that the Dark Lord knew his true loyalties. He would never have to go back to his spying. Perhaps some good could come from this after all. Outside Potter's sanctuary, McGonagall grabbed Severus' arm before he could fall down, and settled him in the chair he'd meant for her. He rubbed his hands over his face, exhaustion taking the place of his rage. You were bleeding, too, Severus, McGonagall said. Your leg. It's fine, he said and stared at the curtain that hid the broken body of the savior of the wizarding world. He knew what such an experience could do to the boy. Would he survive it, or would it be the proverbial straw to break Potter's back? As he'd mused days ago, or was it weeks? This boy had been through so much in such a short time that it was frankly amazing he still had his sanity intact. Or at least, he'd had it before this latest encounter. Watching the Dark Lord teach the boy his lessons in manners had been one of the hardest things Severus had ever been forced to witness. He had lost count of the number of times each of them, Lucius, Bellatrix, and Voldemort, had cast the Cruciatus on Potter, likewise the number of cutting curses, stinging hexes, and all the rest. But with everything and anything they did, the boy bore it better than any wizard or muggle he'd ever seen. His courage, his fortitude, was undeniable. Potter had endured it all, until the end. What did they do to Harry? Tonks murmured, loud enough for him to hear. Everything, he said under his breath. Everything they could think of, to break him. While Minerva and the young Auror stared at him with wide eyes, he climbed to his feet again. He'd promised the boy he'd make a potion for his eyes. If he got going on it now, he might even have it done before Potter woke. That is, if he woke. No, he wasn't going to be fatalistic about this. Not this time, despite the self-recriminations he was currently indulging in over what had happened. It had been his plan, his fault they were captured. Wouldn't they have been better off just remaining the Dark Lord's captives, ensconced in their pretty room? If he had known what would happen, he would never had made any plan to escape. Never. Merlin. Stepping briefly behind the curtain, he said to Poppy, let me know when he wakes. I might be able to help. She acknowledged his words with a nod and went back to her work. Severus caught a glimpse of the whip-like gashes on Potter's bloodied back before she blocked his view again. He left the infirmary with only a slight limp slowing him down. It was almost 24 hours later before the boy woke. Severus had already prepared the potion for his eyes. He had cleaned and healed the gash on his leg, and even slept, badly, for a few hours. And for the last 3 hours, he had been sitting by Potter's bedside, watching him, waiting. He didn't know, exactly, why he felt the need to sit vigil, and yet, here he was. And he wasn't sure what he had been expecting when the boy came back to consciousness, but a brief furrowing of his forehead before lapsing back into blankness was not it. The boy's eyes were shut, still, and bandaged up again, by Poppy, but Severus knew he was awake. Potter, he said quietly, and was ignored. His lips twisted sourly before he made himself say, Harry, I know you're awake. I want. He cut himself off and changed what he was going to say. I have a potion for you, for your eyes. You need to drink it. No response, as if the boy were deaf as well as blind. Frustration welled in him, tempered by understanding. But he couldn't let this go on. Very well, he said. I don't want to have to use force, but this potion is very important. Unless you'd rather remain blind. Nothing. So be it. Severus made a show of uncorking the vial loudly. Snitch fast. He snaked his arm under the boy's head and brought the potion to Potter's lips. Still, though he expected something, he was unprepared for the ferocity of Potter's reaction. The boy slapped his hand away, knocking the vial into the air, and jumped sideways several feet to get free of Severus' arm. Don't. Get away. Body trembling as much as his voice, Potter stood next to the bed, dressed in hospital wing pajamas, with one arm flung out to ward off intruders into his personal space. At least it was a reaction, and Severus had several vials of the potion. Harry, he said again, but much more quietly this time. "I want you to drink this potion, please." The boy shook his head minutely, but it might have been tremors left from the cruciatus, he couldn't tell. "No, care to tell me why not?" I dunno." Potter wrapped his arms around his middle, tired. "I'm sure you are," Severus agreed, keeping his voice as reasonable as possible. "But that shouldn't keep you from taking the potion. It's for your eyes. Once you drink it, then you can go back to sleep, all right?" The boy swallowed and hitched his shoulders up, but then nodded, finally. "Okay, yeah, all right. Do you want to climb back in bed first?" With jerky movements, owing as much to his blindness as to his level of upset, Potter found the bed's covering again, and pulled them up so he could slip beneath them. Severus waited until the boy was situated before uncorking another vial. "The potion is near your left hand, all right? You take it and drink it, and then I'll leave you alone. For a bit, anyway." Watching the extent of the tremors in Potter's hand as he reached for the vial was instructive. And worrisome. But the boy tossed the potion back and hardly made a face at the taste, then held out the empty vial. Severus was careful not to touch him as the vial passed between their hands. One startlement of that kind was more than enough for day one. "We'll give that a few hours, and I'll come back and check to see how well it's worked," Severus told him. But he was back to being ignored, as Potter curled up on his side and drew his legs to his chest. He hesitated, then decided to offer, regardless of how much heed his words might be taken. "If you need anything before then, even just to talk, or have someone sit with you, let Madame Pomfrey know, and she will send for me." He stopped by Poppy's office and let her know that the boy should have some dreamless sleep potion, soon. She nodded, but searched his face with an unreadable expression, until he had to turn away. Duty done for the moment, Severus returned to his chambers and tried not to think, at all. Harry lay in darkness and tried not to think. If it wasn't so dark, if he could just see, he wouldn't still feel like they were touching him. He could see that they weren't there, and he was in a bed, instead, in Hogwarts, but he couldn't see, and he was sure they were there, waiting for him to let down his guard. And they were laughing. Horrible, ugly laughter that set his teeth on edge and made him want to vomit over and over until there was nothing left inside. There was nothing left inside. He curled his legs in tighter to his chest, and rested his head on his knees. He was small. He was invisible. No one could see him anymore. No one was touching him. No one. They weren't. They couldn't be. No one could touch him. No one could see him when he hid deep inside his cupboard. Ah, Merlin. Snape had seen everything. Harry's face burned with shame and mortification, and his stomach flipped over. He had broken down. He had wept and pleaded with them, his captors, and Snape has seen it all. And then he had come here, and he hadn't laughed. Head still reeling, Harry hardly noticed when someone new approached the bed, but the moment they spoke, she spoke, he flinched away. But it was only Madame Pomfrey. Her voice was soothing, yet crisp. "Sit up, now, Mr. Potter, there's a good lad. I've a potion for you." He couldn't make sense of her words, though. It was like they swam through his head, never touching his ears. He was in the cupboard, door shut tight now, and it was the only safe place he knew. Dark and quiet, with no more screaming, and no one could ever find him or bother him ever again. Even if they cursed him and bloodied him, even if they put hands on him, or laughed at his pain, at his screams, he wasn't really there. Only his body. Not him. He was hidden, far, far away. He couldn't make sense of her words, though. It was like they swam through his head, never touching his ears. He was in the cupboard, door shut tight now, and it was the only safe place he knew. Dark and quiet, with no more screaming, and no one could ever find him or bother him ever again. Even if they cursed him and bloodied him, even if they put hands on him, or laughed at his pain, at his screams, he wasn't really there. Only his body. Not him. He was hidden, far, far away. After another couple hours, Severus could no longer stand the silence of his quarters, nor justify not making a complete report. He'd given Dumbledore a few of the highlights, or lowlights, rather, the day before, when the headmaster showed up briefly in the infirmary to check on Harry. And so he sought out the headmaster's office at last. "Fizzing Whizbees," he said to the gargoyles, and was allowed onto the stair, which spun in its lazy circle to deposit him on the entryway to Dumbledore's domain. The door opened all on its own. He hated when it did so, that heavy-handed emphasis on Dumbledore's knowledge of all the comings and goings in the school, including his own. He shut the door carefully behind him and stood before the headmaster's desk, feeling, not for the first time, like one of the miscreants he taught. Or tried to teach. "I've come to make a full report, sir," he said. Dumbledore nodded, his smile careworn. "I appreciate it, Severus. But it can wait, if you'd rather." "No, I wouldn't, and no, it can't. The Dark Lord shared some of his plans with me, with his servants, that bear telling." "Was this intelligence from before or after you were revealed as a spy?" His words were softly spoken, but Severus could have screamed from the way they cut through him. "Before," he admitted in a murmur. "I apologize for losing my status in his ranks, headmaster. But the boy was flailing, and I thought the risk too great to remain there. His sight, for one." "I quite agree," Albus interrupted. "I am only sorry we could not retrieve you sooner." He paused, and took out his never-ending supply of damnable candies. "Drop? No, please sit down, at least, Severus. Poppy tells me you have continued to visit Harry and are concerned about his condition." With less aplomb than he would have liked, Severus took a seat, but refused the candy. The thinking he had promised himself he would not have to do, swamped his brain and mired him in its bleak intensity. "Concerned? Of course I'm damned well concerned. Anyone with a conscience would be. Anyone with a shred of humanity. If he's to be the bloody chosen one who will defeat the sodding Dark Lord, I hardly think Catatonia will work to our advantage." "Language, Severus." The potions master sneered, but inclined his head. "My apologies, headmaster." Albus sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose, tucking a finger up under his spectacles. Then he placed his hands on his desk, folded together, and peered over the lenses at Severus. "I've made arrangements to have him sent to St. Mungo's for treatment." Severus leapt to his feet. "What? You can't be serious. The press will get wind of it quicker than you can say, 'the boy who went crazy.' And he won't be safe there from the Dark Lord, I can assure you of that." Spreading his hands, Albus said, "What would you have me do, Severus? His family has fled. His godfather is gone now, too. I can't send him to the Weasleys, for the same concern about his safety, and he simply cannot remain in the hospital wing until he's amply recovered." It was all true. He wasn't sure why such righteous indignation on the boy's behalf should so suddenly manifest in him, and yet, it did. He can't go to St. Mungo's. They'll have no idea how to help him. And who will guard him there, if we are stretched as thin as Minerva said? Albus looked pained, but not willing to budge. "Severus." "I'll take him," Severus offered, and at once thought, "What? Yet." His mouth continued to move. "He will stay in my quarters and I'll see to it that he comes back to himself. Or he would die trying." A thin hint of a smile creased the headmaster's lips, a shadow of his usual merriment. "If you think it will work." "It may be the only real chance the boy has," Severus said quietly, "and wasn't that a kick in the teeth?" Hours later, at Potter's bedside, Severus had cause to kick himself, again, for his rash offer. The boy lay quite still. Unresponsive, even when manhandled so he could be forced to drink potions. Not so much as a twitch, Poppy told him, since Severus had doused him with the potion for his eyes. For a few agonizing moments, he worried he'd inadvertently poisoned the boy with some kind of nerve tin. But it was the kind of worry not based in reality, and he went over the potion and its formulation in his head 3 times before he was satisfied that he was not, directly, to blame for the boy's current state. Indirectly, however. Part of his offer to take the boy in was undoubtedly due to the guilt gnawing at his insides, the feeling that he should have done more, or less, to prevent what the Dark Lord and his 2 chief lieutenants had done to him. And he hated guilt, hated it with a passion unmatched by any other, except perhaps for his hatred of Sirius Black, no matter what he'd told Potter during their imprisonment. He was just not the type to engage in self-flagellation. If he could assuage his guilt by helping the brat, so much the better. Sighing, Severus resigned himself to the task once again, and stood. Poppy materialized at his elbow. "I can cancel my trip," she said, again. Severus shook his head and he leaned over the bed and gathered the thin child to his chest. Dead weight, like there was nothing inside. No one home. He straightened with Potter in his arms. "No, we'll be fine. You have family to see to." "Severus." Are you sure this is a good idea? Her look of concern was directed as much at him as it was at the boy, and he was warmed by it, briefly. No, he admitted. But it will have to do. She nodded, reluctantly, and he carried the hope of the wizarding world to his quarters, in the form of a broken child. After placing the boy on a bed he had conjured earlier, on a room only recently spelled into being, Severus stood back and took a good look at Potter. Harry. He supposed if he was to have the care of the boy, they might as well be a bit more informal. He wouldn't put up with any disrespect, however, none of his cheek. Closing his eyes briefly, Severus drew a slow breath. He had no reason, at the moment, to be angry with the boy. And he couldn't very well vent his own inchoate rage, with Lucius and Voldemort, on their victim, no matter that the boy had been an easy target for him in the past. Poppy had done well, he realized, in healing Harry's physical body. At least what he could see outside of the light blue hospital pajamas. Thin pink scars lined his arms, but looked like they would fade well enough with time. Rather than assume, however, he lifted the pajama shirt and checked Harry's stomach, and was glad to find most of the scars there, too, would fade. A couple looked nastier than the others, probably Bella's work. He'd have to get a potion for those. As for the boy's mind, well, first things first. Food, water, sleep. Plus clothes, shelter, a place of safety. The rest would come in time. Without thinking, he smoothed the pajama top back over the boy's skin, then brushed an errant strand of dark hair out of the boy's eyes. His fingers traced the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, and he shook his head. So much pain, here. Was he doing the right thing? He had no idea, really, how to make the boy all better, or even if anything ever could. But if they were to win the war, they needed their chosen warrior to be up to the fight. Hating himself for thinking of the boy as a pawn. For that's what he was, pure and simple, just like Severus himself. He knew he had to do what was best for wizarding kind, not necessarily what was best for Harry. Come back to us, child, he whispered, cupping the boy's head lightly in his palm, potion-stained thumb stroking circles on his temple. I know you don't want to, but we need you out here. There was no response. Not that he'd expected one, truly, but it'd have been nice to be pleasantly surprised for once. In the darkness of the cupboard, Harry floated adrift, silent as the moon. He was alone here, just the way he liked it. Nothing and no one could touch him. Even when he felt tingles on his flesh, he knew it was just spiders, not the other. Spiders spinning their webs, minding their own business, and not intending to let him know they were there. He had no problems with spiders. There was no pain here, and the feeling was welcome. For years, day after day, pain had been part of his body, of his life. Here, he was comfortable, and comforted. After some long while of restfulness, he could even hear someone's voice, soft and oddly sibilant, whispering to him that everything was all right, that he was all right, and that nothing would hurt him anymore. He wanted so much to believe the voice that when it whispered that it could take care of him, if only he would let it, he could not find it in himself to refuse. Just let me in, the voice whispered, and promised safety, and warmth and caring, such as he had never known. No hurting, Harry whispered back. No hurting, the voice agreed. Safety, my dear, sweet boy, and love. He was not worthy of love, had never been. As far back as he could remember, back to where the cupboard and darkness began. No one had ever spoken those three little words to him before, the words he longed to hear. I love you. And he knew he was nothing, worthless, despicable and a freak, but still. He wanted so much to be loved. A long time passed, how long, he couldn't say, and he didn't care, really. But finally, he gave in to the soothing, slippery voice, lifted away the last barrier and allowed the presence inside. And for a little while, there was peace. Severus was beside himself. More than a week had passed with no change from the young Gryffindor. Severus had fed him, given him potions and tea to drink, had scourgified him and vanished waste from his bladder with a wave of a wand. The wand was a backup he kept for emergencies, since his own was still at that loathsome manor. He'd made sure the boy was comfortable in the bed at night and during the mornings, when Severus was preparing potions for Harry and for the school infirmary, and he had propped the boy up on the couch in the main room during the afternoons, in front of the fire, as he'd seemed to like in Topsam. Because Harry was so unresponsive, Severus could not even be sure the eye treatment had worked. Though he'd given the boy several more doses of the potion he'd developed, He had no idea if the boy could see yet. But Harry stared at the fire each afternoon, almost unblinking, and seemingly mesmerized by the flames. So he had high hopes, for that at least. Harry's mouth moved betimes, but no sound ever came out. Except once, and Severus still winced at the recollection. Days ago, while the boy was propped on the couch in front of the fireplace, Severus had been reading a new potions journal article aloud, hoping at least the sound of his voice would eventually stir some reaction, when he distinctly heard hissing. More than anything else, it reminded him of that damned Parseltongue, which had given the boy so much trouble in his second year. But it only lasted a second, and afterwards, when he'd risen and gone to the boy, and crouched in front of him, only to meet blank eyes, he wasn't sure he'd heard it at all. If he had made any noise at all, Harry had since gone back to silence. Which was why he was so completely gobsmacked when they were in their customary places one afternoon, Harry on the couch, and he on a winged chair, reading aloud from a wizarding history magazine, when a small voice said, "Please, some water." Severus almost dropped his journal. Indeed, he fumbled it in his hands as he hurried to put it down, even as he leapt to his feet. "Harry?" he asked, peering at the boy. Green eyes looked back at him tiredly, and the spark in them was more dampened than he had ever seen it, except perhaps that night after Cedric Diggory died, but it was there. "Can you see me?" Harry blinked heavy eyes, but nodded, blurry. "Your glasses." Severus looked around, finding the horrid NHS frames on the table beside him. "Here, let me," he continued as the boy struggled to free his hands from the cocooning quilt, and settled the glasses on Harry's nose. "Better?" "Yes, sir." His tone was hesitant, and softer than a whisper. If these dungeons weren't so naturally quiet, Severus would never have heard. In a trice, he conjured a small glass of water, and waited for Harry to get his hands free to take it. The boy's hands still trembled as he accepted the drink, but not nearly like they had in the infirmary, just the faintest of tremors, really. The new post-cruciatus potion he developed, this one for prolonged exposure, was working swimmingly, it appeared. He'd have to send a sample along to St. Mungo's. Harry sipped at the water, the first independent thing he'd done since their incarceration, and Severus watched him with a strange sense of satisfaction. When the boy had drunk almost half the glass, he stopped and closed his eyes again. Severus took the glass from him and banished it to the kitchens. "Harry?" he said again. "Anything else I can get you?" "Tired, Professor," the boy said, and did not open his eyes again, though he did pull the quilt closer and hunch himself inside it. "Just tired." "Well, it was a start." "Tired, Professor," the boy said, and did not open his eyes again, though he did pull the quilt closer and hunch himself inside it. "Just tired." "Well, it was a start." From the comfort of the couch, Harry watched, through heavily lidded eyes, as the professor stalked about his chambers with the grace normally associated with felines. He and the other Gryffindors often referred to Snape as the greasy git, or the big bat of the dungeons, but in truth, he was neither bat-like, or terribly gittish. Was gittish a word? Harry thought it over for a while, glad to give his mind something to focus on that wasn't Snape or Snape's quarters related. After due consideration, he decided gittish should be a word, if it wasn't already, and Hermione, who seemed to dislike made-up words immensely, since she couldn't find them in any book, would just have to get over it. He still had no idea why he was in Snape's quarters, and at Hogwarts either, for that matter. Snape hadn't said much at all, really, since Harry had woken up yesterday afternoon. If it could be called waking, when he'd actually just felt like he'd blinked. For a long time. He was really tired, though, and had a bunch of haziness in his mind that he didn't like much, but Snape hadn't said anything about that, either. Right now, the professor was looking up potion interactions, he'd said. He didn't seem to care if Harry talked or not, which was fine with Harry. And he seemed all right with Harry just staying curled up on the couch in front of the fire. Of course, he'd insisted that Harry go to bed at a reasonable hour last night, and even made him take an awful-tasting dreamless sleep potion before brushing his teeth, with a brand new brush, and he'd asked what Harry wanted for breakfast in the morning, prompting him to get out of bed, when Harry had thought he might just have a lie-in instead. But mostly, he'd been very ungittish. Very unsnap-like, really. Harry wasn't sure what to make of it. At last, the professor seemed to find what he was looking for, and returned to the wing-backed chair he'd occupied yesterday, with 3 books of differing sizes. Harry, snugged under his quilt on the couch, watched him page through them one at a time. Eventually, Snape looked up at Harry, who pretended to be staring at the bookcases instead. "Are you hungry?" he asked, his dark eyes keenly observant. "Thirsty?" "No, sir. Is there something you wanted to talk about, Harry?" Harry got an uncomfortable feeling in his stomach, but shook his head. How weird was it that the professor was calling him by his first name? What was wrong with him? Why had he suddenly changed? "No, sir." "Very well." The professor was quiet again, the only sound that of slowly turned pages. His head was bent low over the book, his hawkish nose almost touching the pages, as if squinting at the script, and Harry was hit hard by a memory, one not even his own. "I'm sorry," he said suddenly. Snape lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, and there was something in them that Harry couldn't place. Wariness? Concern? He wasn't sure, but knew it wasn't supposed to be on Snape's face, whatever it was. "Oh? What for?" "For looking." Harry twisted his hands together, and couldn't help but look down at them, but he was a Gryffindor, so he had to look the one he'd wronged in the eye. He owed Snape that much, at least. The professor only looked confused now, not infuriated, so Harry elaborated, "In your pensieve. Last year. I shouldn't have done it, sir, and I'm sorry." Snape sighed and closed his book. His eyes sparked with a reflection of the rage Harry remembered from that last occlumency lesson, but he didn't shout this time, or throw anything, and after a moment, he shook his head. His voice was oddly calm as he said, "That's over and done, Harry. I just thought." Harry shook his head in a mirror of the professor's action. He wouldn't make excuses for himself, not this time. He'd been dumb and intrusive and had thrown away a chance to learn something important for mere curiosity. "I'm still sorry," he mumbled. But Snape frowned. "What did you think?" Squinching his eyes shut for a moment, Harry shrugged, then looked back at his hands. "I thought you were hiding something important from me. You and Dumbledore both. Something that would help me figure out those stupid dreams that volume—" A lump apparated into the middle of Harry's throat, and he couldn't finish. His stomach gave another twist and he bent over his hands, hiding his face. "Harry." He was much closer this time, and Harry instinctively shrank back into the couch. "What is it?" Harry didn't answer. He'd suddenly felt more afraid than he ever had before, and his scar was burning, and he wasn't exactly sure why. He just knew he shouldn't move or speak, or else he might scream, and never stop screaming, and he really didn't want to do that. The soft voice inside him soothed, "Shush, it's all right. You can't trust him, but it's all right. I won't let anyone else hurt you, never again," and he relaxed a little. The couch sagged next to him. The professor had sat down. Harry rubbed his scar briefly and took a deep breath before looking up. Both of them were silent for long minutes, until Snape said, in the most neutral tone Harry had ever heard from him, "Were you just thinking about the Dark Lord?" "No, sir," Harry said. "Why?" Snape's eyes narrowed, and Harry shrank back a little more. "What do you remember about how you got here?" the professor asked. "To Hogwarts." "Yes. And to my quarters." Harry shrugged. "I don't, really. Must have been out of it, I guess. I was at the Dursleys, and they—" The pain hit him anew and he stopped, hunching over to cradle his stomach with his hands. "They left," Snape said, very softly, as if Harry might bolt if he spoke louder. "Yeah. Yes, sir." Harry looked over at him. "Is that why I'm here? 'Cause they left?" "In a way." "Will I stay here the rest of the summer, then?" "With you," he left unspoken. Snape nodded. "It is likely." The professor rose and put his books away, one by one, taking his time, and looked to be considering something. Then he returned and stood in front of Harry, who stared back at him, warily. "I believe you are pushing some of your memories away, so you won't have to deal with them. This is neither good for you nor for your recovery. Therefore—" He paused and drew his wand. "I will help you recover them." "What? No." Harry held up his hands, as if that might stop Snape. "No, I'm not. You can't go rummaging in my brain." There was no sneer, as Harry might have expected, on the professor's face as he said, "Yes. Actually, I can. It will be better. Later. Now, I apologize, as it will likely cause you some distress." "See?" The voice crowed inside him. "I knew he would hurt you. You can't trust him, only me. No, I won't let you, Harry said, and pushed off the couch, head down, avoiding the man's gaze. He tried to duck around Snape, to get to the room he'd slept in last night. But Snape was fast, almost fast enough to be a seeker, and he grabbed Harry's arm and swung him around. You've been avoiding this for days now, Potter. Oh, see how angry he gets, and so easily, the voice warned. Watch out for him, I bet he hits. And I will not let you hide any more. Let go of me, Harry cried, and yanked at his arm, trying to pull out of Snape's grasp. Please, let go. Snape pushed him at the couch instead. Sit still and look at me, he ordered. Don't let him, he'll only hurt you. You hurt him, he doesn't care about you, only what he can do to your mind. I know, Harry hissed back. I won't let him. The color from Snape's face drained away and the hand holding his wand fell to his side. Who are you talking to, Potter? He said in a low tone. Answer me. I don't. None of your business. It's no one. Just leave me alone. Harry darted past the potion's master again, and this time, Snape didn't even try to catch him. He made it to his room, slammed the door behind him, and went to lock it and put up a ward, too, when he realized his wand was gone. Where was it? Had Snape taken it? That cold feeling had settled into his stomach again, but he was warmed by the soft hum of the voice inside him, even when it asked calmly, Do you even need to ask? You know he did. Now, let me show you how to lock your door without a wand. Oh, stunned, Severus let the boy escape. Behind him, the door slammed shut, and the sound threw him into action at once. He hadn't been mistaken. The boy had used Parseltongue again, and there was only one person he could be speaking with like that. He flow called Dumbledore, then went through to the headmaster's office and relayed his concerns. Instead of expressing the appropriate amount of dismay, however, Albus seemed preoccupied, dealing with the myriad issues being brought to his attention by the new Minister of Magic, and the daily battles against the Death Eaters and their allies on the streets of various towns, up and down the aisles. He's gained access to the boy's mind. Severus nearly shouted, after 10 minutes of trying to convince the old coot that this was a dire situation. Potter's always been difficult about occluding, but this time, he has no defenses at all. I can only imagine what the Dark Lord has told him to get such access, what promises he's made. You'll have to find a way to break through, Severus, Dumbledore said, his face haggard and gray. Unless you've changed your mind and want Harry sent away for treatment. Of course not. That won't help in the least, unless you want the rise of another Dark Lord. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. I don't believe that will be an issue. Severus shook his head. You have no idea, none. I've seen what the boy is capable of. How much pain he can take and how much it took to break him. He's rather easily closed those human feelings off, when they became too difficult to manage, and very nearly lapped up every word the Dark Lord told him, just because someone was willing to ask him how he felt, and what he wanted. How often have you done so, Albus? When has anyone? But Tom turned on him, in the end. It doesn't matter. Severus paced, gnashing his teeth and gesticulating wildly. The boy has no current memory of that happening, and he won't allow me access to his mind so I can show him. He trusted me well enough before we escaped, so something, or someone, is poisoning his mind against me. Along with these Parseltongue conversations, that means he's let the Dark Lord in, and his memories of that betrayal are gone. Albus sighed. As I said, it will be up to you to get through to him. Fine. Severus shouted and headed back to the fireplace, hands grasping for flow powder before he'd even unclenched them. I just thought you should know. As the flames claimed him, he saw the headmaster bury his face in his hands. The boy's door was closed, and when Severus tried it, he found it wizard locked. Impossible. The boy had no wand. Voldemort had confiscated it at once, after he was captured. It was probably destroyed by now, of course, as he'd said himself. Very little was actually impossible, when it came to Harry Potter. Alohomora, he incanted, but the door still held fast. Growling now, with irritation, and not a little worry, he cast a few more counter charms on the door and was surprised to find that the one that finally worked was one of the strongest that he knew. He swept through the doorway and came face to face with a very angry Harry Potter. Wandless, but with a hand outstretched as if he held one, and just a hint of red in his eyes. Harry, he started, but was interrupted immediately. Get out of here, Professor. I won't let you in my mind. Severus sneered his best sneer. But you'll give the Dark Lord access? No. No one. Then who are you talking to when you speak Parseltongue? Tell me who, and if it isn't the Dark Lord, he'd eat his gradebook. I'll go away and leave you alone. It isn't. How do you know? I would know. I wouldn't just. I didn't. How do you know? The boy clutched at his head suddenly, at his scar, and doubled over, gritting his teeth and hissing through them. Tell me what's happening. Harry, don't talk to him. Severus lunged for the boy as he toppled over, and eased him to the ground. On the floor, he sat with the boy half in his lap, holding the thin, trembling body as if it might shatter. No. Came a hushed whisper from the boy, the merest breath. Said, wouldn't hurt. Promised, no more. Oh, child, Severus sighed. He held the boy closer, hoping to give some sort of comfort. He lies. No. Came a hushed whisper from the boy, the merest breath. Said, wouldn't hurt. Promised, no more. Oh, child, Severus sighed. He held the boy closer, hoping to give some sort of comfort. He lies. Potter went back to sleep finally, and Severus wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. He'd held the teenager for much of the afternoon, even after he stopped struggling, kicking and punching like a miniature troll. After the first hour, he'd worn himself out. Severus had tried to get through to him, through the newly erected barriers, but Potter wouldn't speak to him anymore. On the other hand, just to add to the maddening situation, Potter was still hissing in Parseltongue, when he wasn't humming some inane tune under his breath. One Severus almost, but not quite, recognized. Even after he lapsed into semi-consciousness, Potter was still hissing softly, or humming, and this worried Severus immensely. What was he saying? And what was the Dark Lord telling him in return? Severus had a couple ideas of how to find out, exactly, but none would be pleasant or easy, and at least one was guaranteed to make both he and Potter absolutely miserable. But when Potter abruptly ceased responding to Severus' voice at all, he knew he had to do something very soon, or the boy would be lost for good. Though he was currently rather aggravated with Potter's lack of mental fortitude, he could not let the Dark Lord get away with this invasion. Firstly, he needed fortification of his own. A headache thundered in his skull already, and nothing he thought to try would improve his situation, nor would any method of helping the boy be improved if he could not concentrate. So, leaving Potter on his bed, he retreated to his main room, poured 2 fingers of Ogden's finest and swallowed it down in 2 gulps. The burning in his throat centered him nicely. Considering further, he assioed a bottle of calming draught and consumed it, waited 10 minutes, then returned to Potter's room. Pot. Harry's face was pale and pasty, sweat-soaked and creased in pain, as if he were fighting an inner battle. If he was, then good. Severus could work with that. The boy's lips moved soundlessly, but when Severus put his hand in the space just about Pot, Harry's mouth, he could feel his soft exhalation of breath. But no hissing. Also good. First order of business, then, to get the bloody Dark Lord out. Severus preferred to have eye contact for this, but it wasn't completely necessary. Instead, he put a hand on Harry's forehead, raised his wand and muttered, Legilimens. The sun shone prettily upon the carousel, where painted centaurs pranced next to old-fashioned hovering carpets in gaudy colors and dragons in mid-flight. Harry sat on a narrow wooden bench, watching the carousel go round and round, as the smell of spun candy wafted to him on a light breeze. The park around him was clean and airy. Red and yellow flowers speckled a verdant lawn, under the brightest blue sky Harry had ever seen. Children laughed and shouted to each other, clambering over the dragons and centaurs, and the joyous sound, weaving through a thin strain of music from the carousel itself, lifted his spirits. A young man with dark hair and dark eyes sat beside him, one arm slung over the back of the bench, and seemed to be mesmerized by the scene before them, too. Harry couldn't remember how he had gotten here, but it was so peaceful, so relaxing, he didn't want to consider it too much. His companion was mostly silent, but on occasion made observations with a quirked half-smile, such as, lovely weather we're having, and such a nice view, really, making Harry nod in agreement. Still, Harry knew something wasn't right. The day was too perfect, the children too innocent, to be real. A cloud passed over the sun with that thought, and Harry shivered. Everything was thrown into shadow. The dying echo of children's laughter lingered for a moment, then silenced, and a flicker of movement on the carousel drew Harry's eye. The children had vanished. He turned to the young man beside him, to point this out, and the man was staring at him, his dark pupils almost encompassing the whole of his eyes. "Only you can bring them back, Harry Potter," he said. "How?" He couldn't look away from the strange eyes, he didn't want to. "The sun, if you will the cloud to pass, the children will return. Their innocence, Harry. So happy and carefree. Nothing can harm them while they're here. Remember?" The young man smiled. "Don't you want them to return?" "Of course," Harry said, and focused his will on the cloud until it slid past, uncovering the sun and bringing back the laughter, the children. The happiness. The shadow passed from his mind. The young man leaned back on the bench, eyes half-lidded, watching the scene, and Harry relaxed again. That was close, he thought. I have to clear my mind of doubt, or fear. Only then can this remain. Severus appeared on a field of yellow and red flowers. The sound of gaily tinkling music carried to him on the breeze, and he turned. The music was familiar. Ah! Harry's low humming, back in the waking world. And indeed, on a bench in front of a carousel sat the brat who lived next to a young man, whose appearance made Severus shudder in recognition. They both looked relaxed, gazing at the spinning raised platform and its multicolored figures. Severus headed for the bench, his long strides eating up the distance. As he neared the pair, he caught another glimpse of the carousel. What he'd thought were children, laughing and skipping in amongst the unicorns and dragons and broomsticks, were clearly in fury. Their dead flesh hung in tatters. Hollow eyes bored into him, accusing him of unknown crimes, as he approached. At the same time he recognized the children for what they were. The flowers he strode through were revealed as long dead and dried to husks in the stifling heat of the sun. The trees, leafless and blackened with rot, were still, with no breeze to move through them, and the ground was barren sod. But Harry, he could tell, saw none of this. His smile was fixed, his eyes curiously blank and unmoving. He wore school robes, like the young man beside him, though neither of them with house emblems. "Potter," he called. No response. "Oh, not this again." "Potter," he shouted this time. "Harry." The boy turned. His eyes widened a fraction. "Professor?" The young man, the younger version of the Dark Lord, put a hand on Harry's arm. Harry twitched, but did not pull away. "Poe. Harry. Come here. Come away from that man." The young Dark Lord's eyes flashed red before fading back to black, and he hissed something incomprehensible. Harry's expression hardened. "I don't know what he's told you," Severus said quickly, "but he does not mean you well. He lies. I told you that. All this is a lie." Harry shook his head. The sun glinted on his hair, oddly casting a wreath of gold on his head. Bright green eyes were narrowed, suspicious, as they regarded him. "Look around you." Severus took another step forward. "These aren't happy children. This isn't a pastoral Sunday afternoon. You can't just bury the truth with pretty lies and hope it goes away. It doesn't work like that. Life doesn't work like that." "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry said. "You can't see what I see. You don't know. I see the truth, Potter." Another step. "And I do know a thing or two about life. Even about wanting to hide. But it is not in you, Harry. You're a Gryffindor." The last was a grasp at straws, he knew, to appeal to the boy's house identity. But if it was the only way his courage would manifest. The boy mumbled something that sounded vaguely like, "Hat wanted Slytherin," but Severus did not countenance it, especially when the Dark Lord, in the form of a charismatic, handsome, and demanding Tom Riddle, tugged on Harry's arm, hissing again, and Harry answered him the same way. Severus took another step toward them. He was close enough now that he could grab Harry if he needed to, but he kept his hands carefully by his sides. "Look, Harry," Severus pleaded. "Look around you, truly." The boy made no effort to do so, but leaned back against Riddle, as if for support. "Look." When Potter still did not comply, Riddle smirked at Severus. He sidled closer to Harry and whispered in the boy's ear. A dark look passed over the boy's face and he continued to glare at Severus. Sudden foreboding made Severus' heart stutter in his chest, but he held his ground. Then Riddle snaked an arm around Potter's back and slid his body along the teenager's side, in a blatant attempt to show Severus how much control he truly had over Harry. But he'd gone too far. A cloud passed over the sun, dark and angry, as a look of horror appeared on Potter's face. Harry leapt to his feet. "Don't touch me," he hissed at the young man, who suddenly seemed nauseatingly familiar. "You didn't mind before," the young man replied, his voice low and sensual, insinuating. Harry swallowed. Confused, Harry took a step back. I don't remember before." "It's all right, I'll help you." The young man smiled disarmingly. "Come and sit with me again, and we'll watch the children at play." The sky darkened considerably, storm clouds collecting. Harry couldn't remember. He didn't like not remembering. And though the young man on the bench had seemed decent enough earlier, he made Harry's skin itch. And then there was Snape. "Professor?" he said, still rather uncertain, and hoping for some kind of guidance. "Look behind you, Harry. Please." It was the pleading that made the difference, in the end. Harry'd never heard that particular tone from Snape before, not once. He turned to the carousel, squinting at what should have been a scene of innocence and happiness and youthful joy. But nothing was the way it had been moments ago. Pallid, rotting flesh and dead eyes. Silence instead of laughter. A wave of cold dread rolled over Harry from the mob of Inferi. They perched on chipped and pitted figures in torment. Demonic horses that rolled eyes of fire to gaze balefully at their riders and whose heaving sides were wet with bloody foam. Harry stumbled back, away from the nightmarish scene. Away from Tom Riddle, who jumped up and grabbed for him. Harry shrank back again, revolted. Bile rose in his throat and threatened to choke him. His hands went to his throat, and he almost screamed when strong hands grasped his shoulders. He jerked away, but caught his breath again as Snape's smooth voice urged him to listen, to remember. Snape's hands settled on his shoulders again, and this time he allowed it. Tom glared at him, and glared at Snape, and the hate he saw in the Dark Lord's eyes made Harry decide that maybe he was doing the right thing, finally. "Remember, child," Snape said. His voice was oddly soothing, lacking its usual sneering sarcasm. "It's hard, I know, but you need to remember." Harry closed his eyes and nodded. What happened, Professor?" he asked. Snape's hands tightened, pinching his flesh. "Your relatives fled, leaving you behind. Do you remember that?" When Harry nodded again, Snape continued, "The Dark Lord sent his servants to get you, once the wards were breached. I think it had been some days since the Dursleys left. I was there, and I tried to help you, gave you potions after Bella. After she cast the Cruciatus upon you. Do you recall that now?" Harry started trembling, the nod of his head a spasm. He did remember that, and Bellatrix's laugh, and trying to disarm one of the Death Eaters, and Snape's potions. And then he remembered. No. Snape went on, holding him steady. "You were imprisoned, and the Dark Lord tried to subvert you, tried to gain your trust and support, but after I killed Nott and you lost your sight, we tried to escape him, you and I. And we were caught." Snape paused, and his voice was so soft Harry almost couldn't hear, and he didn't want to hear it, he didn't, and yet he knew, if he ran now, he would lose everything. Still, tears ran down his cheeks, unnoticed, unchecked, and tremors in his legs threatened to topple him. "He punished you," Snape said, and squeezed his shoulders tighter. "He and Lucius and Bellatrix. With curses and torture, and then they beeped you. Remember, now, Harry. To get through this, you have to. The Dark Lord gained access to your mind while your defenses were low, and only you can push him out again." Harry clenched his teeth and hissed, "No, you're lying. I'm not. I know you don't want to believe it, but you must. Burying the truth will only help him. He hurt you, I know. I saw." Snape paused. "I'm sorry." "You're lying." "No, Harry," and Snape's voice was so filled with regret that it hurt him deep inside. "I wish I was. I can't. No, don't make me. You can. You're strong. You've endured so much already. Open your eyes now, and see the truth." Harry drew a shuddering breath. "No, I can't. I can't do this alone." Snape's sigh was warm and gentle on the back of his neck. "I'm here, child. You won't have to face this alone." Harry's vision was blurred with tears when he complied, yet he could see everything so clearly now. The obscene carousel crept by in a stuttering circle, in the middle of a black and barren landscape. In front of him was Voldemort in his current form. White skin, red glowing eyes and no nose but snake-like slits. One skeletal hand reached for him. "Get away from me!" Harry shrieked. A sob caught in his throat and he screamed to get it out. "Get away! Get out and leave me alone!" Red tinged his vision and light exploded everywhere, brighter than the sun and 10 times hotter on his skin. Pain seared through him, radiating from his scar, and a magical wind whipped up like a cyclone. The wind scoured the dreamscape from his mind. Carousel, bench, Dark Lord, all gone. Empty. Everything was gone. The only thing that kept Harry from collapsing altogether were the arms surrounding him, an anchor in the storm. In the utter silence that followed, Harry turned in those arms, clung to his professor and wept. Back in Harry's bedroom, the boy clung to him and cried as Severus withdrew from his mind. Merlin. Everything hurt. His mind was battered, his body knocked about like an old tin can. But Harry remembered now, and the Dark Lord had gone from his mind. That was all that was important. Severus suspected Voldemort would need to regroup after his own violent expulsion from the boy's mind. For the time being, however, Severus offered what comfort he could, and let the chosen one sob himself out. Where is he? Remus had never looked so angry, Albus decided. Not when Sirius tried to use him for a prank that almost killed Severus in their 5th year. Not when Sirius' innocence couldn't be proven, once Peter Pettigrew escaped again, in Harry's 3rd year. And not even when he'd learned it was Dolores Umbridge who had set Dementors on Harry last summer. But now, here, it looked like he was fully capable of losing control of his wolf, and Albus, for the first time since meeting Remus as a boy of a mere 11 years, was afraid of him. A bit. He is well, Remus, he said, knowing that was both more and less than the truth. That tells me nothing. It has been more than 3 weeks. 3 weeks since he disappeared, that we know of, and all you tell me is he's well? Is he still in you-know-whose grasp? Tell me that, at least. He is free of the prison, at least, Remus. He offered the man, who'd burst in here moments ago, already shouting, a boiled sweet. Remus didn't even deign to look at it. Albus popped the drop in his mouth and beeped on it as he considered what exactly to say. He was rescued a week ago, but it wasn't until very recently that we could be sure of the extent of his injuries. Until we knew, we couldn't tell anyone. Too much danger of the wrong word getting out, you know. Who is this? Remus' glare was nothing on Severus, but it was growing more impressive by the minute. Obviously, you could tell someone. Madame Pomfrey. Myself. Severus, of course. He left off the 2 rescuers, seeing no purpose for either of them to have to deal with Remus' ire. Why, of course, Remus paced in front of Albus' desk. Was he really with Harry all that time? He was. And before you ask, Albus said, holding up a hand, he is not at any fault for what happened to Harry. He has given me a comprehensive report of all that transpired during Harry's capture and captivity, his own, too. A low growl sounded from Remus' throat. I want to see him. Impossible. Albus, I'm as good as legally his godfather now. You have no right. I have every right. Albus took a measured breath, watching the werewolf closely, to see how much his outburst had impacted the young man. Remus looked startled, but not suspicious. Good. We still don't know how much influence Voldemort has managed to get past Harry's defenses. He could still be in danger, and not just to himself. Remus had already opened his mouth again, but closed it with a snap. His golden-tinged eyes were still narrowed. How are you gauging the level of influence, then? Does Harry have pain through his scar still? Is it worse? I'm sorry, Remus, I can't tell you any more. When his condition improves to the point where he can have visitors, I will let you know. Though he looked like he wanted to argue further, Remus contented himself with shaking his head angrily. If you let him come to further harm, I will never forgive you. As Remus stormed out, Albus seconded the vow. He wasn't sure if he could ever forgive himself already. Below stairs, in the Potions Master's chambers, 3 days after casting Voldemort out of his mind, Harry Potter was, to put it mildly, pitching a fit. He was absolutely fed up with potions. He hated the taste and smell and texture and everything about them. And he hated being cooped up indoors, in windowless rooms, in a dungeon, without his wand or any wand, with none of his friends, and without any clothes besides what had been shrunk for him from Snape's personal collection of black shirts, black trousers, and maybe a black jumper for variety. He hated black, and he hated Severus' stupid, slimy, sneering Snape. Right now he hated Snape because the git kept trying to make him take potions he didn't want, and wouldn't get out of his bloody face for 5 freaking minutes without reminding him of something or asking him something or telling him something else. He'd already thrown one nutrition potion against the wall and another was about to go the way of all meat. That's enough, Snape roared, and used his wand to accio the second potion mid-flight. Grabbing it out of the air, he glared at Harry like Harry was some species of bug he'd never seen before. Harry glared right back, hands balled into fists. "Leave me alone. I would like nothing better, Mr. Potter, but that notion, as pleasing as it might be to both of us, is completely beyond my control. I don't want any damn potions, and I don't want my walls festooned with your handiwork. But life is all about not getting what you want." He could say that again. "What was that, Mr. Potter? Is it too much to trouble you to speak?" "I said you could say that again. If I ever got what I wanted, I'd be living with Sirius, instead of stupid people who bloody well abandoned me, or better, with my mom and dad. I'd be ***ing normal, instead of some stupid, arrogant, spoiled, little freak." He pounded his hand on the table and threw some of Snape's own words at him, glad to see the man wince. Almost. At hearing them shouted. The rest were courtesy of Uncle Vernon, and he'd heard them often enough he was pretty sure they were true, too. "I wouldn't have to drink nasty, slimy, horrible potions to counteract bloody Cruciatus spells and stupid nightmares, or eat vegetables, or go to bed at a reasonable hour or do my homework or anything." He was shrieking by the end of his tirade, and it took some moments to get his breath back. His head hurt, again, as it always did if he got too worked up, as Snape called it, and his eyes, too. "Are you quite done?" Harry couldn't have said more, or screeched more, if he tried, so he nodded instead. Snape prowled closer. "Not bad this time. Under 10 minutes. No personal possessions destroyed. No cuts, I assume? Bruising at all?" Harry shook his head, his gaze on his hands. He'd worked up a sweat, and as he cooled down, he shivered a little in the dungeon air. "Blanket?" Snape asked. With a nod, Harry accepted that the fight was done, that he was done. For the moment. Snape brought him a quilt from his room and draped it over his shoulders. "Look at me," he said, and Harry complied. His professor stared into each of his eyes, first one, then the other, scrutinizing him, then finally nodded. "Any pain?" "No, sir." "Well, not much. Elaborate. They just ache, not stinging." "Very well." He sighed. "Listen, Potter. Harry, I know." "I'm sorry, sir," Harry said, beating him to the lecture, "that I lost my temper, again. You were very angry, about a lot of things. It makes sense you'd want to rant a bit." Snape paused, then, "But I notice in your rant that although you beep the potions that help with the tremors from Cruciatus, you didn't actually rail against the curse itself. For instance." "Not this again. Professor, I don't want to talk about it." "No, I imagine you don't. But what did I say in my rant? About life and wants?" Harry sighed. Can I have some tea or something first?" Snape nodded and went into his small kitchen, where he filled a pot and set it on the hob, then spooned a generous helping of leaves in. Whilst he was busy, Harry bit at one of his thumbnails, and the skin surrounding it, nibbling off layers until he drew blood. The tiny wound stung in the open air, and Harry put his hands in his lap as Snape returned with 2 cups, hovering a pitcher of cream and a small bowl of sugar to the table before him. Harry stirred a little sugar into his tea and blew over the top of the cup until it cooled enough to sip. Snape waited, with his own unaltered cup in hand, and watched him. "I don't know what you want me to say," Harry told him, after a while. "Start with something easy, perhaps. For instance, why did your relatives leave you behind when they fled from Surrey?" "Oh, that's an easy one," Harry grumbled. Snape gave an eloquent shrug, which Harry took to mean that he could certainly think of much harder questions to ask. And Harry knew that was true, but still, he didn't have to like it. "Fine. They left me behind because they hated me. You've said that before. In what ways did it manifest? It was Harry's turn to shrug. I don't know, Potter. Okay. They hate everything to do with magic, and that means me, too. They thought my parents were freaks, and claimed my father was driving drunk and got them in an accident that killed them, instead of anyone finding out the truth. I didn't even know the truth till Hagrid told me on my 11th birthday. Snape nodded, and gestured for him to continue. Harry glared, his rage rising again. What else do you want to know? That they thought making me live in a cupboard for 10 years would crush the freakiness out of me. That they gave me Dudley's second bedroom after my Hogwarts letter arrived, just 'cause they thought someone was finally watching what they did to me. Or that they worked me like a house elf, and only let me eat their leftovers, when they weren't withholding food outright. He put a hand to his head and closed his eyes, trying to soothe the ache. They hated me. That's all. I can see, Snape said, his voice neutral and slow, as if he were picking his words very carefully, how distressing it must have been for you to have your pampered lifestyle brought up for ridicule. By those who knew no better. Like you? Harry asked, bringing his head up. Snape inclined his head. His eyes hid his true thoughts rather well, and Harry didn't like it, not knowing if Snape was actually apologizing, or what. So, the professor continued, tell me about this cupboard. This time, Harry put his head down on his arms, on the table and groaned audibly. I don't want. Snape only had to lift his eyebrows to cut him off. You brought it up. Fine. My cupboard, under the stairs. It was my bedroom, I guess, until after I got the letter. He blew out a sharp breath and raised his head, looking Snape in the eye. But you should already know that, or who writes out the Hogwarts letters? They're sent with an automatic quill. Why? Mine was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. That's why they moved me, after. Couldn't have anyone know they were as mental as me. But I always figured Dumbledore knew all this stuff, since my letter went there. Snape shook his head. I doubt he knew his golden boy was being so maltreated. Whatever. Harry took another sip of tea. It was quite good, with a hint of cinnamon and orange. The thinnest of smiles touched his lips. I didn't really know they were mental, you know. Not until I was older, at primary school at least. I thought all freaky cousins lived in closets. Snape's answering half-quirked smile showed he knew Harry was joking. Mostly. What kind of work does a house elf do in Surrey? Harry shrugged again. He was becoming quite good at it, and Snape let him get away with it, sometimes. Sometimes, not. When Snape lifted his eyebrows, Harry sighed. This was a not. You know, gardening, weeding, pruning hedges and trees, mowing the lawn. Dusting, vacuuming, cooking, cleaning bathrooms and bedrooms, sweeping. You know, housework. With an unreadable expression, Snape said, you did all those jobs? Well, yeah. I started out with little things, like the dusting and stuff. But I could cook by the time I was 4 or 5, and after I started primary school, I was doing most of the outside work, too. Why? Harry smirked over his cuppa. Did you think I was lazing around on my fat ass over the halls? Since that was probably exactly what the professor thought of him, at least he didn't dignify the remark with a denial. And the lack of proper nutrition, I assume, is responsible for your coming back after each summer looking scrawnier than when you left. I'm not scrawny. Whatever, Snape murmured into his tea and took a long swallow, his expression bland, except for the tiny glint in his eyes. Harry wrested his indignation under control and tried to answer the question. But scrawny, ironic from a skinny, bat-like, greasy. Potter. Blowing out a breath, Harry glared some more. Well, Uncle Vernon liked yelling, didn't he, when I'd bollocks things up? But Aunt Petunia was the one who mostly made me go without food. I usually got to eat every day, though. Usually. Sometimes I didn't. If I'd made a real mess of something, could be a couple days in the cupboard with nothing. How old were you when they sent you to your cupboard? Harry narrowed his eyes. I told you, until I was 11. Locked in? Yeah. Bathroom breaks. What? He was not going to discuss that with Snape. Never, no way. I will use small words, if that will help. Did they let you out to go to toilet? No, I had to piss in a bucket. Happy now? Snape had put down his teacup and lifted his wand, almost surreptitiously, as if expecting to need to repair something soon. But his voice was mild as he said, "Surely you do not think even I am so great a sadist as to find pleasure in that?" Through clenched teeth, Harry admitted, "No, sir." Silence for a long moment, while both of them waited to see if Harry could unclench his jaw all by himself. When it became clear he couldn't, Snape said, "Do you wish to break the cup, Harry?" His fingers tightened on it, of their own accord. He could imagine, quite clearly, hurling the stupid piece of stupid pottery right at the wall and seeing it shatter into a million stupid, sodding, sharp, glorious pieces. It would be brilliant. "Yes, sir." "Very well." Snape gave an almost inaudible sigh. "But finish the tea, first, if you would." This was getting ridiculous, Albus decided. He might as well put out a press release. "Boy who lived has been rescued. Stop bothering headmaster." Alas, that was unlikely to stop Scrimgeour's blatant pressure, but might slow the constant flow of worried faithful who came to harangue him about Harry's whereabouts. He stared over the rims of his spectacles at, of all people, Rubeus Hagrid, who was hoping to bring Harry some of his favorite treats. "I'm afraid Harry is not quite up to company yet, Hagrid," he said to the large man. Surely Molly had put him up to this. Only yesterday, she'd promised to annoy Albus to death if he didn't come up with the boy, and soon, of course, she'd phrased it more politely, though not by much. "It's just I'm worried about, I am," Hagrid admitted. "Not seen, I am since he got back. No one has." "Ah, that's where you're mistaken," Albus assured him, putting on his most congenial smile. "For I have seen him myself, and have been monitoring his progress very closely. Through a proctor. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to meet with members of the ministry about what happened in Wells next the sea over the weekend." "O' course, sir. Terrible business there, terrible. Give these to Harry, though, will ye? He loves these rock cakes." "Of course, Hagrid. Good day." After the half-giant left, Albus had all of 10 minutes to prepare for the next scheduled onslaught from Scrimgeour. The lion-bearded man always left him feeling slightly aggravated after one of their meetings, and betimes he wished he could just hex the minister and be done with it. But politics must be played, and he could not afford to have more interruptions at Hogwarts of the kind they'd suffered last year. At least that hag, Umbridge, was tucked away in a safe ward at St. Mungo's, undergoing treatment. Albus spent some few of those 10 minutes considering the boy he wanted, still, to go to the hospital for observation. Severus had been very close-mouthed with him about his progress with Harry, only saying that they had at least managed to get Voldemort out of the boy's head, a minor miracle in itself, considering how completely shattered Harry had been when he was first rescued. "The minister's on the way," Everard's portrait advised him. "Thank you," Albus murmured, and set out a fresh dish of sherbet. Not that it ever helped, as Rufus was almost as paranoid as Severus. Still, one could hope. Severus watched the boy fiddle with his quill for another few minutes without saying aught, but he suppressed another sigh. He'd given Harry a journal, of sorts, in which he was supposed to express his thoughts for just 20 minutes a day, using a medium which did not require spells to repair any damage afterwards. 12 minutes had passed already, and the boy had yet to set quill to parchment. Instead, he sat hunched over the small writing table, chewing alternately on the quill and on his fingernails and otherwise staring into space. The nail-chewing behavior was just going to have to stop. Severus found the whole experience, watching, listening, finding the nod bits on the carpet through sock feet, extremely distasteful. In the meantime, "Potter." The boy jumped, and Severus kept his voice quiet and steady as Harry turned around to glare. "I gave you a choice. Either write, or we discuss your nightmare right now." Harry set his jaw, and Severus lifted his eyebrows and held the gaze until Harry sighed and turned back to the blank book. He even dipped the quill into the little pot of ink Severus had spelled to not tip over, or be available for throwing, should the mood take the boy. He was not that generous, but he did not write. Severus let it go for another 3 minutes, and then closed his own book, a rather comprehensive account of the origins of the Draft of Peace and its permutations and adaptations over the years, and rose from his chair by the fireplace. He still kept a small fire in the grate for Harry's sake, as the boy seemed to remain cold even in the dead of summer, but it was banked now. Harry stiffened in his seat as Severus crossed behind him to replace the book on its shelf, and his hand trembled where he gripped the quill. Once back in his chair, Severus cleared his throat. "Come over here," he said, using the same tone he'd use with a frightened dog, or perhaps a slightly stupid cow. Biting his lip, another disturbing habit Severus longed to break the boy of. Harry turned back to him, then drug himself up from his chair as if he were a zombie, and shuffled over to the couch where he plunked himself down, looking miserable. His face was paler than Severus had ever seen it, and the scar still stood out raw and red on his forehead. He also hadn't been eating properly, aside from fingernails, which held little in the way of appropriate nutritional value for a growing teen, and so was looking rather more fragile than Severus had hoped for, after almost 2 weeks in his company. "I want to go outside," Harry said, and though not quite a whine, it was close enough that Severus sneered at him. "And I want you to write in the blasted journal." "Why? It's not like it'll do any good, sir." Severus suppressed another sigh. "Really, it was too much, sometimes." "How exactly would you know that? You haven't actually written anything yet." "I just know, all right." "No, in fact, it is not all right. Since you have refused to write today, you will need to tell me about the dream you woke screeching from at 3:30 this morning. If you answer my questions, to my satisfaction, you will be allowed 30 minutes time out of doors. Understood?" Potter seemed to perk up a bit. "Can I go flying?" "I believe you have a lifetime ban, still in effect." With a scowl that almost put one of his own to shame, Harry grumbled, "No, that was for Quidditch. I should still be allowed to just fly." A sore spot, that. Tomorrow, perhaps," he raised a warning finger, "if you write in your journal for the full 20 minutes, and eat 3 full meals. But, no exceptions. You eat a proper dinner tonight, breakfast and lunch tomorrow, and you put an entire 20 minutes of your thoughts, should you indeed have that many, in that book, and you will be allowed flying time in the afternoon." For a moment, it looked like Harry would argue some more, but then he relaxed and gave Severus a half smile. "Thank you, sir." Severus inclined his head. He could certainly use this particular bargaining chip in the future, and he had not said how much time the boy would be allowed to fly. "Now, your nightmare." I don't want to talk about it. We had a deal, Potter," Severus growled. Harry paled even further, if possible. Both his hands were shaking. "I know, sir. I can't." Tapping his lips with a forefinger, Severus considered. It was likely the nightmare had to do with what happened at Topsam, and he was quite certain that Harry was not ready to address that issue yet. He could compromise, briefly. "Then we will discuss topics of my choosing." Oh, okay. How easy he was to manipulate. How easy it would be for Severus to completely destroy him, with a wrong word or harsh tone. Not for the first time, he cursed Albus Dumbledore for laying this burden on him, and then, again, not for the first time, he reminded himself that it was a burden he had chosen to take up, and that Albus already expected Harry to be little more than a lost cause. Though what he expected the boy to do about the prophecy, if that was so, was anyone's guess. "Good. Tell me, then, who was the appallingly overweight boy who chased you through the park when you were younger?" "Sir, it's a simple enough question, Potter. Who was?" "My cousin. Dudley. Why do you want to know about him?" Severus ignored the question. After all, he didn't want to know about Dudley at all, but it would behoove Potter to speak of his past some more. "Has he always been so? Huge?" Yeah. Ever since I can remember. I mean, obviously he was smaller when we were really young, but he's always been big for his age." Potter was beginning to relax. "Good. And he called the game of chasing you what?" Some color returned to Potter's cheeks. "Harry hunting," he mumbled. Was he a skilled hunter?" "Sorry, sir. I think you understand my meaning." Potter shrugged and tried to hunch in on himself. Severus frowned. "None of that, or there will be no outside time for you today." The boy sighed, but pulled his knees up to his chest and leaned his chin on them. "Yeah, he was all right at it. I knew some decent places to hide, though. Such as? Oh, bins, up in trees, and sometimes I could duck into a shop. There was a little one, a bookshop, nearby, I could hide in for hours." He gave a low snicker. Wasn't like Duds was ever going to go looking in where he might touch a book. "And you mentioned you got his second bedroom after your Hogwarts letter came. Why did he have 2 bedrooms to begin with?" "Well, they spoiled him rotten, didn't they?" Harry said, and there was heat in his voice again. Gave him everything he asked for, and lots of what he didn't. So when he got tired of playing with something, or he'd broken it, it went into the second room. His arms tightened around his calves, where he hugged them close. That's where I got any of my toys from. Explain. The boy clenched his jaw and squinched his eyes shut. No, it's stupid. Potter. Answer or you won't. All right. They never bought me anything, so I only got the leftovers of Dudley's toys, same as with food. Severus stared, wondering if this was exaggeration, and knowing he was going to have to ask. Surely they bought you something. Clothes, for instance, treats at Christmas. Are you kidding me? Harry snarled at him. I got Dudley's old clothes, too. The ones that were worn out at the knees, or frayed at the cuffs, or that he'd torn up because he didn't like the color. And, as you noticed, he was much bigger than me, so I never had clothes that fit till I came to Hogwarts and had to buy my own robes. But I can't even wear any nice things at their house, 'cause they'd want to know where I got the money for 'em, and then they'd want the money and I'd have nothing left from my parents at all. He took a stuttering breath. Did you even see the crap I was wearing when you took me from there? Severus nodded, not rising to the obvious bait. I saw. But what about Christmas, birthdays? Oh, right, I was so bloody pampered, obviously they lavished me with gifts. Answer the question. Just shut up, all right? I'm tired of talking. He buried his face against his knees, his whole body rolled into a ball no bigger than a niffler. It's stupid anyway. Like I should care. About what? Severus asked, softly. This was the moment of every one of their recent conversations he dreaded. Either tears or raging would follow. He could never tell which it would be, and though he preferred the latter, as he knew better how to deal with it, neither option was particularly enjoyable. Not for either of them. There was a soft, sniffling sound. Tears, then. Presents. Never till. First one I ever got was from Hagrid. He gave me Hedwig. For the first time, Severus realized the boy's owl was nowhere in evidence. He tried to recall if he had seen it, when he and Bellatrix and Nott took him from the Dursley home. He could picture the dark room, the boarded-over window, the thin dirty sheet covered in blood and pus, the effluvia from the boy's wounded back. And he recalled an empty bird cage half caved in, lying on top of a lopsided dresser. Where is Hedwig, Harry? He almost didn't recognize his own voice, it was so soft, and he almost sure he knew what the boy was going to say. Still, he winced at the words when they did come. Harry's shoulders were shaking, and his voice was muffled by hiccuping sobs. He killed her. Uncle Vernon did. He killed her because she was making too damn much noise, and I tried to stop him, but he's loads bigger even than Dud, and he hit me, and I fell and then he was kicking and she was screeching, and then there was nothing, and she was gone. Oh, Merlin. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose and bowed his head. First pet, first present, a familiar, killed by a maniac Albus had sent the boy back to year after year. He had nothing but contempt for those muggle relatives of Harry's. He knew what sort Petunia was, and after what Harry had confessed about his home life, he didn't doubt the bastard had killed the snowy owl, just for hooting. But Harry was still sobbing, and Severus rose with some reluctance, and crossed to the couch. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, to offer some kind of comfort. He knew what it was like to lose a precious familiar, after all, but was unprepared for the boy's reaction. Harry's head came up and he was out of his seat like a shot, shrieking. Don't touch me, don't you ever touch me. No one, never again. Severus put his hands up, where they could be clearly seen. No one's touching you, Harry, he said, more calmly than he felt. I'm going to sit down now. I suggest you do the same. He matched actions to his words, and retook his seat by the fireplace, keeping his gaze on Harry the whole while. But Harry wrapped his arms around his middle and hunched over, sobbing again, great tearing things that racked his thin body. In between wheezing gasps for breath and wrenching sobs, he hugged himself tight and rocked slightly, as Severus had often seen in children who were denied any kind of comfort from their caregivers during their formative years. Whispered words poured from his mouth in a stream, that Severus craned to hear. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him, I hate him. Who do you hate? Severus asked, wanting to be sure who the target was. There were so many choices, after all. Too many. Uncle, cough, Vernon. Hate him. Wheeze. Hate him. Hate him. Before Severus realized what he was going to do, Harry had turned to the wall and punctuated each word with a punch to the thick gray stones. Hate him. Damn it. He got in 3 punches with the right and 2 with the left before Severus reached him and grabbed his arms from behind, holding them across the boy's chest. Stop, Harry. No punching. Let me go. Let go. Severus didn't, but tightened his hold on the frantically wriggling boy. Not till you've calmed. No self-harm, we agreed. But Harry was barely listening, twisting this way and that to get away from Severus and screaming at a decibel level that Severus had previously considered humanly impossible. Let go. Let me go. I hate you. I hate you. Get away from me. I'll kill you. Severus just held on, trying the low, soft voice with no real meaning in the words that had calmed Harry after he'd woken early this morning, and let the boy wear himself out. Get away. I'll kill you. You're going to die. Everybody's dead. Everybody's. Another sob filled the air and Harry dropped like a stone, with only Severus to keep him from hitting the ground, hard. Everybody. I kill everybody. All my fault. Nonsense, Severus told him in that same low voice. You haven't killed anyone. Again, he got the impression that Harry wasn't really listening, and he knew they'd have to address this issue later, when both of them were far calmer, but the boy did stop screeching soon after, and his sobs lessened until they were merely hitched breaths and sniffles. At that point, Severus walked Harry back to the couch and eased him down, then took a look at the boy's hands, and the rapidly swelling knuckles. He shook his head and essayed a bruise salve. Make a fist, he said, of each hand, then opened the jar and spread the salve onto Harry's abraded skin. I don't believe you've broken anything. This time. But you may not conduct yourself in that manner again. We discussed the rules of staying here versus going to hospital. If you can't abide by them, I will need to make other arrangements. No, Harry whispered. Please. I'm sorry, sir. I won't do it again, I swear. I'll hold you to that, Severus told him sternly. I have no problem cleaning up a bit of crockery, but I will not put my skills to use fixing your body if you can't be bothered to respect it yourself. And before you ask, I won't just let you heal yourself either. One more incident and I will go to the headmaster. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I know you are, Harry. He closed his eyes briefly, then stood up and capped the jar of salve. And for what it's worth, I am too. Sorry. About your owl. I know how much she meant to you. Harry nodded, looking exhausted, and Severus couldn't blame him. He was rather exhausted himself. Perhaps tomorrow would be a better day. After 20 minutes, Harry closed the book and looked up at Professor Snape, who was sitting in what was probably his favorite chair. He certainly never let Harry sit in it, and reading, for fun. Almost immediately, Snape lifted his gaze to meet Harry's. Done? Yes, sir. Can I go flying now? Snape replaced the bookmark in between pages, set aside his book and stood. Yes, of course. I'll get our brooms. Our brooms? Certainly. You didn't think, when there are undoubtedly those who still wish you harm about, that I would let you let fly off wherever you felt like? Since Harry had been hoping for that very thing, he said nothing, while Snape went to get the brooms. He wasn't going to do anything to jeopardize his first trip outside in what felt like years, but which Snape assured him had only been a couple of weeks. And he would do absolutely anything to make sure he got to fly, even if meant being watched like a hawk by Snape. Would he still be able to fly? He suddenly wondered, what if he couldn't anymore, because his wand was gone? Or because his magic was all wonky after everything that had happened this summer? Snape had said he could get a new wand before school started, and that he should be fine, magically, but what if? His thoughts were interrupted when Snape returned holding a Nimbus series broom, as well as Harry's firebolt. A jolt went through him, looking at the firebolt. Sirius had given that to him. Sirius, who he had hardly even thought about for the last week, who died only a bit more than a month ago, died to save Harry, died because Harry had been too stupid to tell a true vision from a trick. Are you well, Potter? Harry set his jaw and reached for the broom. He would not cry. Not again. Not in front of Snape. Yes, sir. Snape still hesitated before handing over the firebolt. Come on, then. The sky was bright and clear, then sun warm on his face as they exited through one of the side doors, the fastest way to get to the pitch. A light breeze was blowing, carrying the scent of cut grass and mossy stone. Before they went more than a few yards, Snape stopped him and raised his wand. Harry jumped back, away from him. "What are you doing?" "A small covered sea spell to keep your antics in the air from being noticed by anyone who's not supposed to know you're here. It doesn't hurt," Snape added with a sneer. Harry braced himself to run, if necessary. "Who's not supposed to know I'm here?" "Everyone, except me, Madame Pomfrey and the headmaster, so, if you don't mind." Well, he did mind, but what was he going to do? Argue with the one person who'd let him go flying, when he was so close he could taste it? "All right," he sighed. Snape snorted a laugh and cast the spell. Or at least, Harry assumed it was cast. He felt no different. "Did it work?" With an eye roll Ron would be proud of, Snape said, "Of course it worked. Now, would you like to stand here for the rest of the afternoon, or—" "No, sir. Please, let's go." Harry jogged towards the Quidditch pitch, desperate to get into the air. Snape's long strides kept him up with Harry easily, but the moment they reached the pitch, Harry straddled his broom and kicked off, leaving everything terrible behind. Stupid journals, and thoughts of Sirius, nightmares and Snape's piercing stares. The weight of all those things fell away from his heart. All that existed now was the wind in his face, the swooping feeling in his stomach as he turned and dove and rolled, the spike of adrenaline as he neared the ground, faster than a phoenix, and pulled up at the last moment. Nothing but the air, the broom and Harry. It was some while later than he even realized that Snape was riding near him. He gave the professor a tight grin and dove again, wondering if Snape would follow another feint. Seemed so, for when he darted up toward the sky once more, Snape matched him, though not at quite the same speed, and looked a little green around the edges. But he didn't tell Harry to stop. Even though the professor was gulping breaths in a way that suggested he suffered from broom sickness, and sweat covered his face, he wasn't telling, or even asking, Harry to stop. That, more than anything, make Harry stick to standard turns and maneuvers for a while. He knew, really, that Snape was doing everything he could to help Harry get through this summer, even if it seemed, sometimes, that he was being a real git. The rules, for instance. Harry frowned, just thinking about them, and Snape's reasons for handing them down in the first place. He'd insisted that Harry must agree to the rules, or he would have to go to St. Mungo's, like the headmaster wanted, and be treated there. Otherwise, the professor would not be able to trust him, and would not be able to help him. Such coerced agreements chafed Harry, but he had promised to abide by the rules. Besides, Snape had promised things in return, like not ever using any bodybind spells on him, and rewards like flying. Rule number 1 had been that he was not allowed to languish in bed. He had to be up and dressed for breakfast and was not allowed to return to bed until night time. Though Harry had thought it a stupid rule at first, he knew he would have preferred, in the days after he'd woken in the dungeon, to just curl back up in bed, pull up the covers and ignore the whole world. But Snape hadn't let him, and he was grateful. Probably, deep down. Rule 2 was that he had to take any potions Snape said he needed, whenever Snape said he needed them. With no arguments. Oh, how that irked him. On the other hand, Snape was very skilled at potions, and Harry's physical recovery, at least, had been pretty good, he thought. Rule number 3 had been the one about no self-harming behaviors. Incensed by the very idea that he should need such a rule, when Snape first handed it down, he now understood why. His hands, now clutched around the handle of his broomstick, still ached somewhat after his wall punching yesterday. And he knew he wanted to punch some more. A lot more, if he was honest. He wanted to punch and kick and scream until his voice was hoarse. As if assailed by the very thought of throwing a fit, rage swept through him, leaving him shaking. His knuckles were white, and he had to work to unclench his jaw. He wanted to kill them all. Everyone who had ever hurt him. But he wanted them to suffer first, like he had. And he wanted nothing more than for it all to be just over. God, he hated this. Shaking his head wildly, he turned his broom skyward and took off like a shot, heading for the sun, for the warmth he could so rarely feel anymore. Severus was grateful for the brief respite the brat gave him, after a few too close to the ground for comfort rolls and dives, when they stuck to a median height and median velocity. He'd never really cared for broom travel. It took too long. For one thing, as a mode of transport, and one was constantly at the mercy of things such as wind resistance and weather conditions. Bah, apparition negated all that. Still, he had never thought himself an abject slouch when it came to flying, until the last few minutes. Potter really was quite talented, and it was more than his life was worth keeping up with him. But he wasn't letting the brat out of his sight, or reach. The last thing he'd need is for Potter to suddenly decide smashing his broom head first into the ground would be just the way to get out of any difficulties he was having. He didn't think the boy was actively suicidal, but it was a distinct possibility, one he kept in the forefront of his own mind as he watched Potter loop and dive and careen around the pitch like a madman. When Potter suddenly aimed his broom almost vertical and accelerated, Severus' stomach lodged in his throat, even as he pushed his older, less powerful broom to keep up. It was a losing proposition, he knew, but he couldn't not try. Harry was crouched over his broom, almost lying flat upon it, and Severus could barely see him, as he was angled into the sun dam. The air cooled, the higher they went, until Severus could barely feel his hands, or his face. The glare of the sun ripped tears from his eyes, which stung as they turned to ice on his cheeks. Still, he kept going, not slowing, even long after he'd last glimpsed the boy. Up and up and up, until his breaths were only cold pain in his throat and lungs and his vision wavered, edged in darkness. "Harry," he called, knowing there was not a hope in Hogsmeade the boy could hear him. The last thought he had before he blacked out was, I never thought it would be a broom accident. The last thought he had before he blacked out was, I never thought it would be a broom accident. Harry had shut his eyes long ago, and the sun felt great on his face, as if it was the only light in the world and he was finally being allowed to sense it. He could feel, like he had back at Topsam Manor, the magical energy trailing behind him which could only be Snape, and for a moment, he was surprised that the professor was still trying to keep up with him. Higher and higher he went, until the air was cold again, and he started to acknowledge that he would never, truly, reach the sun, no matter how far or fast he flew. Neither could he escape everything on the ground. Sirius was gone. Yes, and Cedric and his parents, too. So was what little had remained of his innocence, at the hands of Voldemort and Malfoy. But he was still alive, despite everything. And though he longed, desperately, to feel loved, like he knew Sirius had loved him, like he knew his parents had, he knew that just wasn't meant to be, for him. He was meant to kill Voldemort, so other people could be happy and loved. So other people could be safe. Like Snape, who had saved him time and time again. At the split second he came to this realization, a ripple splashed over him from Snape's magical signature, right before it vanished, like fog in a high wind. Harry's heart plummeted into his stomach, and he banked immediately to the left, pulling the broom around so abruptly that he almost blacked out from the force of it. He kicked the broom into a speed it had rarely if ever been pushed to, as he sought out Snape's magic again. He darted through clouds on his way back down, and the dampness chilled him, but not as much as knowing he'd sent his professor to his death. Droplets clung to his glasses, and he wiped them with the back of his arm, peering down at the ground, so far below, he couldn't see anything. He couldn't feel anything either. He'd been blind at the manor when he felt other signatures, like Malfoy's and even Voldemort's. Maybe he couldn't feel, if he could see. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, and reached out, questing. There, just on the edge of perception, and quite far away, was the free-falling body of his professor. Keeping his eyes closed, he turned slightly and angled in that direction, setting his trajectory to align with where Snape would have fallen to, by the time Harry reached him. Snape's arms were outstretched, as if he was imitating a bird, but he was falling like a stone. Harry darted underneath him. Arms braced to catch, he still wasn't prepared for the slam of dead weight that hit him. His broom jiggered sideways, almost dumping them both. Steering with his knees, Harry clung to the professor as they made their descent. The professor's face was pure white, except for his blue lips, and Harry was not certain if he was alive or dead. He flew flat out, straight to the castle, bypassing the pitch entirely. When he reached the castle doors, he hauled Snape off the broom and staggered under the sudden weight. Though Harry had never been a weakling, really, this summer had really taken a toll on him, and he could barely hold Snape up. How was he going to carry him up several flights of stairs to the infirmary? If only he had his wand. But if wishes were horses, beggars would ride, as Aunt Petunia used to say. so he did what he could, manhandling the professor into the entrance hall and toward the stairs. The professor's heels dragged along the floor, as Harry hefted him, arms wrapped around Snape's chest from behind, and his own hands clasped together. Each step up wrenched something in Harry's shoulder that he'd pulled in the initial catch, up in the air, but Harry ignored the pain and kept going. 1 foot, up 1 step, then a hard tug to bring the professor up, along with his other foot, then the first foot again. They made slow progress, but when Harry was almost halfway up the first flight of stairs, his foot slipped on one of the tricky steps and he fell on his bottom. The two of them slid down half a dozen steps like they were on a toboggan. Harry could have cried in frustration. He couldn't even tell if Snape was breathing or not. His face still seemed to have no color. He was going to die, if he wasn't dead already, and it was all Harry's fault. He'd been so stupid, so oblivious, so completely selfish. Rage and shame warred inside him and as he struggled to his feet again. His limbs trembled and his chest heaved with hard-won breaths. He would not let Snape die. He wouldn't. Growling low in his throat, he gritted his teeth and pulled hard once more with all this strength. The professor soared into the air and hovered there, as if held by Leviosa. Harry gaped at him, then grabbed at the professor's cloak and, at a run, dragged him, now airborne, to the infirmary. Coming out the door as Harry shoved his way in was Professor Lupin, who stared at Snape as if seeing a ghost. "What the? Remus, help me get him inside," Harry pleaded. But Remus didn't look at him or say anything, just turned back around and called, "Poppy, come quick." And Harry remembered the spell Snape had put on him when they first went outside. Madame Pomfrey supposedly knew about him, though, so she should be able to see him and hear him. "Madame Pomfrey," he yelled, "it's Professor Snape, he's hurt." The matron charged out of her office and over to them. "Let him go, Mr. Potter," she said, and used her wand to hover Snape over to one of the many empty beds and lower him into it. Her wand was already making passes over Snape's body, and she didn't look at Harry when she said, "What happened?" "He fell. We were flying, and I didn't realize he was following, and we went too high and he fell." "I'm sorry. Is he dead? Will he be all right?" At the same time, Remus said, "I don't know." "Wait, what did you say first? Is Harry here?" "Not now, Remus," Madame Pomfrey said. "The professor is still alive, if barely. Go on, both of you. I'll take it from here." With that, she pulled a curtain around Snape's bed and Harry couldn't see him anymore. Harry staggered back against the wall. Snape was still alive. He hadn't killed him. Madame Pomfrey would help him. She had to. His heart felt like a hummingbird was trapped in his chest, fluttering madly, and he knew if he didn't sit down in the next few seconds, he was going to throw up, from pure relief. He slid down the wall, putting his head between his knees and waited for the nausea to pass. In front of him, Remus was still looking around with a bemused expression. "Harry, do you have your cloak on? I can't see you." Harry had no idea how long the spell lasted, and no idea how he could let Remus know he was there, with it still in effect, so he just sat, and waited, and after a few minutes, Remus sat down too, except on a chair he axioed from across the ward. "I don't know if you're still here, Harry," Remus said quietly. "But if you are, and you're afraid for me to see you, I wish you wouldn't be. I'm so glad you're okay. That you're safe. I've been trying to see you for days." Here he laughed harshly, an almost anguished sound to Harry's ears, "but Dumbledore refused to tell me where you are." Remus stared at his hands. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I failed you." Harry's head came up and, although he knew Remus couldn't hear him, said, "No. You never did. I should have been there for you after James and Lily died. I should have checked on you, and made sure you were being well cared for. The ministry wouldn't have let me take you, not with my condition." Another horrible, self-deprecating laugh, "but I should have tried, just the same. It wasn't your fault, Remus. None of it. I want to be there for you now, Harry. I wish you knew how much I care about you. How proud I am of you, and how strong you are. I'm just sorry I have never been there for you, like your parents would have wanted. They would have been proud of you, too. I know they would." Quote. No, they wouldn't, Harry thought. Not when he'd almost killed a professor. Not when he had killed Sirius. Remus lapsed into silence, and Harry was glad of it. He wasn't sure he could take any more gross mischaracterizations. They waited, and finally, Remus looked over at him in shock, stumbling off his chair. Harry. Hi, Remus. Harry tensed up when it looked like Remus might want to hug him, but the former professor stopped at the last minute. How are you, Harry? Tired, he admitted. You. Remus laughed softly and settled down beside him on the floor. He didn't touch Harry, though, and stayed almost a foot away, so that was good. Harry didn't think he could explain to Remus if he suddenly started shrieking in the middle of the infirmary. As well as can be expected, when I've been so worried for you. Where have you been? Harry gestured at the curtain, where Madame Pomfrey was still tending the professor. With Professor Snape. What? I know you were both captured together, Harry, but is that really the best place for you? I mean, he's been helping me, Remus. He knows what happened there, and he's been helping me. The nausea was back, and Harry swallowed it down. He was not going to get sick all over Remus. What did happen? Remus asked softly. You can tell me anything. Harry shook his head. I don't want to talk about it. Not now, or not with me. Both. I'm sorry, Remus. It's okay, Harry, really. Remus. Words were comforting, but he sounded sad, and kind of disappointed. Harry's heart ached for it, but he couldn't talk about what had happened in Topsam. Not now, maybe never, but if he ever did, it was going to be with someone who knew, someone he trusted to understand and not pretend that everything was just peachy, and who'd let him rant and cry and everything else he needed. Someone like Snape. The first thing Severus said upon waking was, Harry. Poppy was there a moment later, her bustling and businesslike air putting him somewhat at ease. He's fine, Severus. How he managed to cart you up here is anyone's guess. The boy's just skin and bones, haven't you been feeding him? But he'll be glad to know you've pulled through again. She thrust a potion in his face, and he batted it away, though the enormity of his relief made him feel faint. He'd been sure the boy was dead. For all his precautions and all his monitoring, he was sure Harry had killed himself, and it would have been all Severus' fault. I'm fine, woman. Put that away. Well, Poppy sniffed. You must be feeling better if you're surly already. But I'm not releasing you from the infirmary till we've got you completely warmed up. Now drink. With an aggravated sigh, Severus took the bottle of pepper-up potion and gulped it down. The familiar warmth surged through him, and steam blasted out his ears. Once he had his breath back, he growled, satisfied. I don't know why I bother, the Mediwitch complained. Between you and Mr. Potter, I don't know which of you is harder to manage when you've ended up in my care. Potter, Severus told her. Nah, it's Professor Snape, Potter said, peeking his head around the corner of the curtain. Severus snorted and crossed his arms over his chest, feeling almost giddy, a completely unnatural feeling for him, seeing the boy unharmed. Maybe he was having a heart attack. I should say not. I am a model preso, rather, patient. You, on the other hand, are incorrigible. Inquiry what? The boy came fully around the curtain, frowning now. Have you never met a dictionary, Potter? I should be glad to introduce you, if not. Ha, very ha. The boy smiled a little. I mean, very ha, sir. Severus sighed and waved his hand at the curtain. Do you mind? I would like to make my escape from here as soon as possible, but I'd rather have a bit of privacy for dressing. Oh, sorry, sir. Red-faced, the boy made an about turn and fled the cubicle. Severus raised his eyebrows at Poppy, and with another disdainful sniff, she vacated the area as well. He dressed slowly, as despite the pepper-up and whatever else Poppy had force-fed him, he was exhausted. But soon enough, he was ready to push aside the curtain and face the world, or at least, this small portion of it, again. Harry was lingering just on the other side of the enclosure, and down near the double doors leading to the outside corridor was Lupin. Severus cast a sneer the werewolf's way, but his heart wasn't in it. Nothing like a near-death experience to make certain truths quite clear. And one of them was that life was too short to put too much energy into maintaining old feuds. Come along, Harry, he said as he made his way toward the double doors and freedom. Harry gaped at him for a moment, but then did as he was told, and followed Severus out of the hospital wing. "See you later then, Harry," Lupin said as they passed him by. Yeah, Remus. Okay." But the boy's shoulders twitched up as he said it, and Severus knew he was uncomfortable with the idea of being in anyone's presence. Well, that would come with time, like everything else. Time they were running out of, unfortunately. Classes would start up again in less than 4 weeks, and Harry needed to be ready to face other students by then. They walked down to the dungeon in silence. Severus hesitated briefly at the warded entrance to his quarters. Harry had never come in this way, at least not consciously, and he wasn't altogether sure he wanted the boy to know the password. But, well, if Harry was going to be here till September 1st, he probably should know how to get inside. "Give me your hand," he said, and Harry looked at him askance. "I'm not going to bite it. The door needs to recognize you, and you'll need to put your hands on a particular spot for it to do so. Unless you fancy lingering about in the hallway whenever I'm not available to let you in." "No, sir. I mean, yes, sir." Harry held out his hand. Severus took it and pressed the boy's thumb and forefinger onto 2 nearly invisible indentations. "Serpentia extremitas," he murmured, and the door warmed to the new person's touch. "Now you'll be allowed to enter," he told Harry. "Just press those 2 spots again and say the password. Clear?" "Yes, sir. Thank you." "Well, what are you waiting for? Give it a try." Harry startled but pressed the 2 spots and mumbled his way through the Latin. Merlin. His accent was atrocious, and the door swung inwards, revealing the sitting room once more. Severus asked as the door shut on its own behind them. They were going to have to talk, and he'd found the boy did better if he had something in his hands that he could focus on. "Yes, sir. Thank you." Well aware of the routine, Harry collapsed onto the couch, looking tense already. Severus suppressed a sigh and went about making tea for them. He glanced at the boy while he set up a tray, and wondered what was going on in that knobbly head of his. More self-recriminations, he was sure. Back in the sitting room, he waited while the boy adjusted his tea with sugar and cream, waited for him to blow on the drink a bit, waited till the boy took a tentative sip and then finally met his gaze. "Well," Severus said, "that was an adventure I don't care to repeat." "I'm sorry, sir," Harry blurted. "I didn't realize you. I didn't know your broom. I'm sorry I almost killed you. I dare say. That wouldn't look good on your transcript at all." Harry gaped at him again. This was getting old. Are you joking? "Naturally. I would hope that your transcript would be the least of your concerns in the event of my untimely demise." "Yes, sir. I didn't mean to put you in danger, You just what, Harry?" he asked softly. "What were you doing, going up like that?" The boy stared at his teacup with an intensity Severus seldom saw in him, ever. "I'm just so cold, Professor. I feel like I'm in a dungeon. His dungeon, and I can never get warm. I just wanted to feel warm again." "I see." He took a sip of his own tea, letting it sit in his mouth a moment before swallowing. "You do realize, of course, that the higher you go, the thinner the air, and thus, the colder it becomes." Twin blotches of red appeared on the boy's cheeks. "Yes, sir, I know. I knew that, but it didn't seem real, not until I felt you fall away." Severus frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "I don't know, exactly. Just, when I was blind, and we were there, I could tell where other wizards were, from their magical signature, I guess. That's what I've been calling it. It's how I knew where to aim when we were trying to escape." "And how you knew when I'd awoken, later," Severus said softly. "Yes." Severus waited, but it seemed the boy was not ready to go on about Topsam, yet. "And so today, I felt you following me, but it wasn't till I realized that you'd stopped that I figured it out. About the sun, I mean, and not being able to touch it, really." Harry turned the cup around in his hands. "It was weird, what I was feeling. But then, once you were gone, I was just afraid. Afraid that you'd killed me." Harry nodded, but remained silent. "Well, I bear at least part of the responsibility for that," Severus admitted. When the boy looked at him in shock, He waved his hand lightly. We hadn't set any limits for you in the vertical plane. I should have done so, to avoid any confusion. I shall rectify that oversight before we fly again, I assure you. The boy's mouth moved, not unlike a large fish. Are you serious? I almost killed you, and all you say is that you should have told me not to. Not exactly. I should have told you not to go above 1,000 meters, for instance. Then there would have been a rule that you would have broken, and we could deal with the consequences of that. This, he waved his hand again, was merely a miscommunication. Aren't you going to send me away? Harry's emotions were splayed all over his face. He'd never make an Occlumens this way. They'd have to work on that. To Saint Mungo's. Have you broken any of our rules? And no, sir. Well, then, why should I send you away? Harry shook his head, as if trying to wrap his mind around a difficult concept. Because I almost killed you. But you didn't. And, in fact, I believe Madame Pomfrey, for one, is under the impression that you saved my life. So, he inclined his head. Thank you. A bark of a laugh escaped the boy's throat, and he looked torn between laughing more, or perhaps bursting into tears. Severus prepared to reparo something, if need be. I will never understand you, Professor, Harry said at last. Good, Severus replied. It would never do to be predictable. August 7. He's crazy. I mean, I thought for a while it was me, but really, he's the one who's crazy. He laughed today. It was creepy. He has really crooked teeth, and when he laughs, you can see them all, and it isn't pretty. I wish I knew what the hell he expected from me in this journal, or from the stupid talks we have, when he thinks he can serve me tea and get me to spill my guts, but when I ask, he won't do any more than stare at me and lift his eyebrows, like that means something, and wait till I go crazy just like him. This whole thing is stupid and a waste of time. Let's see, then. The main ingredients in Draught of Living Death are asphodel, wormwood, sophophorus bean, and valerian roots. The main ingredients in Draught of Peace are powdered moonstone and syrup of hellebore. Once more Harry closed the book after 20 minutes and looked over at the professor, expectantly. He wasn't sure what to expect, exactly, but it was sure to be interesting. Snape had been in a weird mood, ever since the fall yesterday, and Harry didn't like it, at all. He liked his professor being predictable, surly and nasty and condescending. He wasn't sure what to do with this. Harry almost breathed a sigh of relief when Snape ignored him and continued to read. That he could handle. He was good at being ignored. But Snape merely finished the page he was on, closed his own tome and looked up into Harry's eyes. I imagine you'd like to go flying again today. I would, sir, but, come on, Potter, spit it out. I haven't got all day to wait for thoughts to form in that head of yours. Ah, there was the disdain he'd come to know and respect. But I don't want to trouble you, sir. Not after yesterday. I know you said Madame Pomfrey told you I saved your life, but I didn't really. It was an accident. I mean, I was really responsible for you almost dying in the first place. I see. Snape rose and went to the kitchen. Harry sighed. Not again. Do we have to talk? Can't you just punish me or something? Snape peered at him through an almost perfect curtain of hair as he measured tea into the waiting kettle. His dark eyes were like polished cuts of onyx and about as warm. What kind of punishment do you feel you deserve, Potter, for your behavior yesterday? You could. He made himself say the words, though he desperately wished he didn't have to. You could take away my broom, sir. And would you learn self-control that way? Self-control. Are you a parrot? Never mind. Snape put the kettle on the hob and leaned against one of his counters, arms across his chest. Understand this. What drove you to be reckless yesterday was an abhorrent lack of self-control. Something Gryffindors are notorious for. Harry set his jaw, though guilt and shame swamped him. If he'd been able to control himself, his impulses, then Sirius would be alive still, and his friends wouldn't have gotten hurt at the Ministry. He was as responsible for them as he was for everything else. He'd be lucky if they ever forgave him for almost getting them killed, if they ever even talked to him again. Right. Yes, sir. I want to learn self-control. Snape laughed again. This time it was more of a chuckle, forced through a sneer, but it was directed at Harry, who bristled, even before he heard the man's cutting words. "I'll just forget you ever said that, shall I? When we both know it isn't true." "It is. Like I told you the other day. I kill everyone who gets close to me, everyone who gets near me. My parents, Sirius, are all dead because the Dark Lord wanted them to be. Spare me the melodrama, Potter. You have no control over his actions. Only your own." "But if I hadn't gone to the ministry, Bellatrix," sharp pain ran through him, searing into his head and gut at the very thought of the woman who had killed Sirius, and who had tortured him, who had laughed at his screams. He could still hear her laughter sometimes, when it was quiet. When he tried to sleep. In his dreams. "Harry." The word was spoken very close to him, and he instinctively shied away and put his hands up toward whoever it was from coming closer. He shivered, freezing, lying in darkness on the stone floor in the huge hall. If he focused on the laughter, he didn't have to listen to the screams. "Harry, tell me what's going on, now. Where are you?" "It's cold," he said. "I can't get warm." "It's warm here," the voice said softly. "Come, sit by the fire." Hands tried to touch him and he shoved them away, scrambling backwards until he hit a wall. He couldn't have hands on him. "No. All right. It's all right, Harry. Here's some tea, right by your hand. Take the cup now." He fumbled for the cup, and brought it to his mouth, unseeing. Everything was dark, like midnight on the night of a new moon. But the tea was hot and warmed him a little, though not enough. It was never enough. "Take another sip." He obeyed. It was easiest to do so. But the cup shook in his grip and he spilled some of the hot liquid on his lap. He barely felt it, though he brushed at it with his other hand, trembling like a stupid, scared child. Tears formed in his eyes. He could feel them, hot and stinging with salt, but he dared not let them fall. The laughter would worsen, and he didn't think he could take it. He squeezed his eyes shut instead. "Talk to me, Harry," the other said, the one whose magic stood like a stalwart beside him. Then the other pressed a small towel into his hand, so he could dab at the mess on his trousers. "Tell me what's going on." "Hurts," Harry whispered and took a shuddering breath, twisting the towel in his hands and pressing back against the wall. If he could just stop the screaming, everything would be fine. "What hurts, Harry?" "Everything." He couldn't hold back anymore, not even to curtail the awful, screeching laughter he knew would follow. The tears fell and he couldn't make them stop. His throat ached and his head hurt, and everything, he just wanted everything to stop. He squashed himself into as tight a ball as he could manage, to get away, to stop the pain. "Oh, God, it hurts, he's hurting me." "Who is?" "Harry, who's hurting you?" A hand came down on him. The touch burned and ripped him open from one end to the other, bones melting into hot shards of glass, and he screamed. Screamed through every drop of his blood spilled and every bone broken. Screamed through the sickening laughter and the high cold voice that crowed delight. "Let's see how he does with Crucio at the same time, Lucius. Does his agony make it sweeter for you?" Then the breathless whisper against his ear that made him vomit. "Oh, yes, my lord." "Please." "No," Harry shrieked. "Please, please stop, I'm sorry. Please, I'm sorry, I'll be good, I promise. Please, don't hurt me anymore." And now the hand was gone, and the soothing voice that was there to trick him into staying and listening, and all that remained was cold stone, laughter, and pain. Severs sat back on his heels in front of the silently weeping boy who lived, and swore. He'd thought they were making progress. Aside from the debacle of yesterday's flight, there had been no tears and nothing broken for almost 48 hours, and he'd considered it a decent step forward. But now Harry had gone 2 giant steps back, at first withdrawing into himself and pleading for all the hurting to stop, and now rocking back and forth, arms wrapped tight around his middle, and not responding at all. The bloody hope of the bloody wizarding world. Flashback, he knew, from some of his own experiences, and the best thing would be to ground Harry in the here and now. But he wasn't sure if Harry could even hear him anymore, and he certainly wasn't going to try and touch the boy again. He didn't need that scream replayed, "Thank you very much." Instead he returned to muttering the inane words he hoped would somehow get through this newest wall. "You're in the sitting room, Harry, in my quarters. We're at Hogwarts. You're on the wool rug, can you feel it? It's warm here, in front of the fire. Harry, open your eyes and see where you are. It's my sitting room at Hogwarts. After little less than half an hour, the boy blinked and looked at him. Professor. I'm right here, Severus replied, although that was obvious. Would you like to get off the floor now? Potter peered around, his big green eyes still blinking owlishly behind his glasses. We're at Hogwarts. Severus nodded, and even let pass the perfect opportunity he had to cut the boy's mental capacity down to size. He must be getting senile in his old age, or terminally sentimental. In my quarters. Now, the floor, while a sensible place to put one's feet, is hardly suitable for sitting upon. So, if you would. Yes, sir, sorry. Potter pushed himself to his feet, making no move to take the hand that Severus offered to help him. Severus wasn't even sure the boy noticed it. He swayed a little, once standing, and Severus managed, just, not to grab his arm to steady him. I'm kind of tired, Professor. Can I lie down a while? You know the rules, Potter. Best to keep them on track. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Potter swiped a hand across his eyes, then held it up, as if surprised he could see it. Sorry, I kind of lost it. I dunno what happened. Go wash up, Potter. Your face is a mess. I'll make tea. A bleak smile of acknowledgement greeted his words, which was all Severus could really hope for at the moment. He busied himself in the kitchen while the boy washed his face and changed his clothes, presumably, and when Harry returned, he had the table laid out. He pushed a phial of translucent green liquid across the table. Drink. It's a calming draft. Yes, sir, Harry mumbled, and did as he was told, then pulled one of the cups of tea towards himself and added his customary cream and sugar before taking a biscuit and nibbling the corners off. Severus waited a good few minutes, until he was sure the calming draught had taken effect, and that the boy had drunk some of his tea, before speaking again. Your nightmares, he started, conversationally. Harry's shoulders tensed, and his fingers gripped the teacup, despite the potion. Yes, sir. They are not abating. No, sir. Harry sighed and looked deep into the cup, as if he could see more in there than even that dingbat, Trelawney. I'm sorry if I've kept you awake. Severus waved his hand dismissively. That's not why I mention them. You must occlude when you lie down to rest. The meditative properties of clearing your mind will help you avoid your nightmares, too. A green-eyed gaze flicked to meet his for a millisecond. Meditative what? Did you not learn anything from our past lessons? Severus growled. I'm talking about when you clear your mind, through breathing or picturing waves upon the beach or however you tried it. Meditation, boy. Harry stared, his expression a mix of shock and outrage. But you never told me any of that, breathing? All you said to me, ever, was that I had to get my emotions under control and clear my mind. How was I supposed to know how to do that? Severus glared right back. I assumed you would seek ways to accomplish it outside of our lessons, which were meant for far more important aspects of learning occlumency, ones you could not complete on your own. He leaned forward and jabbed a finger in the boy's direction. You could have, for instance, researched methods of clearing your mind, perhaps with the help of that know-it-all you spend so much time with. Surely Miss Granger could have found copious volumes of meditative techniques for you in the library, if you were unable to wrap your pea-sized brain around the concept yourself. Harry gaped at him, at a loss for words. For once. About time, too. But it was too much to hope it would last long, however, as the brat who lived opened his mouth and muttered, you could have mentioned as much. Through gritted teeth, Severus spat, you wasted my time. You never took the training seriously, and you have the nerve to castigate me? At once, the boy's whole face grew red, neck and ears and all, and he bowed it over his tea as he murmured something more. What is it, boy? Speak up. With a gulped breath, Potter dared a glance up at Severus, and by some miracle, held his gaze. I said I'm sorry, sir. His voice was half contrition, half ashamed, and Severus raised one eyebrow. I really am. You're right. I'm sorry I'm such a waste of time. If I had it to do over, I'd. He shrugged, and Severus let it go this once. You are not a waste of time, he said, after allowing the silence stretch while he got his temper back under control. But your lack of self-control, of your emotions, of your mind. Makes you a liability, to your friends, to yourself, and to the cause we are fighting for. Yes, sir. The boy looked properly cowed, now, yet somehow, his submission did not hold the wondrous flavor and texture as once it had. Harry was broken, Severus reminded himself. And he did not like to toy with broken things. Perhaps. Severus sighed and overruled his better judgment. Perhaps I could loan you reading material that might aid your attempts to clear your mind. Once you've read and made use of the information, we might consider another attempt at occlumency. Really? The boy straightened in his chair. Hope shined in his eyes. I mean, that would be great, sir. Thank you. So easy, Severus reflected again. It would be so easy to turn this boy against everyone and everything he knew, into little more than an extension of his own will, with a few kind deeds and tempered words. And yet, if he was to be their one and only hope. Well, if that was the case, then it was really up to Severus to make sure Potter got back on his feet and arm him with all the weapons at his disposal. He just wished he had more time. He gave me a book last night called 101 Ways to Focus Your Mind's Power, which would have bloody brilliant to have, oh, I don't know, like 6 months ago. I didn't bother to say that again, though, 'cause he's been in a foul mood ever since he offered to give occlumency another go, and I didn't feel like having my head bitten off. Truthfully, he'd had me a bit worried, 'cause he wasn't acting all giddish, take that, Hermione, all the time, which was really weird. But now he's back to his nasty, giddly self. And if you're reading this, Professor, I mean that in the most non-points-taking way you can imagine, so I can relax. A bit. I don't know what he was playing at anyway, pretending to care and ask me about my ***ing childhood. It's not like he won't ridicule me for it the second he gets a chance to, the second his Slytherins need a good laugh. But reading the book was helpful. I'll admit that. I got about halfway through it, last night, and even used one of the meditative techniques that he never bothered to tell me about. Before bed I tried using a layer of something virtually unpenetrable, like stone, to hide certain thoughts and memories away. How rough the cut of stone is, determines how much it can hide without cracking. Mine was pretty pitted, so I guess it can hold a lot. Anyway, I still had nightmares, hard to remember a time when I didn't, actually, but not all night this time. And they were of Hedwig and my bastard of an uncle, and of Sirius, like during the early part of the summer, not about what happened later. But I'm not going to write about that, Snape, do you hear me? So you can quit reading this stupid, idiotic journal. I'm fine. You just leave me alone. Who does he think he is, anyway? So, the chief ingredients in garroting gas are powdered graphene, leech juice, rat spleens and crushed scarab beetle. The main ingredients in Gregory's unctuous unction are scurvy grass, flobberworm mucus, and jobberknoll feathers. 20 minutes passed, but Harry didn't close the journal right away. Instead, at the end, he scribbled, "Why's it all got to be so hard, anyway?" He stared at the sentence, then crossed it out and slammed the journal closed. He would not get all self-pitying and woe is maying, and he would not ***ing cry again, ever. He didn't care how much Snape bullied him, or didn't. "Professor?" he asked, turning from the desk. "Can I go flying today?" Snape looked up at him from his own book, but didn't say anything immediately. "Please." "Very well," the professor said at last. "I suppose you'll be even more useless in our lessons if I don't indulge your need for outdoor time. But we'll be having tea afterwards." His lips gave an almost imperceptible twitch. "If I am not unduly indisposed." Was that supposed to be a joke? Harry frowned at him. Surely he wouldn't joke about almost dying, again, remembering that Snape had made the jest about Harry's transcript, too. Maybe Snape was just naturally all over giggly about death or dying. Harry could almost understand that. If he didn't laugh about some things, he would surely scream instead. Oh, sure. Events like taking on that troll first year, or even sliding the sword from the Sorting Hat during second year, weren't funny at the time. But now he could look back and laugh. Sort of. How daft was it, after all, that he'd fought a basilisk, which outweighed him by 1,000,000 stones and had poison fangs to boot, with just a pointy bit of metal? Even if the creature had been blind. He knew better than most, now, that being blind didn't make you helpless. Not entirely, anyway. Mercilessly shoving thoughts of that under the stone, he nodded. Okay. If I don't kill you, we can have tea afterwards. Snape lifted an eyebrow, and his mouth did that twitchy thing again. Maybe he was developing a tic? Before you rose and put aside his book. My broom? I don't imagine you were able to catch it, too. No, sir. But it came through the flow when you were doing potions in your lab yesterday. I think Dumbledore found it. Ah. And you put it where? Harry tilted his chin over towards the bookcase closest to the door. In the corner. He stood and stretched, working the kinks out of his shoulder from where he'd bruised it the other day. It's not a bad broom, sir. But it's got nothing on a firebolt. So I discovered. Snape took up the broom and peered at Harry. Just so there are no misunderstandings, you are to remain within the confines of the pitch on the horizontal, and to go no more than twice the height of the goalposts, in the vertical. Am I clear? Yes, sir. He hesitated. Then, can I use a snitch from the school stores? I just like to practice. It's not really playing Quidditch, just chasing the snitch. Snape pursed his lips. I think not. He held up a hand when Harry was about to launch into protests. Not this time. Even practice snitches may not stay within the parameters I have set for you. And I must be at least able to see you to protect you. Harry gritted his teeth and managed, barely, not to argue anyway. He knew the professor was right. Didn't mean he had to like it, though. Then he latched on to one of the things Snape had said. Not this time, you said. In the future you'll let me? I will discuss the matter with the headmaster, but you. I will discuss with him, Potter. I will not make you false promises. That stopped him. Snape was like that. He didn't promise things he didn't know he could hold to. It was one of the things Harry actually appreciated about the man. That and the fact that he always treated Harry like he was a person, even if just a childish, arrogant person, and not just a famous scar. Yes, sir, he said again, and went to get his broom. Flying was brilliant. Sometimes, like lately, it was the only thing worth getting out of bed for, and the best part of every day. It was like breathing, but breathing laughing gas, because he couldn't hardly keep a smile from his face when he was in the air. Broom tucked between his knees, soaring over the world with the wind in his face and no one to trouble him at all. Keeping his promise to remain in the purely arbitrary, he thought, confines Snape allowed was difficult, but he managed, and nothing could choke all the fun out of flying. Not even Snape's hovering, nor his occasional snipes to check your speed, Potter. Too soon, it was over, and Snape actually sneered at him. It was disturbing how comforting seeing the sneer was. When he said Harry could have as much time in the air each day as he spent working on his journal beforehand. Harry groaned, but he still had more than half the alphabet of potions to get through. He could make that stretch an hour or more tomorrow, easily. Back inside, while Snape made tea, Harry sat at their customary table and fidgeted. He truly detested these talks. He didn't like the out-of-control feeling he had when Snape maneuvered him into saying more than he wanted, nor the sick churning in his gut when he felt like the Git was prying plasters off his carefully hidden wounds and exposing them to the air. So he was almost pleasantly surprised when, after taking his first sip, Snape said only, "Tell me about the Sorting Hat." "What? You mentioned once that the Sorting Hat had a different idea about where you belonged. I am curious as to what you meant." Harry stared at him for a long moment, then shrugged. "What could it hurt? The Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. I didn't want to, so it sorted me into Gryffindor instead." With cup halfway to his mouth, Snape froze, and his dark eyes were wider than Harry had ever seen them. "Why, pray tell?" Sighing, Harry admitted, "Well, Hagrid told me all wizards who'd ever gone bad came out of Slytherin, and I had just learnt that day that my parents were killed by a dark wizard, so I didn't want to become like him. It was hard, very hard, to keep every thought of that monster shielded under the thick layer of stone, but if he didn't, he was going to crack up, no lie. And besides, Malf." He beeped in a breath, feeling acutely dizzy. The room tilted, and sweat coated him as he strained to reach the stone. He was going to vomit, he really was. "Breathe, Harry." The voice was so close he could feel the air move on his face. "Take one breath, come on. Breathe in." He struggled to obey, but his gut hurt, and he pressed his hands to his stomach and heaved all over the floor. He drew a breath, but only so he could retch again. The stone, he had to reach the stone with this memory, or he would hurl up his intestines next. He scrabbled towards it, in the morass of memory that clung to him in the darkness. He barely registered the whispered, "Scourgify," nor the continuing encouragement from nearby to just breathe. Damn it. As his fingers at last found pitting on the stone sized for him to grip, and he shoved the latest horrors away and underneath the gray slab. And then he breathed, choking on sour bile until someone, oh, yeah, Snape, handed him a glass of water to wash out his mouth. Harry pressed a hand to his eyes. He hated this. He hated Snape, and tea and stupid, sodding memories and everything. The glass was very smooth under his fingers, and he gripped it tight, wishing Snape would just go away and leave him alone. "All right now?" Snape asked, and Harry almost threw the glass at him. "Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for asking." Silence greeted his sullen words, and he chanced to look up. Snape was frowning, big surprise there, but didn't seem to be angry, just concerned. "Really," Harry said, trying to move it along, "I'm okay now." Today's episode was much shorter than yesterday. Oh yeah? Harry didn't really want to know, but he was a little curious. Morbidly, one might say. How long then? Snape regarded him coolly. "Yesterday, almost half an hour before you recalled where you were. Today, only 15 minutes. Well, good. By the time classes start again, I'll only be crazy for a minute or two every day." "You're not crazy," Snape said, and his frown deepened. "Could have fooled me." Harry took a long swig of water, which helped alleviate the burning in his throat. "Look, could we not talk about this anymore?" "Of course." Snape's lips curled in his ever-ready sneer. "But you will finish explaining to me why you did not wish to be sorted into my house." Harry took an experimental breath. He just had to remember that Draco was not his father. Okay, he could do that. He let the breath out and stared into his half-empty glass. "I met Draco when I was getting fitted for my first robes, and he was a lot like my cousin, Dudley, going on about how he'd get a broom at school if he pestered his parents enough, even if the rules said he couldn't, and then he was making fun of Hagrid, who, like I told you before." His throat closed and he couldn't continue. "Bought you your first present, I remember. Yeah." Harry shook his head and stuffed the memory away. "So, Ma, Draco was certain he was going to be sorted into Slytherin, where all good non-Muggle-raised wizards should go, since the other sort didn't even deserve to go to Hogwarts. And after he said a couple other nasty things, I decided I didn't want to be there at all if there was any way I could help it. So I let the hat put me where it wanted, so long as it wasn't your house. I didn't need to be hated at a new school, too." "I see." Snape had returned to his own seat, Harry saw, when he looked up again, and had his hands laced together on the tabletop. "I assume you have realized by now that not all bad wizards come from Slytherin." "Well, yeah. Like Pettigrew." Yes. Something had changed in Snape's eyes, and Harry couldn't put a name to it. "Likewise, not all Slytherins are going to go bad." "I know that." He didn't bother to add the "now," as he was sure Snape heard it anyway. Snape leaned forward and held Harry's gaze until he had to look away, then just as suddenly, leaned back in his chair. "I think you should have let the hat put you where it wanted to." "Oh yeah? Why?" "For one thing," Snape drawled, "we might have avoided much of the unpleasantness between us. As your head of house, I would have been personally responsible for your welfare." Harry snorted a laugh. "As it was, you took on a lot. You saved me from Quirrell during my first Quidditch match, and from Remus when he turned into a werewolf. And from, you know." Snape nodded. "Still, had you been in Slytherin, I might have been better able to temper my hatred, disgust, or your mind-bogglingly, all-consuming loathing of everything Potter, coupled with the desire to see my head brining in your lab." "Indeed." Snape's lip twitched again. Lifting his own eyebrows, Harry gave him as much of a cheeky smile as he could muster. "Yeah, that would have been nice." Harry slammed the book closed again. "Problem?" Snape asked, and Harry almost threw the journal at him. "No, why?" Snape raised one eyebrow. Harry hated when he did that. He crossed his arms over his chest and waited for Snape to say something. Two could play at his stupid mind games, after all. But Snape remained silent, and Harry hated that, too. He glared at the professor, whose expression didn't change. Finally, Harry shoved the book across the writing desk. I'm not doing that anymore. Ah. What's that supposed to mean? It's an acknowledgement of your statement. Snape's other brow rose. I did not realize such minuscule words gave you trouble. Just shut it. A tad more decorum would suit you, Potter. Yeah, well, stuff your decorum. I'm not writing in that bloody book anymore. So you've said, and what are you gonna do about it? Snape's expression didn't change, but he stood and managed to look more threatening, just the same. Nothing. Writing is purely voluntary. Of course, not writing means not flying. Harry gritted his teeth, wanting to clobber Snape or make him yell or something. He hated not knowing what to expect from this man, and hated him for that confusion. I hate you, you know that. The professor cocked his head a little to the side, and peered at him as if examining a particularly foul turd. I am not unaware of your feelings, Potter. Yeah, well, Harry replied, feeling oddly disconcerted. But why? He really did hate Snape, didn't he? The man kept him locked up down here, and wouldn't let him go flying, and made him talk about things he didn't want to talk about and made him eat when he wasn't hungry, and yet didn't yell or hit him or anything. Just thought you should know. And now I do. Would you like to do your homework then, or read more on meditation techniques? Neither. I don't want to do any of it. He snatched up the journal and hurled it at the fireplace. Snape just watched it smack into the mantel and did nothing to stop him. And how about you stop being so goddamn understanding? Okay. Why can't you yell at me or punch me or call me AF ***ing retarded freak or a spoiled ass or something? You're treating me like I'm damaged, and I'm not. Snape's dark eyes were hooded as he met Harry's gaze. I assure you, Mr. Potter, that I have no intention of calling you a ***ing retarded freak, he said, his mouth twisting over the words. And I do not hit children. I have never been a child, Harry screamed, his vision narrowed to a red haze. Get that through your skull. I've been a punching bag, a scapegoat, a house elf and the ***ing chosen one. But I have never been a child. So punch me, why don't you? You want to, right? You'd love to thrash me, admit it. Snape shook his head, even as he took a step closer to Harry, where he stood, fists clenched so hard his nails were digging into his palms. Snape took another step. Harry was breathing hard, and gritting his teeth so tightly they creaked in his mouth. He couldn't take this, not from Snape. Snape was supposed to hate him, forever and ever. Hit me. He lifted his chin, giving Snape the perfect target. Come on, do it. I'm not going to hit you, Harry. You. Harry lurched toward the man, more angry than he had ever been. You don't get to call me that, you great greasy git. You're meant to hate me, remember? I'm the spoiled rotten arrogant son of the one who humiliated you, remember? I'm nothing but trouble, and no one will ever care about me, 'cause I'm a dirty little freak, and I'll only get myself killed. Good riddance, with my stupid, arrogant, ***ed up. Stop, Harry, Snape said, and his voice was kind, too kind, and Harry swung a fist at him. Shut up. Snape caught his wrist in one of his hands and drew it to the side, where he couldn't punch anymore. Let me go. He swung the other fist. Stop, now, Harry, Snape said, catching the other wrist and wrestling it to Harry's side. Harry pulled and yanked on his arm, but Snape was too strong. I hate you, let me go. I can't do that, Harry. Stop calling me that. Harry twisted in his arms and tried to kick him, but Snape turned him round and wrapped his arms, like bands, around his chest and held him close. Lego. I hate you, please, let me go. I will not hit you, Harry, no matter what you do. His voice sounded right next to Harry's ear, and Harry squeezed his eyes shut. His head hurt, and his chest, and he just wanted to lay down and die. Instead, he struggled harder. But Snape just tightened his grip, not enough to hurt, but enough to keep him from getting away. Stupid sod. Just leave me alone. I'm not going to do that, either. I hate you. I know. From the kitchen, Severus watched Harry, who was hunched over on the couch, head pressed to his hands. The yelling had stopped, thank Merlin, and the foul language, but Harry had yet to look at him in the 2 hours since his last fit. 2 hours of this self-flagellation was quite long enough. Severus hovered the tea set out to the sitting room and sent a cup floating toward the boy. When Harry did not look up, even when the cup bumped gently against his forehead, Severus cleared his throat. Still not lifting his head, Harry put up a hand to grasp the thin handle of the cup and drew it down to his lap. Meanwhile, Severus took his own seat in his favorite chair and waited for Harry to adulterate his tea. This time, though, he added nothing. Severus did not comment, but took a sip of his own cup. Once the boy had followed suit, and they were, for all intents and purposes, well into their ritual, Severus said, "Whose punching bag were you?" "No one's," came the sullen reply. Harry still had not shown his face. "You brought it up, Potter. And may I remind you that lying is not allowed here." "Whatever." Severus watched for another few minutes. He could push the boy back into rage easily enough, but that wouldn't really get them anywhere today. He took another sip and pondered. Then, "Do you want to return to classes in September?" "Course I do." "Then you must overcome this appalling tendency to fly into a rage at slightest provocation. Do you think your friends will appreciate your vitriol as much as I?" A shrug, then a sigh, then "No, I guess not. Indeed. So, until I am satisfied that you will come to no harm, nor bring it to others, I'm afraid we are stuck here, with you answering my questions and obeying all our rules. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir. I'm not sure it is. Enjoining me to strike you is not conducive to keeping yourself out of harm. You are not allowed to hurt yourself, nor are you to beg me to do so. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." An automatic response, that probably trained in him by his caring relatives, Severus thought with a sneer. But maybe it was the truth this time. "Be sure that you do. Now, who used you as a punching bag?" Another sigh, and the boy's shoulders twitched in an almost shrug, but he said, "Dudley. In his Harry hunting games." Harry winced. "Yes, sir. Or when his friends wanted a laugh. Or if he caught me talking to anyone at school or answering a question right for a teacher, or walking too slow, or just any time he felt like it." He rubbed a hand across his face and finally looked over at Severus. "I got used to it." "Did no one stop his attentions while you were at school at least?" Harry gave him an incredulous look. "Why would they? It's not like I mattered. And he was usually careful not to hit me when there were teachers around." "And you told no one?" With a snorted laugh, Harry shook his head. "Right. They'd believe me, sure." He scratched at his scar for a moment, then shrugged, looking away. "All right, fine. I tried to tell a teacher once that Dudley and his friends had beaten me up in the boys' lavatory. Miss Kildare. She gave me ice for my eye, but then Aunt Petunia came screaming down to the school and called me a horrible little liar who was always doing nasty things to her wonderful Duddy Dipkins, and that I should be punished for making up such stories. She said any bruises I had were self-inflicted, and any tales I told should be ignored from then on. When I got home, I got the belt from my uncle in the cupboard for a week." He hitched up one shoulder. "I'm not stupid, I learned." Severus took another sip of tea to cover his unease. "How old were you?" 7. Maybe 6. It's hard to remember. And how often did this sort of thing happen? "What? Dudley beating me up? All the time. Every day at primary, he found something to hit me for. He even beat up other kids if they started to be nice to me." Harry shrugged again, one of the most forlorn gestures Severus had ever seen. "After a while, I didn't care." "Indeed?" He leaned forward a little, and noted that Harry tensed in response, even though he was ostensibly looking away from Severus. "You didn't mind not having friends?" Another shrug. Severus raised an eyebrow, and Harry relented. "Okay, I minded. There wasn't anything I could do about it, though, and I learned to do without, like I told you." "And how often did you get the belt?" Harry narrowed his eyes, and his chin came up, but once more he acquiesced. "When I deserved it, sir." "That's not an answer." "It is." He sighed. "I don't know. Couple times. Uncle Vernon was more into shaking sense into me. Aunt Petunia just liked to slap." He pulled an almost rueful smile and rubbed at the side of his head as if he could still feel a lump there. "Unless we were in the kitchen and she had a frying pan handy. I learned to duck." Severus stared at him. "You seem to have accepted as given many conditions in your childhood that most people would find unacceptable." "Yeah, well, I'm a freak. Words your relatives used." "So, is it possible they were mistaken?" Harry laughed, but mirthlessly. "Right. You're gonna tell me? I am going to tell you this once, Potter, and I never want to hear that you've spoken of this subject again, so listen well. There is nothing wrong with you. Yeah, right. He had a passable sneer, it was true. And it wasn't your fault. What the hell do you know? I know enough. Severus looked deep into the green eyes that had beheld so much horror in such a short span of years, and he did not flinch. I know what violence to a child can do. I know what it's like to feel unwanted, uncared for, unloved. And I tell you this, Harry, it was not your fault. Harry crossed his arms over his chest and glared at him. I know that. No, I don't think you do, yet. Severus sighed. But I hope you will one day. Fine, whatever. I think I shall excise that word from your vocabulary. What, fine, that, too. You are obviously not fine, and so to continue to use such a hideously inappropriate word is insulting. To linguists? Severus smirked. Exactly. So, we'll make a list of words that are of no use to our discussions. He conjured a roll of parchment and a never-out quill. Who knew how many words they might need to add? Harry gaped at him. You're serious? Never more so. Now, we've agreed that, fine, shall go the way of all meat. We never did. You decided to go all linguisty on me. Well, someone had to. With a huff of breath, Harry muttered something about Hermione and word police, but Severus ignored it. Okay. You can say, arrogant, any more, then. Severus added it to the list. Neither of us can. Also, no, whatever, freak, or, he shuddered, dunno. Despicable word, that. Oh, I dunno, Harry said with a smirk of his own. He would have done Slytherin proud, at least on the surface. I kinda like it. And, kinda, Severus intoned, scribbling madly. Perhaps, to be safe, we should just avoid all faux, compound words that end with a. He didn't have to tear up the list though. The official list, he says, is the one posted on one of the kitchen cabinets. It's shorter than the one we worked on at first, but I got a few choice words in there, too. Still not supposed to use fine, though. What am I supposed to tell him, then? I can't describe the awful ache inside, the way it's hard for me to think, sometimes, or catch my breath, because a memory hits me and I can't see beyond it. Until I get it under the stone. Then, everything's, well, fine. I catch him watching me, sometimes, and it's weird. 'Cause I know he's trying to legitimize me, or maybe just trying to make me talk, but he doesn't say anything, and it makes me really uncomfortable, 'cause he's supposed to be the one who yells and insults me, and instead he's the one who, right now, is telling me I'm worth something, and that nothing that happened, with the Dursleys at least, was my fault. I know that's not true, no matter what I told him. I was bad, and I was punished. Dudley almost got killed a year ago because of me, and I blew up Aunt Marge, and ruined business deals for Uncle Vernon, and never did chores to Aunt Petunia's specifications. Sure, they were more than your average kid had to do, but then, they took me in when they didn't have to. I was lucky to have a home, even if they didn't want me there. Of course, when I look over what I just wrote, and think of Hedwig, who never deserved what he did to her, and I think about how they left me to starve to death or die of infection, I think maybe Snape is right and I rationalize what happened to me too much. Sure, they hurt me, but they had a right to. Blah. What if it was Ron's parents who hurt him like that? Would I feel the same? Or even someone like Colin Creevey, whose folks are Muggles? Would I think he deserved to be beaten and starved and locked away in a cupboard because he did accidental magic in front of them? No, I wouldn't. But I can't think about that anymore, 'cause if I do, I'll get all depressed and shit, because there isn't anything I can do about the fact that they hated me, and nothing I did was ever going to make them love me. There, I said it. Happy now, Snape? Sighing, Harry closed the journal which had miraculously reappeared on the writing desk this morning. Well, not so miraculous, he supposed, since all Snape had to do was pick it up off the floor and put it back on the desk. But still, he was almost glad of it, really. He was still pretty sure that Snape was not covertly reading what he wrote, but one couldn't be too careful. He'd gotten a bit carried away, to be honest, with this last entry. He hadn't meant to write all that personal stuff. But it was easier than talking to the professor, mostly. Snape looked up at him at last, and Harry was halfway to his feet even before Snape said, "Flying, I assume?" "Yes, sir," he said, with all the enthusiasm he could muster. "Please." Very well. Snape marked the page in his book. He read as much as Hermione, honestly, and rose to get their brooms. For the next hour, Harry was at peace. Afterwards, he was surprised that Snape did not bring out tea, which had become their custom after flying. He imagined that Snape found him easier to deal with when he was in a good mood from being outside. This time, though, Snape brought out a wide, covered bowl and set it on the table between them. The Pensieve. Harry swallowed hard, looking at the seemingly innocuous stone bowl. It was the same one he'd gone into last year, and seen the memory that Snape had hidden from him. He glanced up through his fringe at the professor, who stared back at him. There was no hatred in his gaze, but Harry still shuddered, remembering. It was the only time he'd been truly afraid of Snape and his legendary temper. And it was his biggest regret of their relationship, whatever it was. Professor. Snape nodded, his eyes still boring into him. I'm really sorry. I mean it. Snape sighed. I know, Potter. You said so before. And I accept your apology. Now, let us proceed. What? Harry bit his lip. He could admit to himself he was nervous about practicing occlumency with Snape. It had always hurt the last time, like being hit by a bludger in the head, over and over. And the lessons made his scar ache, too, and he did not want to think about anything connected with his scar, ever. No matter that he'd woken from screaming nightmares again last night, trying to claw his forehead off. What are we going to do? You are going to place some of your potentially problematic memories in the Pensieve before we do anything else. Potentially. Oh. He could feel the blood drain from his face. He would have to think about the memories he wanted to remove, think about them in all their horrific glory. I don't know if I can do that. I will be right here with you, Snape said, in the calm and somehow gentle voice he used when he thought Harry was about to bolt or throw something. That he was usually right did nothing to calm Harry's fears. Yeah, but, is blacklisted. That earned a brief smile. Yes, sir, Harry started again. I know you will, and for a moment, he had to pause and let that sink in. Snape would be with him. And he knew that. He didn't have to face the memories alone. The greasy git of a potions master, who'd hated him for as long as he could remember, was going to stand by him through this. The idea was overwhelming, as he came to truly appreciate it for the first time. He drew a deep breath and peered at Snape, brows furrowed. Snape stared back, his arms crossed over his chest, and lifted one eyebrow. Harry laughed suddenly. You are so gonna have to teach me how to do that. Gonna, Mr. Potter. Sorry. Going to. Teach me, that is. How to do the one eyebrow thing. And why would I do that? Snape asked with a sneer. It benefits me nothing to have young, cheeky imitators running about. Harry sniggered under his breath. Maybe I'll trade you. I can't imagine you have any personal habits I wish to emulate. Ha. Very ha. I meant maybe I have something else you'd want to trade for. He shrugged, casually. Or maybe not. This discussion is unnecessarily off topic, Snape snapped. He held out a length of dark wood that looked shiny and new. Now. Take this wand and put it to your temple. Your wand? Indeed. Won't it? I mean, I thought doing stuff like this could mess you up if you didn't use your own wand. Snape huffed in annoyance. Only if, as I believe a certain ex-professor learned to his discomfort, the wand in question is malfunctioning. Any wizard can use any wand, Potter. Of course, if you use a wand more attuned to your personal magical core, the results are rather better as a result. He held out his new wand again. Take it. With a trembling hand, Harry did, and the warmth that spread through his fingers and then up his arm was like a balm. It had been too long since he held a wand, any wand, and he hadn't realized how much he missed it until now. He let the warmth permeate his being, let it settle in his chest until all he could feel was peace. Tears came unbidden to his eyes, and he blinked them away, squeezing his eyes shut for a minute, till he got his bearings. Finally feeling centered and in control again, he opened his eyes. All right, Potter. You can call me Harry, if you want. Something glinted in the professor's eyes, but was gone almost immediately. Very well. Harry. Are you ready to begin? Yes, sir. A longer pause this time, and the professor was stock still as he said, This is likely to be difficult for you, and I would not like to be the cause of your distress. Thus, I ask you, May I put a hand on your arm, to steady you whilst you do this? Harry bit his lip again, hard enough to taste blood. Snape was asking, not telling. He quickly nodded before he lost his nerve. Snape stepped around to his side of the table, and put a hand on his shoulder. Managing, barely, not to flinch, Harry took another deep breath. That's it, Snape said. Try and relax. It'll be easier that way. Now, put the wand to your temple and concentrate on one memory you wish to remove. His fingers tightened on Harry's shoulder as Harry lifted the wand. The wand trembled and he had a sudden jolt of something. Revelation? What if he just obliviated himself? Wouldn't that be the best thing to do, all around? He wouldn't be able to remember any of it, the manner, Voldemort's pale white hands, Lucius' cold whispers. He would be at peace, truly. He wouldn't hurt any more. Hands shaking even more, he gathered his courage, and the word was on the tip of his tongue when Snape suddenly grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? Snape snarled, and yanked the wand away from his head. What I should have done days ago, Harry told him, and wrenched his hand free of the potion master's grip. He still had the wand. That was something. Idiot child. Do you even know how to perform the spell? Do you want to wipe your entire mind clean away? I don't care. What does it matter, anyway? Snape glared at him, eyes like dark fire. If you truly do not care, then it matters not a whit. Go ahead. Curse yourself to oblivion. Abandon your life, your friends, and the entirety of the wizarding world. Become a squib, go back to your muggle life, or make a new one from a blank slate, if you really do not care. A primal sound formed in Harry's throat, and he gave vent to the anguished cry and pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. He did care, he cared too damn much. It had always been his problem. Could he erase all memory of Hermione and Ron, the first and best friends he'd ever had? Could he obliterate Hagrid, or Remus, or Sirius? No, it was impossible. He wanted them, memories of them, but he could not deal with the others. You do it for me then, he cried and shoved the wand at Snape. You know the spell, you could remove just those couple weeks. Snape made no move to take the wand. Harry, it's no good. You can obliterate those memories, yes, but it won't take away the feelings associated with them. You won't know why you don't want anyone to touch you, nor why the idea of physical intimacy makes you shaky and sick. Also, you won't be able to erase the memories from anyone else who has knowledge of what happened, and who might remind you, wittingly or otherwise. What? You wouldn't? Harry was suddenly very cold, and nauseous, and thought he might actually faint. You mean Malfoy? In a very quiet voice, Snape said, I was not thinking specifically of Draco, but yes, that is what I meant. I cannot imagine that the Dark Lord, nor Lucius, will keep your treatment at their hands a secret. Oh, God, I'm gonna hurl. And before he'd made it more than 2 steps to the bathroom, he did so, spewing the little bit of lunch he'd had all over the nice rugs in front of the fireplace. From his knees, he heaved and heaved until there was nothing left, and then he heaved some more until there was naught but sour spittle in his mouth and the taste of salt from tears. From his knees, Severus banished the foulness with a wave of his wand, and considered conjuring a bucket. But the boy was nearly done now, just shivering and hugging his arms to himself. To make sure he did not collapse, Severus put a hand on his back, and though Harry twitched like a skittish colt, he did not fling himself away as he had previously. Severus would have counted that as progress if the mere idea that other students might know what had transpired at Topsam had not sent Harry into this awful spiral. Had the boy not considered it at all? The very idea was absurd. And yet, perhaps he was just too focused on making a recovery that he had not given the future much thought. It was possible, though he doubted it. Harry seemed to give an inordinate amount of consideration to the future, at least insofar as fighting the Dark Lord was concerned, and he usually thought little of the past. Perhaps that is where the problem lay, this time, in his inability to push this event away as he had so many others. It would bear thinking on. In the meantime, he summoned a glass of water and held it out. Harry, take the glass and drink. It will help you feel better, your throat, anyway. Blindly, Harry reached for the glass, and his hands shook as he brought it to his mouth. As the boy sipped, Severus was unsure what else to do, and ended up rubbing small circles on the boy's back to soothe him. It seemed to work, as the boy relaxed a little, and some color returned to his cheeks as his shivering abated. Sorry, sir," he said in a thick voice, when half his water was gone. "Don't be. Let's get you off the floor, though, shall we? You're not gonna refer to me in first-person plural now, are you?" Harry muttered. "Like a nursemaid?" Severus snorted softly. "Impertinent brat. I'll only do so if we don't get up very soon. My knees are not as young as yours. And that's points off, for your use of a blacklisted word. Again." "What, nursemaid?" With only a growl in response, Severus hauled himself to his feet, and offered a hand down to Harry. After a brief, almost non-existent hesitation, Harry took his hand and stood. He still looked pale and his hand was clammy, but he was clearly over this particular episode. It was equally clear that the necessity for occlumency had risen dramatically. "Come sit at the table," Severus said, and waved Harry into the seat he'd occupied until a few minutes ago. Once more, he gave Harry the wand and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. The boy had the determined gleam in his eyes that Severus far preferred to his passivity, no matter that he would rail about it once classes started again. "Hold it to your temple, and focus. When you have the memory completely in your grasp, draw it away from you with the wand. Be careful, and deliberate, so the strand does not break." Harry nodded, then closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. The wand was pressed into the flesh just above his ear, but his hand was steadier now, Severus was glad to see. He also knew when the boy had accessed one of the troublesome memories, as his face creased in pain and his eyes screwed shut. Severus squeezed his shoulder, letting him know he was not alone. "Begin to draw it away now, Harry," he encouraged, and the boy's hand moved very slightly. The edge of a memory appeared. A slick silver strand that grew longer and longer as the wand eased away from his head. Slowly, that's it. Harry's breaths came in harsh pants, his whole body trembling, but his wand hand was still steady. "Easy, easy," Severus told him, and then the strand came free, and Severus directed him toward the pensieve. The memory arched and wriggled like a thing alive before falling into the stone bowl, and Harry sagged back on his chair. Sweat coated his face. Severus handed him the water. "Drink that, and then we'll try another one." When Harry gave him a brief glare, he amended, "All right. You'll try another memory, and I'll offer moral support." The boy's lips quirked in one of his rare, sardonic smiles, one that almost reached his eyes. "You have morals?" "Cheeky brat," Severus growled, but he was pleased. "Harry." Harry didn't look up but kept writing the same 3 words over and over again, scribbling madly. "Harry, look at me, please." It was the please that did it. Snape never said, "please," to him. His quill stopped moving and he looked up at the professor, who was standing back a pace or two, not looming like he sometimes did. "What are you doing?" Harry tried the one eyebrow thing, but only managed to get both of them to vanish under his fringe. "Writing in my journal," he said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, which it should be. "You've been doing so for almost 3 hours, and after you tore up yesterday's writing, I wanted to make sure that I'm okay." "I'm fine," Harry sneered. "Go ahead, take points." "Shall I make tea?" "No," he turned back to his journal. Now, where was he? "Oh, yeah. I don't care. 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 I don't." "Harry, I would like you to put your quill down." Harry gripped it tighter. "You wanted me to write, so I'm writing. I suggested you write as a way to express yourself without shouting or wanting to hit things, but I don't know if it's doing you any good right at this moment." "It's doing me a lot of good," Harry growled, quill still scratching madly in the book, "and if you don't let me be, I'll tear out the rest of it and burn it, too." He felt the professor move before he heard him, and before he could do more than yelp, Snape snatched his journal and assioed the quill away. Harry reached for the inkpot, but it wouldn't come off the desk, no matter how much he pried at it. "Oh, that's not fair. My apologies for not wishing to see your primitive artwork adorning my walls." Snape's voice had taken on that snippy, annoyed tone that Harry had grown to hate, especially over the last 3 days. "You're not sorry." "No, I'm not." Harry glared at him. "What do you care what I write, anyway?" Snape's face remained impassive, and Harry wanted to hit him. Hard. He barely had a check on his temper, and had spent a good portion of the last couple days in his room, banished there for acting like a 3-year-old. Fat lot Snape knew. If he'd threatened violence or had a temper tantrum when he was really 3, he'd have been knocked flat. Sent to his room was nothing. Besides, now he had his summer homework done, and had even read ahead in several classes. He'd passed all his owls except for divination and history of magic, and had received O's in defense, transfigurations, and, surprisingly, potions, with S in everything else. Snape had been kind enough to loan him texts for the coming year, since he hadn't been able to stomach the idea of going to Diagon Alley to buy anything yet. Since you have not been able to put your journal to use for the last 3 days. I did so, I wrote yesterday, and promptly removed all traces of that writing, yes? So what, if he'd torn it out, and torn it up, and then burned it to ashes in the fireplace, so, you will now be required to tell me what was on those pages. What? No. You said I didn't have to share that with you. Harry was on his feet now, and if he could break things in half simply by glaring at them, Snape would be in pieces. I can't believe you're going back on your word. Snape crossed his arms over his chest and his eyes narrowed, but he didn't yell, which was amazing actually. I told you I would not read your journal. And I will not. However, Harry, we have barely more than 2 weeks before classes are due to begin again, and you've not even been able to step into the Great Hall yet, with just the other professors. Harry mirrored Snape's stance, though his shoulders hitched up a fraction. He didn't what that had to do with anything, but he still bristled. You said I didn't have to, till I was ready. I did, Snape agreed, and I'm not ready. I know you feel you aren't, but if you're going to go back to classes on time, you will need to get used to being around other people besides me, and in a less controlled environment. And the first step in doing that is to trust me with what has been bothering you the last couple days. Harry was trembling by the time Snape finished, and his hands were sweaty. He balled them into fists. No, I don't care. Don't care about what? Going back to class. I don't need stupid charms and magical creatures and all that rot. I can just go to the library and read on my own. How about that? Snape shook his head, and Harry's fists were clenched so tight he wasn't sure he could uncurl them again. I'm sorry, Harry. You'll need to be enrolled in regular classes, or at the very least, have a tutor who can take you through the curriculum, in order to do your newts. What if I don't care about newts? Snape considered him for a moment, expression barely changing beyond a slight cant to his head. What do you care about? There it was, the moment to tell him, and admit that he'd become a monster. It almost felt good to be able to get it off his chest. Killing them. Making them suffer like they did to me. He paused, but mostly, killing them. Snape nodded, once, as if he'd expected no more and no less from the stupid, arrogant Gryffindor who'd annoyed him for 5 years already. But Harry wasn't going to take back the words, no matter how it made him look. They were the truth, and he was sick of lies. He held the potion master's gaze for a long time, and was surprised that Snape didn't try legilimency on him. But he didn't, and they stared at each other and nobody shouted. Finally Snape said, "Sit down, I'll make the tea." Harry could have screamed. But he didn't. Several hours later, they were still at the dining table. Snape had made 4 pots of tea, in total, and Harry felt like he was floating in it. He'd used the loo a couple times already, and each time, while washing up he stuck his head under the tap and ran cold water over it. He felt hot and a little sick, with shame and embarrassment, and it was the only way he could stay cool enough to continue their conversation. Though their talk wasn't really a conversation, he thought. Snape asked questions, like he always did, and Harry had to answer them. He hated it. But he'd still told Snape about the nightmares he'd been having, the ones with Lucius Malfoy in them, and the laughter that made his skin crawl, and how now Draco was in them, and Avery, and in the worst ones, the dream added in Ron and the twins, and even Sirius, and all of them knew, and were mocking him and hurting him, and he was running, but he couldn't get away, and he always woke screaming. And he told Snape about the nights when his scar erupted in agony like he was under the Cruciatus again, and Snape nodded and said they were going to work on occlumency again in the morning, now that he had most of the worst memories in the Pensieve and had finished reading that book. Then Harry asked how many times they'd hit him with Crucio that last night at the manor. Snape looked at him, surprised, and equivocated for a while, but Harry just stared back at him and said, "Madame Pomfrey must have told you." Taking a sip of his tea before answering, Snape studied him over the rim of the cup, and Harry did his best not to fidget. "One wonders why you ask." Biting his tongue, literally, to keep from saying, "It's none of one's business," Harry held the man's gaze, knowing he was being measured. "I want to know exactly how much I owe them for." Snape sighed and put down his cup. "Vengeance is a dark road, Harry. I know that. Do you? You realize it was for vengeance's sake that Tom Riddle became the Dark Lord, yes? Revenge on the Muggles who disowned him, such as his father, on those who hurt him or neglected him in the orphanage where he grew up, and revenge on the ones who currently stand in the way of his thirst for power." Harry hadn't really known, but it made sense. At the moment, though, he didn't care. That wasn't going to be him. "I just want to know, will you tell me?" Snape pressed his lips together in a thin line and stared at him some more. Then he sighed again. His voice was curiously flat as he said, "According to Madame Pomfrey, in the 24 hours preceding our rescue, you were hit 43 times by Cruciatus, 12 by Diffindo, 4 by Engorgio, 14 times by Innervate, 11 times by Episci, 7 by Flagrate, once by Furnunculus." All right, stop, please." Harry was feeling sick. He didn't even remember most of that. When had they covered him with boils? And how come Snape remembered down to the specific number of each? There is more, if you want a true reckoning. Maybe. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, and pushed the sudden image of the Engorgio curse, particularly, away. He gritted his teeth to keep from vomiting. He'd done too much of that this week. Maybe later. "If you're sure." "Yes, very well." Snape paused. Long enough for Harry to get his breath back. Probably timed it perfectly, the git. "Tell me, then, how you came by that interesting scar on the back of your right hand." Harry groaned and laid his head on his arms, on the tabletop. "I don't want to talk anymore about the ways Harry Potter's been stupid." "Oh, see, now you have piqued my curiosity, do go on." Harry glared at him through half-lidded eyes. "I couldn't keep my big mouth shut." "Fascinating." He squinted at Harry's hand. "It does read, 'I must not tell lies,' doesn't it?" "Yeah, sorry. I mean, yes, sir." Harry rubbed the thumb of his left hand over the words and remembered how angry he'd been last year, and bitter, when everyone was avoiding him, including Dumbledore, who set up horrible, nasty occlumency lessons with the person who he'd least wanted in his mind, ever. With a sigh, he admitted, it was Umbridge. "Detentions. I kept getting them because I was damned well not going to sit there and listen to her tell everyone that that what's-his-name wasn't back, and that I was making the whole thing up because I was a nasty little liar. Not after Cedric. I couldn't let her do that to him." "But you could let her carve words in your hand?" Snape actually looked surprised, and a bit appalled, and Harry was taken aback. He shrugged. "It was a quill that did it. I wrote, and it used my blood as ink, from cuts it made in my hand. Then it would heal up, and I'd have to write the line again. Over and over." "Yes, sir. And you never told anyone? You do realize that blood quills are considered dark arts?" "I figured that. And I tried to tell Professor McGonagall, but she just told me to keep my mouth shut and my head down." He rocked his head on his arms so his face was hidden. "Well, we both know how bloody well that worked." You told McGonagall? And she didn't stop it?" No question now, the potion's master was spooked. Weird, after all Harry had told him, that this would set him off. "No," he shrugged, peeking at the man through the fringe of his messy hair. "Why would she? It was my own dumb fault that I kept getting the detentions. Because such items are highly illegal, that's why, and because you're one of her precious Gryffindors, not to mention the bloody chosen one, she should have protected you." Harry laughed mirthlessly. "Okay. Sure." Snape's eyes narrowed down to mere slits. "Explain." Sitting up straighter, Harry picked at the skin on his thumb along the jagged nail he'd taken to biting and avoided Snape's eyes. "It's just that a lot of shoulds get tossed right out the window when it's anything to do with all that boy who lived rubbish. Such as..." Harry huffed a breath. "Such as, Dumbledore should have told me earlier about the prophecy. Or, rather than ignoring me last year, he should have said that old Snakeface, he ignored Snape's tea-snortage, was like to be messing about in my mind and I should be doubly wary of any visions." And both him and McGonagall should have listened when I asked them over and over if I could stay here, Summers, because I really didn't like it with the Dursleys. And I shouldn't have had to face the full Wizengamot for defending myself against Dementors while on summer halls. And I shouldn't have been forced to play in the Triwizard Tournament, especially when at least Dumbledore knew the goblet had been tampered with somehow, for my name to get into it in the first place. McGonagall should have listened when I told her the Sorcerer's Stone was in trouble, and that Dumbledore shouldn't leave the school unattended, so I wouldn't have had to get past Fluffy and all the rest of it. He paused and played with his teacup for a minute. You know, for example. Snape was silent, and for a long time, the only sound was the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Harry had gotten used to the sound, and the warmth of the fire, and was glad that Snape let them keep it going, even though they didn't really need it here in the summer. It wasn't hot in the dungeons, by any means, but it wasn't actually chilly enough for a fire, either. A sudden pop came from the logs as several of them settled, and sparks rose to float in the air. Harry's gaze was drawn to them, and he startled slightly when Snape finally spoke. I owe you an apology again, it seems. Harry frowned. How do you figure? Snape's dark eyes watched him thoughtfully, and it made Harry nervous. I was so concerned with making sure you survived your various encounters from year to year. I had no idea that you were being undermined so continuously and thoroughly by my colleagues. If I had, I assure you, I would have stepped in far sooner. What do you mean, far sooner? Far sooner than what? Than now. Harry, I'm going to petition the Ministry to give me custody of you, until you come of age. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.